Presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing and Decal Works. Coming to you live from Las Vegas, right outside the Lion's Den, with your host, Steve Mathis. And now strap in and get ready. It's showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody. It's the PulpMX show for another night, presented by Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching on YouTube or on your podcast player of your choice. Got a good one tonight. Lots to talk about when it comes to Hangtown. Look, like, I get it. Jet's taken off, but 250 class is fantastic. And there's some really cool stories in the 450 class also, like Wildcat Racing. We'll talk about that and more tonight. Talk about the Millville Ride Day coming up for PulpMX. Yeah, looking forward to that. We got a great lineup of guests as well. Team Honda HRC's team manager Lars Lindstrom will be calling in, talk about his team success. They had quite a Ride Red Supercross year, and it is continuing that way outdoors. Dylan Wright will call in, speaking of Ride Red. Wright's undefeated streak was snapped up there in Canada this weekend, but he did get the overall up in Edmonton. We'll talk to Dylan Wright. Benny Bloss has a new ride 2-year deal on Beta, and we will call Benji about that and talk to him about it. Really good, happy for Benny. He's been on his own program for a number of years, putting in good results. So really happy that he figured things out, and we'll talk to him about that deal and more. Also, little Donny Emler Jr., Little D from FMF will call in. 50 years of FMF. They got some Kurt Caselli Foundation stuff happening. They got a lot going on at FMF, so we'll talk to Donnie about that and more. And 702-586-7857 is your number to call. We're going to have the Race Tech Rant. We have the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. We have the Motorsport.com Tweet at Tallon segment as well. Coming up, we have a True or False game. We're going to give away some stuff as well. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Renthal, Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, OGO Power Sports, ORW, our guys at Guts Racing. That was their hometown national last weekend at Hangtown, as it was for Works Connection. So you can save with the code with Guts and Works Connection, FMF, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Wiseco, Piston, EVS, all on board with us. There's codes to save with all those guys on PulpMXShow.com. Click on the logos. It takes you to the codes. And, you can save some money by listening to the show and supporting us that way as well. We have a really cool show set up for you. I really want to thank my in-studio guests for coming in and absolutely saving the day. From MX Vice, it's Lewis Phillips. What's up, man?
I'm not from MX Vice, yeah.
From the Vital Device. From Vital MX, it's Lewis Phillips.
I've almost done that myself like many times. I have to keep kind of catching myself.
Someone was asking about you, and I said, yeah, he's a Vice guy. And I'm like, he's a Vital guy. Yeah.
It's a V's.
It's a V's. So originally this show had Jake Weimer in.
Yes.
Jelly Bean Jake, Jumpin' Jake and Coke. Jake Weimer was coming in. That was on the schedule forever. And then I was like, then RV said he wanted to come in, Ryan Villapoto. And then you said, I said, why don't you come in with Jake? Because RV was on the fence. And you were like, okay, that sounds good. And then we went into RV saying that he thinks he'll come in.
Yep.
So then I said, hey, I don't really need you because it looks like RV's coming in. And you're like, I'm coming anyways, and I'll just hang out. And I said, great, like no problem with Weimer and RV. That'll still be a good show.
Yep.
And then RV was out. And then it was great because now you were coming in with Jake, and then it was going to be a really fun show. You had some questions for him.
Yes.
And then this morning, Weimer calls me, and
fuck him.
He's not feeling well. He said he was throwing up. So Weimer had to bail. We're going to reschedule. And thankfully, Vital MX's Lewis Phillips saves the day.
Yeah, I lived this, and even that rundown was like incredibly hard to follow. A lot of ins and outs with this one. But it's roomy in here tonight. A lot of I can spread out. And
You saved the day. You really did.
Yeah.
And you know what? As the first mate on my ship, that's what first mates do. They save the day. They help out the captain.
I think it's too early for that.
Thank you. Okay.
But we will get into that because I'm here with anger.
Yeah. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into your thoughts on the motocross series so far because it's been wild.
Yes.
Wildcat.
Yes.
And we're gonna talk some MXGP also with JT when he calls in. So yeah, we're gonna get lots to talk about tonight. Dylan Wright also, Canada's own. You know him from when he was in the GPs.
Yeah, I played agent for him for a little bit.
Yep.
Didn't go very well, but
join the club. Dylan's a great dude, and looking forward to talking to him. And Benny Bloss, which again, Benny signed with Beta.
Yes.
Beta, your buddy Ben Watson, who's just getting horrifically handled by Alberto Ferrato.
Yes.
Rides Beta.
Yep.
And
Ben
so,
walked so Benny could run.
Yep. There we go. So you do know a little bit about Beta and Dylan Wright.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is like right up my alley.
And Lars, of course. You're familiar with Lars. So this works out nicely. And we'll get Weimer in here at some point. And RV, I don't know about RV. The last I saw him was after the race. He had a red Solo Cup, driving around in a mule and laughing hysterically.
Shit, asshole.
And I never really figured out if he was coming or not until he said he was out. So
well, I hear he's got his own podcast. So who needs you?
Who needs me? Absolutely. 702-586-7857. You want to give us a call? We still got a phone call or a couple people on the line. Producing a show over there, taking his job back from an 8-year-old Jagger Craig.
Who did a fine job, by the way.
Fantastic job.
Yes.
Jarvis Marks, what's up, Marks? No, wait, hold on. There we go.
It feels empty over here.
Why?
There's no kids around to do my job for me.
Well, and then Thursday, Moto 60 show, Tits' kid came in and was running the camera. So, yeah. You know, Marks tells me how hard his job is,
just
Lewis.
Really devaluing myself over here, and I don't think that's going to go well when it comes time to negotiate my pay for next year. But we're gonna step it back up. No more kids,
right?
Unless Jagger
professional
comes back,
job.
he can come back in because the fades were sick. So
I would say that it's probably a good job there's no kid in here tonight, because that would have been a pattern that may have alarmed some authorities somewhere.
Yeah, maybe.
So
yeah, good point.
Good to steer away from that that direction.
Child labor is cheap. That's all you need to know.
Taking your calls over there in the corner, everyone's favorite motorsport.com gearhead. Hasn't been in for a while, but he's back. Tallon Taylor, what's up, buddy? Oh, wait. Oh. No, your mic's...
Rough go so far here, but...
Go ahead. So, when Tits' kid was in, he was talking when the mic was on, and I had to reach over and just turn off all the mics. And I forgot to turn them back on. All right.
It's hard to find good help these days.
What's up, Tallon?
What's up? I know it's been a break. Tits has actually been working lately.
Yeah.
I've come in once in the last
You
month.
haven't been in. Yeah, it's not.
No, it's been a while.
You know, Pete just grinding it out, and his love of these shows.
It's because he got
through.
a fresh batch of meat.
Yeah.
He's all motivated right now.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you to my dear friend Nick for that. Have either one of you cooked it?
Thank you, Nick.
Either one of you cooked it up yet?
Yes. Yep.
I haven't yet. I think we're barbecuing tomorrow, actually,
okay.
with the neighbors.
All right. Our dear friend Nick.
Quality.
Giving us meat. Lewis Phillips from Vital MX, brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. PulpMX 23 is the code to save with Decal Works. Cooper Webb, Aaron Plessinger, the Husqvarna off-road team, who won the GNCC, by the way, this weekend. Use Decal Works for their graphics, and these guys have a super quick turnaround. They'll show you the proof. They will do all of that real quickly at decalmx.com. And the best part is PulpMX 23 is the code to save with those guys. They do a fantastic job with stickers and graphics. I've used them for my project bikes. Absolutely love them. Lewis Phillips, brought to you by the folks at decalmx.com. And also, Firepower Parts. We're going to give away a stand because we had a guy who won a stand in PulpMX Fantasy. By the way, you had a good weekend.
I had a great... I had a good weekend, but it could have been amazing.
Oh, okay. Oh, what did Freddie get you?
And 5 other riders.
Oh.
The first motos were amazing.
Okay. I thought you were way up there.
Yeah. After the first motos, I was 8th out of everyone.
Yeah.
And then Freddie,
J-Mart,
Kilroy, and another 450 guy, who I forget. Prebula.
Well, we gave away a Firepower stand to a guy in, I don't know where you live or somewhere else, and we couldn't ship it to him, and he said, give it away on the show.
Bumfuck East Texas?
Yeah. Absolutely. So thanks to that guy, we're going to give away we're going to give away his Firepower stand to the fifth caller right now. Tallon, fifth caller, 702-586-7857, gets a Firepower stand, firepowerparts.com. Look it, Max Anstey, your guy.
That's right up my alley again.
Firepower Honda. Dean Wilson, Firepower Honda. And the World Supercross is gearing up.
The entry list drops tomorrow. It's Stacked.
Look, it's gonna be exciting. I know. Listen, you and JT, you guys can be gatekeepers if you want. You can be the guardians of the sport. I'm not there. I'm fine with it.
Are you trying to get some of that Saudi money?
Yeah, exactly. yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Okay, let's get into this. Jet, like, it's too early. It's too early.
Yes.
But when is it not too early?
It's too early, but it's not too early.
Okay, so after High Point, if he's 8-0,
which he probably will be.
Yeah. do we start it then?
Yeah, I think you can start it now, though. Like, realistically, how is this going to change? Like, we've seen enough.
Well, a fall, but even a fall, I feel like if it's just a tip over, like he just gets up and passes everybody, it's got to be a big fall.
Yes. And how does he crash when he's clearly riding well within his means? It's not like he's pushing the edge and riding. It's not like he looks ragged out there.
No. No.
The big, statement to me, and I guess everyone, was the second moto. When AP turned it up, looked like he was about to do something.
Yeah.
And then Jet just responded, and that was it.
Yeah.
And that made it abundantly clear that he is basically in the 250 West class right now.
Yeah.
Like, the strategy has not changed.
No, he was like, oh, Aaron's within 3 seconds of me? Oh, watch this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just laid down his heater.
I was quite disappointed about that as well, because the first moto, when AP was behind Ferrandis, I thought that AP looked like he wanted some of Jet. Like, he looked feisty, he looked desperate.
Right,
I really got the impression that he was ready to challenge Jet.
Yep.
And then we got to that moment in the second moto, and Jet silenced that immediately.
Yeah, and and with ease, without looking like he was flustered.
Yes.
Like, not like, oh, I got to wick it up here and
I guess
he just looked like he was cruising.
I guess you've got to use qualifying times as like a litmus test of how much more he has in the tank.
Yeah.
Because that's when he's probably not pushing all the way in qualifying.
No. Yeah.
But he's 2 seconds a lap faster each week in qualifying.
Yep.
So that's kind of his
Yeah.
level, I feel.
Yep.
And obviously, we all love sector times. You look at the sector times from qualifying.
Here we go.
And it tells the story. It really tells a story.
You're a big sector guy.
I wasn't, but I've been branded, and this will never change.
Well, like Kellen's been branded the boat guy. You've been branded.
I prefer my one.
No, well, it is funny to watch the sector sometimes, because sometimes some random guy will be, like, not random guy, but like someone who gets to 8th will be fastest in like second sector, and you're like,
and sometimes the winner of a race isn't the fastest in any sector.
Yeah.
And you go,
yeah,
funny. Like, not like it's some big
Well,
deal that the world needs to melt down about.
I don't know if we even need to tweet about it, to be honest, as much as you were tweeting about it, but that's okay.
There was one tweet.
Yeah, I think it was more.
The engagement, Elon's office must have just burnt down. Like, what the hell is going on in Sacramento?
But yeah, Jet was great. We got our winner for the Firepower stands, by the way. Thank you for calling for the Firepower stand, firepowerparts.com. Yeah, it was something else, man. Like, look, I guess, like I said last weekend, if you're Chase, you're like, hey, I caught him multiple times in Moto 2, and I had a better lap time, and, if I started first, maybe I could hold on to this thing. That was Chase leaving Paula, hanging his hat on it, and we talked about it. Him and I did privately off this, we were talking about
Right,
it.
okay.
Yeah, okay. And then now he's out. So if you're AP and Coop, by the way, great rebound for Coop in second moto. He got dusted in the first moto, and he really rebounded nicely. If you're those guys, you're like, hey, we're within 5 seconds, and we were 30 back?
No. Like, they've got to be smarter than that. I mean, I guess you're a racer. You've got to tell yourself whatever works.
I feel like you do. I feel like you tell yourself whatever works to keep that motivation going.
Well, to be fair, I feel like AP and Coop are like the most motivated I've seen them in a long time. Like, Coop is into this thing.
Yeah.
And I think Chase going out vindicated Coop's decision to show up at round 1.
Yep.
Like, that was validation that, okay, this was a very good decision because I'm one step closer.
Yeah.
I think AP is the second best rider in the championship.
I do too.
I think Coop is the third, and I put Dylan fourth. Mm-hmm. Maybe controversial. But I feel the door is open for AP to get career best results, get his first win, do all of that. I don't think he's ever even been second overall. So he'll tick that box shortly. Coop, similar, can do great things. But this Jet guy is kind of standing in the way quite horrifically.
Yeah, listen, I think I would put Dylan, because, the start is part of it. And he's been getting the starts, Dylan has. Now, Dylan's second overall this week was a little bit lucky. For sure.
And I say that as a racer, you've got to tell yourself whatever you need to light that fire. I've heard Dylan talk so negatively about his situation, Bike of the Year, over and over and over, that it's even impacted the way that I look at Dylan. Because I'm like, yeah, he's not happy. So this isn't going to work.
He likes his bike for Supercross.
Yes.
But I think he wants his 22 back for motocross.
Yeah, he hated the old bike in Supercross,
yes, yeah.
but liked it motocross, and this has flipped. So I guess Yamaha are on the right track with pleasing Ferrandis, but just slightly off of that right track.
Yeah, listen, well, as a long-time listener, I'm not like, I get the bike can't be perfect. I get it, but like you can't throw Dylan on a 22 right now and he's going to be miles better.
Yeah, I actually don't think it would make any difference.
Right.
And Dylan's always been one of those guys, hasn't he, where never 100% happy and easy to please. Very quick to point out when there's maybe a little issue or something to vent about.
I think Dylan comes from the Chad Reed school of never tell the guys on your team that it's great.
Yes.
Because they will stop working.
Yes.
They will all just be lazy and they will pop open margaritas and sit back and relax. And Dylan is pretty hard to deal with as far as a team. So.
It is hilarious how quickly he goes to blaming the bike, though, in any situation. Like the preseason press conference, someone said to him, like, how's your life? The most general question ever. And he's like, yeah, great. We're working on the bike. We've got to adapt.
Well, to be fair, though, he told me after Paula he wasn't in shape. He told me his fitness isn't where it needs to be. No, but he admitted that.
Yeah, and he didn't ride or test until Wednesday. But then I said to him on press day for Hangtown, so how long is it going to take for you to get your fitness where it needs to be? And he went, my fitness is great. I was just tired. And I was like, those two things do not belong in the same sentence.
Hey, at Paula, he was asking you, he was making fun of you riding a dirt bike.
Well, that's the relationship that I have with the riders. We're just tight. Me and Chase, me and Dylan.
It got weird. I thought, Dylan.
We're tight.
Okay, all right.
We go way back.
All right.
When he was kicking Paul Jonas on the start line in the Netherlands, I was there.
Okay, you were there. Yeah. So it's interesting to watch these guys and talking to them after the race and seeing how close they are to the jet. Do you think Chase comes back?
I don't. It sounds like Honda expect him to be back kind of soon, but I don't understand if he's got mono, how that's possible. Like, I physically cannot make sense of that.
The mono drop was something else in that press release. It was like, I repeatedly concussions and I crashed before, and he's got mono.
Yeah, and like his Instagram post, which dropped before the press release, said, "I need a couple of days to get back to 100%."
Yeah.
But he obviously knew he had mono when he made that post. So does that mean he's got light mono? Like it's not super bad?
A light dusting of mono?
Like I don't. There are mixed
Right,
messages.
right.
I think even Honda are unclear on what's going on. But if he misses the next 4 rounds...
Well, I would think he misses the next 2, then the week off, right? And then come in.
Is there really any... I feel like the SMX thing changes the game.
Yeah.
Because that's motivation.
Yep.
I feel like Chase is a guy who will want to do the nations. So the month of September is motivation. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised if he sits out until the last 2 rounds of outdoors, comes back for those to kind of get some reps in, and goes into SMX all guns blazing, does the 2 rounds of outdoors to validate his MXON selection. That would give him a good amount of time to get healthy. That makes sense to me. But yet, the Honda communication, the Chase communication is all very up in the air.
I have my captain's hat.
I have mine too, somewhere.
Well,
we'll get into that.
We'll get into that. Lewis Phillips from Vital MX here. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just do the game right now. My true or false game. Let's just do it right now because I'm going to cover some of these topics tonight. I don't want to break. I don't want to.
What has really happened here is you just looked at the 450 results and went, "We're done."
No, I have a lot of Boutron questions for you.
Okay.
So and Wildcat Racing.
Okay,
questions.
I have Boutron answers.
Okay. All right. True or false? Here we go. We're gonna play this game.
Okay.
All right. Ready?
Yes.
I was thinking about music. All right. True or false? Jet will go 20-2 this summer. True or false?
False. Because I think he either goes 22-0 or 17-5.
Okay.
I think that's too close. He either does it or he doesn't come back close.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. True or false? Hunter Lawrence will win the 250 national championship.
1,000,000% true.
All right.
Take all my money.
Okay. True or false? Chase Sexton comes back to nationals.
To nationals.
Yeah.
True, but maybe not so soon.
Yeah. True or false?
Yep.
True or false? Levi Kitchen will win a national this summer.
Controversial, but I've not seen anything.
Mm-hmm.
So for that reason, I will go no.
It's true or false?
So false.
Okay. True or false? Hayden Deegan is on Team USA this fall in France.
Well, I was thinking about this earlier. It's Hayden, it's RJ, or it's
yeah. Oh,
it's Kitchen. So it's got to be one of those.
Or a 450 guy.
Okay, I'll go false then.
You go false?
Yes.
Okay.
But his sector times would be great if he wasn't the Nations.
Please, Deegan fans. It's at Lewis Phillips on social media. Please. Okay, in the last true or false game here for Lewis Phillips, the top privateer in the 450 class this summer will be Jose Butron.
Oh, my mind immediately goes to true, but I just can't accept that as the truth. I refuse to live in a world where that is the truth, so I will go false.
You will go false?
Yes.
Okay, because I'm not counting Freddie as a privateer.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, Masterpool, Robin,
right.
Drake isn't a privateer.
Right.
So he's going to be the top privateer, yeah. Well, he needs funding.
Yeah.
He's very keen to let people know that he needs sponsors.
I didn't realize Wildcat doesn't have enough funding.
No. I guess the Wildcat industry isn't booming. Never recovered from COVID.
If someone's out there listening, they said they'll change their name if you give them enough money.
I was talking to Boutron when we went over to ask him to do the post-race show. And Boutron went, okay, we need sponsors. You get us sponsors? We need sponsors. we need money. We need funding. And I was like, oh, like this is the English he's learned.
Yeah.
He has that written on his hand. That's all he knows.
Hey, great race today. Who's on? Jose, and he just held up his hand.
He's actually on the street corner with a cup for loose change.
This has got to be unbelievable to him. I mean,
It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah. I feel bad that you came all the way to America to watch Jose Butron get a 5th in 450 motocross.
Honestly, what did he do at Parla? I think he was 7th in a moto.
Yeah.
The amount of MXGP riders that text me and went, what the hell is going on over there? And I was like,
listen,
I don't know.
He had a great career 10 years ago.
He had a
good career.
A good career.
A good career.
He was never a...
No. He won an MX2?
No. I think he won a moto. He never won an overall.
I feel like he won...
Brazil... When they did the super final thing, I think he won the super final as an MX2 rider.
I don't know what the super final is.
You don't remember that?
No.
You don't remember that?
What was a super final?
There was one year where, for the flyaway races, they had MX2 Moto 1, MXGP Moto 1, and then Moto 2 was MXGP and MX2 combined to fill the gate.
What?
2013.
I don't remember that.
Shocker, it didn't stay around. They had an LCQ after the first motos.
So our guy won? Butron won a combined?
He was the top MX2 rider in the super final. Because I think Jeffrey had a bad start and couldn't pass the 450s.
Okay.
And Butron was always a great starter.
Okay. So anyways, Butron, we think he won a moto. And he represented Spain 12 times at the Motocross of Nations.
Never forget Tuchental Nations when he was wearing 5-year-old fly gear.
Oh, yeah.
And JT was just losing his mind.
He was also X-Brand athlete too.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Anyways,
really blew that letting him go, didn't you?
We did. He has to be just like unbelievable. He has to be just shaking his head going, what is going on? I decided to come to America. He's been riding EMX. He was the EMX Open champion, which I don't even know there was an EMX Open.
So EMX Open has gone away. And I think I'm responsible because I got a lot of laughs material. There was a lot of podcast material. I called it EMX Whoever Wants to Show Up and Race. And maybe it was actually quite good. Maybe in front we're onto something. Maybe it produces 5th place riders.
I don't know. Yeah.
This is not the world that I expected to live in.
Butron, 5th.
I can't make sense. So Butron was the EMX Open champion, which we're still not sure what that is.
Yep.
So does that mean that Masterpool, Chiz, Noren was ahead of him, these riders wouldn't win EMX Open? Surely not.
But I don't know, man.
Exactly. This is where I'm at.
We're also in a world where Guillaume Ferres is pretty much equal to Tom Vial. There isn't much to choose from. And Ferris is a guy who, correct me if I'm wrong, couldn't win EMX or was a top 5 guy.
I looked at his EMX results earlier because I don't remember him.
Okay.
He did 2 rounds last year. He went 7-7.
Okay.
And then he did another round and he went 2 DNF.
Okay.
And now he's better than Tom Vial.
Or the same. Let's say he's the same.
Okay, he's the same. Yeah, he's definitely on par.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like if Ferez got the start that Vial got and Vial got the starts that Ferez got,
yes,
we would be seeing where they are.
This is so much to digest. handle that I feel that I will have mono soon because I cannot take the strain.
Welcome to American Nationals. It's great.
It's great.
Lorenzo Locurcio told me the last time he raced Hangtown, he didn't score a point. Now he's top 10.
Yeah, and again, a lot of GP guys text me and said last year Lorenzo Locurcio wasn't getting points in GPs.
Yeah.
Which I feel like that's a little known thing, that he actually went to GPs and did a full season. And
did he do a whole year? I don't know if he got hurt or.
He was in for the full season.
Yeah. Lorenzo's had a lot of injuries for sure. I think it's awesome in a sense of like I'm having a lot of fun with this Wildcat and these guys and like Freddie, and I'm here for it. Like I'm here for it. Like I get it. It's not deep. Anderson will be back soon. Barsha had a setback, so he'll be out for a little bit, and we don't know about Chase. But I'm here for these guys grabbing these points. Like I love it.
Yeah,
it's fun.
But it will get old quick.
Well, and that's gonna lead. It's gonna lead me to my race tech rant later too. By the way, so that has to do with my race tech rant. But later on the show, I want to get your thoughts on the motocross series.
Yes, I've got a lot of thoughts.
Right, I want to get just like we covered MXGPs for years. Yeah,
had never been to an outdoor until this year. And now you see Boutron is fifth. Yes,
never been to a USA outdoor.
This is my lasting impression.
And you're like, there's the Open EMX champion, just handling Adam Cianciarillo and everybody else.
They say that first impressions are the most important. This is where we're at.
All right, let's get to some phone calls here. We got 702-586-7857. Benny Bloss is coming up. Taylor's on one. What's up, Taylor? Taylor.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, what's happening?
Oh, not much. First-time caller, pretty big fan. But I want to preface my question by saying that I'm not just some big Deegan fanboy.
Oh, boy. Okay.
But is Jet versus Deegan the future of pro racing?
Oh no!
It's too early.
Yeah.
I know that it's early, but let's say that Deegan keeps progressing at the rate that he's progressing. Does he not kind of resemble Jet's career? I mean, kind of early. I mean, they're both pretty good, pretty young.
No, it's just too early, man. Injuries, you got to stay injury free. Yeah, it's too early.
And like, there's only a 4-year age gap between Jet and Chase.
Hypothetically,
Jet's
everything works out.
Chase is 23
and Jet's 19. So like, my point being, Chase will be around for. It's not just going to be Jet and Deegan.
Right.
Chase will be there for most of it.
Yeah. It's too bad. It's too early, man. But thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
I guess we'll see in a few years, right?
Yep. Call back in a few years. Yes, absolutely. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Jason's on too. What's up, Jason?
Hey, fellas. Hey, I got a couple quick rants. First off, did you guys think that the lappers were kind of bad on Saturday, or was that just me?
No, guys were saying the lappers. I mean, obviously we saw the 250 lapper, right? Take somebody out.
That's the one that I saw.
Take Ryder D and Joe Shimoda out. Well, more Joe Shimoda, but the guys were saying that it was really hard. It was a lot of off cambers and there was a lot of sweeping turns, and there kind of was one line, and it was hard to get out of the main line, and the lappers were having trouble doing that. Yeah.
And secondly, I didn't pay attention last week, but what's up with the shirts that they have Weege and JT and Stu wearing? Look like someone got on Vistaprint.com and like printed them out super quick. Like they're just, can't they do better than that? Get these guys some nice shirts or something?
Okay. Well, I didn't notice.
Lewis? I don't know.
Yeah.
I just thought that they were cheesy.
Yeah. Okay.
My favorite part of that question was he said, I didn't listen last week, as if you covered this.
Oh, yeah.
This was a hot topic post-parlor.
All right, let's go to Spencer on 3. What's up, Spencer?
Okay, so first off, Steve is the captain. I just want to make that clear to Lewis.
Thank you.
I disagree strongly.
Anyways, I just had to make that clear first. But my question, well, not necessarily a question, is there an A1 curse? So if you win A1, do you not win the Supercross Championship? Because since 2012, when Villo won A1, that was the last time someone won A1 and the championship. But the last 10 years, if you win A1, no championship. What do you think?
Yeah, but I think for a long time, if you won A1, you won the championship, right? Like, I believe there was a big correlation between that. So, I don't know. Lewis?
A1's just a weirdo race. Like, you're always going to have a surprise, and it's 5 months before the end. So there's so much time for injuries to happen, bike problems to happen, things to happen. But
and like I said, for a long time, I believe if you go back, the A1 winner won the championship for a number of years. But then that was always Jeremy and Ricky, right? So, like, it was just, well, actually, Ricky never won A1.
It happened in 12, 11, 08, 07. So, it was more frequent.
So, I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it, though, man. Thank you. Thanks, Spencer.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Maxima USA, Pulp 20's code to save. Lewis, your favorite Maxima product?
SE1? Is that a product?
That's a product.
That's a product.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding.
Pulp 20 is the code to save with Maxima USA. Whether it's SE1, whether it's a chain lube, the contact cleaner. Listen, I'm rebuilding Dark's piece of shit project bike right now that he conned me on, okay? And I'm using Maxima products to do it. Whether it's the grease, whether it's the assembly lube, the contact cleaner. I have my Scotch-Brite pads in front of me, and you put some MPP on a Scotch-Brite pad, and then you scrape the shit out of the bolts to have a nice finish on them. I'm doing this to Dark's bike over and over and over because he gave me all the bolts that are rusted and shitty.
What you should do is rebuild this bike, then sell it back to Dark at a higher price because you could sucker him into that.
Dark didn't have $800. Do you think he's got any money for this YZ125?
I think he's killing it nowadays.
True. Good point. Pulp 20's code to save with Maxima. Thank you to Maxima for coming on board. Also, Wiseco piston, 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons for over 80 years. They got experience manufacturing power sports pistons right in the US of A. Take that, Lewis. These colors don't run. They make pistons.
Yes.
Speaking as two foreigners sitting across.
Yeah, I was going to say, those red and white colors on you don't run.
Wiseco offers waste-proven components for the rest of your engine, from Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve tuning components, to more. There's a code to save on PulpMXShow.com under the Wiseco banner. And they teamed up with Factory Honda HRC and, doing pretty well with the pistons. Honda.
Yeah, fairly successful.
Fairly well this year. So please check out the 2-stroke and 4-stroke pistons. Use the code to save at Wiseco. Wiseco is bringing you our first guest of the night. We're so pumped to have Benny Bloss on the show to announce his new deal with Beta. It's Benny Bloss. What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
Thanks for calling in, buddy. Congrats on the ride.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Is it Beta or Beta?
I think it's Beta.
Like, when you're talking to people who there, are they saying Beta or are they saying Beta? Because the guy across from me right here is saying it's Beta.
Well, see, I was thinking about this the other day because somebody asked me this yesterday, actually.
Okay.
Because they said they've heard it both ways. But I feel like I can't think of a time specifically where they did say the name, but I think I would have noticed if they didn't say Beta.
Tallon used to work at a Beta. I know, Tallon, we've asked you, what did you guys call it?
We said Beta. I went to the dealer meeting in October, rode the bike, before Benny because I'm factory.
Yep.
And they were all calling it Beta. But I think in Europe, maybe they
so
say
it's
Beta.
just Lewis.
I am fake news.
Lewis
the
is fake news.
The dealer here is a friend of mine, and he says Beta.
All right. Well, hey, man, so how'd this come about? Take us through the process of them reaching out to you. I know there's Carlin Gardner is working with those guys. They got a semi, and obviously Ben Watson is racing at an MXGP. Van Horbeek did for a couple of years. They're trying to come into America. How does this happen, Benny? Take us through it.
Yeah, so Carlin had originally hit me up sometime in the Supercross season. I don't remember exactly when, probably like midway through, and asked if I'd be interested in coming and testing the bike.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in doing that. And so we had kind of like set up a date, and then I ended up crashing at Nashville, so that threw the plans a little bit.
Okay.
And he was basically just like, after the season, whenever you're healed up, let me know when a good time would be to come test the bike. And so that was just kind of it. We hadn't talked any further than that. And then things had gone a little different. I had verbally agreed to do World Supercross.
Yeah.
And so, like, I was dead set on doing that. And then it was like, at first I was going to do maybe 3 outdoors. And then it was like, I'll just race all the outdoors except for
the World
the
Supercross,
two conflicting ones. And it was probably a week after I agreed to do the World Supercross thing. I didn't have a contract yet. And it's a Sunday morning, and I woke up at like 6 o'clock to a text from Carlin, and he was like, hey, are you doing World Supercross? And I was like, yeah, I agreed. I don't have a contract yet, but that's kind of the plan. And he was like, well, would you back out of it to do a 2-year deal with us? And I was just like I'm not fully awake at this
You're
moment.
like, it's Sunday.
I just woke up and I was just like, oh my gosh, like what?
Yeah.
I don't even understand what just happened.
Sure.
And so I talked to him more, and it was a really good offer. And I spoke with the team I was going to do World Supercross for, and they were like, you know, we're not going to hold you back from this. Don't feel bad.
I thought you just traded. I thought you were like offering them a gift of Grant Harlan. That's how you got out of it. Like, hey, I can't do it, but here's a gift. His name's Grant Harlan.
They won't even notice the difference.
They won't even notice. Yeah.
I called Grant before. So first off, like, I had talked to Carlin on Sunday. We talked a couple times throughout that day, and then we talked a little bit more on Monday. And I was so nervous to call Craig Dack. I'm just like,
I bet.
Not
yeah.
like.
Yeah.
I was like, he's gonna tell me I'm just the worst person in the world, and but I'm also like, at this point, I'm like, you know, this guarantees my career another 2 years compared to 6 months, and it's like everything that I've wanted. And so, I was just super nervous, and I called Grant before, and I was like, hey, I'm about to back out of this World Supercross thing. If I tell them you're a guy that would do it, will you do it?
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah. So I called him, and Craig was like super cool about it.
Yeah, Dak's pretty cool. Nice guy, yeah.
It made it a lot better and easier. And I was like, he asked me, he's like, do you know anyone that might want to do it? And I was like, yes, I actually do.
Mm-hmm.
I know that he would do it. And
you're like, he beat me in Supercross.
I did. Honestly, I talked him up so well that I feel like maybe I deserve a percentage of what he gets. I don't know.
I agree.
So that worked out, and yeah, it's here we are.
Nice. It's what? So you never rode the bike, really? Yeah.
Well, no. Like at first, because with the World Supercross thing, I didn't want to like drag them along and then possibly not do it. So I asked Carlin, I'm like, how soon could you get me a contract? And he's like, well, would you sign a contract without riding the bike? And like, it's a 2-year deal with everything that I want. I'm like, yeah. I told him, yeah. I was like, I'll do that for sure.
Wow. Okay. I'm surprised, Benji.
Well, like I look at the MXGPs, you know, and it seems like they're doing good. And we have a lot of time until the season. Like, if I were to go out there and ride the bike and it'd be like, oh wow, this is not good, we have a lot of time to try to make it better.
Well, no, listen, a 2-year deal in our sport is rare, so I get that. Also, congrats to Trucking Central, I should say, for saving. They're also off of your payroll as well now. But so is there one of the new bikes in America?
So
there is.
Yeah, so
okay.
I signed a contract, and then I guess that was like 2 weeks ago, and then this past Wednesday I flew to California, rode the bike on Thursday.
I thought we were going with you didn't even ride the bike. Okay, all right, so you did ride the bike.
Yeah, no, I've ridden the bike at this point now.
Okay,
but I did sign the contract before. I was pretty confident, and going there, I was like, I was kind of nervous because, you know, I don't know what to expect. I've never ridden one, obviously, and I was very pleasantly surprised, and I left California very happy. The bike is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that expectations were quite low before you rode the bike. Like you said that if there was a lot of work to do, then you had time. I'm guessing you thought that there would be more work to do than there is.
I wouldn't say my expectations were low. I had no idea what to expect. And I was just trying to be positive. My wife was like, well, what if you don't like the bike? And it's like, well, what if I love the bike? And she's like, okay, that's a good way to look at it. And I get there. Honestly, I get there, and it's like riding to the track from the truck. I was, you know, trying to feel everything out. And it's like, I'm obviously a taller guy. It fits my height really, really good. Like I'm very comfortable on the bike, which was my first impression, which is huge.
Yeah.
And then riding it, it's like, okay, this is good. Like the chassis feels good. The suspension's really balanced and feels good. I was very, very happy with it. So it's going to be less work than I had,
I was thinking, Lewis, that maybe there was some Photoshop involved with Benny and that bike, like because he was going through the story about how he hadn't ridden the bike.
No, the photo of him riding is very clearly Benny.
Oh, is there a photo of him riding?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I just saw the photo in front of the bike.
No.
The photo of me riding was on the Pulp thing of me coming on the show.
I don't control that kind of stuff. That's out of my pay grade. But
I'm going to guess that after riding the bike for the first time, you loved how it handled, and your biggest gripe, because presumably you rode it outdoors.
Don't say gripe. Say thing you have to work on.
Okay, is that negative of me?
Well, yeah, because it's a 2-year deal. He's very happy.
Oh,
This is all
okay. Your biggest what did you say?
Thing you have to work on.
Thing you have to work on is you need more power.
So I rode a stock engine, and it was set up differently than how I ride it. Because Carlin's been doing the testing.
Mm-hmm.
He's definitely more of a second gear guy in Supercross, where I'm a big first gear guy in Supercross, which is kind of sketchy. I should probably try to become a second gear guy.
Yeah, Benny, you stop doing that. Yeah, don't do that.
I like in Supercross on the Yamaha, I would, especially if I'm going to triple like out of a corner, 95% of the chance of the time I'm in first gear.
Wow. Okay.
Pretty much every corner on Supercross tracks I'm in first gear. But like even at the races, I would hit the whoops in second, which is strange.
This is blowing my mind right now a little bit.
The beta is going to have some load on it.
Yeah.
So
okay, go ahead.
So I kind of like had to get used to riding in second again, and like it's super easy when you're in first, right? Because when you go into a corner, you just shift all the way down, and you're like, okay, I'm good. Whereas like I'm trying to like kind of feel everything, so that was a little weird for me. And I will say that, so I rode a Supercross track, right?
Yeah.
And I cased the Supercross triple, I would say harder than I've cased a Supercross triple.
Yeah, because you're in first, Benny.
Or because you need more power.
No. I wasn't second.
I'm kidding.
I wasn't second. Probably harder than I have in my entire career. Like I was as soon as I took off the face, I was like, oh no.
Carlin's like trying to scratch out that contract.
Carlin, after he's like, I should have told you, like, if you hit it on the left, the face is kind of flat. So like I just got not nearly enough. And pretty much as soon as I took off, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is it.
So okay, so you got to work on the motor. It's a stock motor, though. What you rode, Tallon? Did you ride this bike? What bike did you ride, Tallon?
I rode the RX. They had two of them.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
The RX is the moto model. The RR is.
Did you ride the bike Benny rode?
I don't know if it was the same exact bike, but yeah.
Because they have the factory bike that's coming, and I'm guessing their production bike's gonna be based on what Watson's got. And
well, probably.
But then what did he ride?
I rode two of the new bikes that aren't out yet. The pre-production 450s, the one Benny has.
Okay. What'd you think?
I thought they were pretty good. They rev a lot better than the off-road bikes. It felt a lot more like a
racy
traditional moto bike.
Right. Okay.
But
I know I'm going to be on an island here. I like the way they look. I know I'm on an island. I like the way they look.
I'm there.
Like they need to make your numbers. They need to make your numbers about 3 times the size they are right now. But I'm down with not covering the exhaust, and I like the way they look. The clear tank. I'm on board. Give me more of it.
I'm not 100% sure that's the tank we'll run, but I'm not.
Okay, right.
I don't really know.
You're not with me, Lewis?
I do like the way the bike looks, though. I'm a fan.
I just can't get over. Like the exhaust looks like it's falling off.
Like it fell out. Right,
yeah, so it scares me whenever I see it.
Well, they could make the side panels a little bigger. I will give you that.
Ben Watson makes it look great. I have to say.
What does Watson say? Now, obviously, look, he's your buddy. Okay, he's not having a great year. What?
I'd say he is having a great year.
You think he is?
It's always great.
Okay. What's Ben say about it? Because I heard from people that Van Hoorbeek was like, handles really good, motor's pretty slow.
Yeah, that is what everyone says.
Okay.
Yeah, Ben loves the way it handles. Like he loves his bike. It just needs a little more power and more reliability because they're having more issues lately than they've had in the last year.
Right.
Like Ben second moto in Latvia, Ben made it half a lap. I think.
Okay.
Which obviously opened the door for your guy to beat us.
Oh yeah, that was it. That was the only reason.
Yeah.
But when you add horsepower, you hurt reliability. So maybe there's a fine line there.
Yeah, but as far as like everything apart from that, like handling and everything,
Yeah.
it's a great bike
Right.
apparently. But Benny, have they told you that there's going to be a lot of communication between like the American team and the European team? Because the European team is kind of shipped out to the Marchetti program and it's independent, whereas from as far as I understand, the American team's going to be more in-house, like an in-house factory team.
Yeah, so they'll, as far as I'm aware, it's everything pretty much is in-house. I know that they've been working with Italy a lot with motor stuff, I think, like trying to get stuff developed for when we do start Supercross testing. I'm not sure how much involvement with the communication there will be between the Euro team. I'm
okay.
very fresh into this thing.
I feel like I should know this, but what kind of suspension we run on a Beta?
We're running KYB.
It's KYB. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ben
All right.
is as well.
Okay.
In-house suspension guy, in-house engine guy.
All right.
All good.
And Supercross only. I'm surprised a little bit of that, Benny.
I think it's just like, obviously Supercross, here is more, people care about it more.
Yeah.
So that's like the main priority. We will race some outdoors, just not the whole season. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get it done, but I'm trying to get them to throw in a GNCC for me.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Wiseco Pistons bringing you Benny Bloss on the team, talking about his new ride with Beta, 2-year deal, Supercross only. And you're going to get a teammate, right? That's what the release said?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
You would just
not sure who it will be, but
you would think that they would do outdoors only to ease into things because then there's correlation with what they've learned in MXGP. But now there's not much crossover, and this was like the biggest confusion that I've ever felt in my life when I saw that part of the press release.
Supercross only.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. I just think that Supercross is so important here to everybody, and I'm not saying that nobody cares about outdoors, but it's obviously less.
And what is liquid?
Now, maybe different.
What's liquid moly? Do we know? Liquid moly?
I believe it's oils, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're big in Europe.
Oh, they are?
They have like a lot of money.
Okay.
You may want to hit them up for the show.
Yeah.
They have a lot of money.
We're very happy with Maximo over here.
Okay, sorry.
But that's your title sponsor. I saw that. So, Carlin, too. Carlin Gardner, good dude. Solid privateer for a number of years. So, did you know him at all, Benny? At all from over the years? How did that? Or did you?
I really didn't know him. I really didn't know him that well, and we were at dinner the other night, and I'm telling him, like, I don't know anyone that knows him. Like, none of my, like, I don't have any friends that are friends with him.
Right. His brother's racing still.
Yeah, I see, and I know people that are friends with his brother.
Right.
And, like, I would say hi, like, if I saw him, but
yep.
I didn't know him that well. And then, honestly, when I found out that he was like going to be the team manager of Beta, and I knew they were going to have a team, I followed him on Instagram because I didn't previously.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, maybe I'll follow him, maybe he'll follow me back. And then he followed me back. And it was probably like a month later that he hit me up. And he was like, hey, can you send me your email?
Right.
And that's when we started contacting. So,
we had you on the show, I don't know, a couple months ago, and you were going, you were crushing it. You've always been fast. Staying on the bike has been an issue. This year was pretty good for you. A couple of times were shaky, but even on the show, you're getting into 9ths and 10ths and 12ths, qualifying in there, finishing around there, and you're on the show and you're telling us all the things you have to pay for, and like your bike stock and all the things that Central Trucking is stepping up for, aka the Karate Kid Jeff, and like people don't understand, like this is really good for you. This, like, I don't know how the bike's going to be, and I don't know how it's going to go, but they certainly look. Triumph, crickets. Ducati, crickets. Beta is here, and they got Benny, so they're fresh to the market. I think this is really cool for you. I'm happy for you. This is a 2-year deal in a sport that can chew them up and spit them up and spit them out. And you'll have to probably work on the bike a little bit. But you know what? Oh well. They still have a base. They have a base with Horbeek and Ben Watson of how the bike should work.
Yeah, and I think like for me, it helps too to have Carlin be the team manager who, he's raced in the last 10 years. And I think that helps. And he's been doing a lot of testing on the bike. And, once we get a second guy, we'll all be able to like work together. And I think that it's kind of expected. It's not going to go 100% smooth, like there's going to be, it might be a little rough at the beginning with getting stuff set up. But, so far from what I've seen, they're really, really committed to trying to make this the best that they possibly can. And I am extremely committed to trying to be the best that I can. So, man, I think we can have a really good year and kind of open some eyes. And like you said, it really, it takes so much stress off my life having less Truck Central sponsorship.
Yes. Do they want you in California more or a lot?
Yeah, so we'll pretty much start the Supercross testing like August-ish, and I'll go to California where they're Central California where they're located then, and I'll probably be there the majority of from then until basically the end of Supercross season. So,
all right.
Does the prospect of like developing the bike, having your name on the brand, because you'll always be remembered as the first guy, the guy who put in the legwork to make it great one day. Does the prospect of that excite you, like having a bit of a project?
Oh, extremely. Because it's like, if we come out and we do really good, that's like, I'm one of the people that like helped get it here. So like for me, that's huge. And that helps me be able to get my name out there even more. And, I think that if we have a good off season, I think that we can do really good. I think that they have the right guys with the bike to be able to make it good. And I would love to be able to come out and be like, getting top 10s on a beta. And that's in the first year. I think that would be really good. So it'd be cool to be remembered as, the guy.
Do you think they signed him because it was Beta and Benny Bloss, 3 Bs?
And they've got Ben in
they
Europe.
Ben.
They can maybe reuse some stickers.
Benny. Yeah, just cut off the. Yeah, maybe.
I keep getting comments, Beta Benny.
Yeah, Beta Benny. Did you have any reaction from Ben Watson about this news? Lewis?
We made the joke of the Benny.
Oh, we did?
And I just immediately messaged him saying you walked so Benny could run.
Oh, there we go. Okay. We do have a call for you, Benny, on 3. It's Todd. Todd, what's up? What's your question for Benny Bloss?
Hey, guys. I got a question for Benny.
Yeah.
It could be for you two and as well as Tallon. This is no way a dig at Beta or anything, but
here comes a dig. Here comes a dig.
Well, no, I don't want it to be a dig at all because Fantic does it with the Yamaha, and I think it's cool how they do it.
Yep.
But how much is Beta any part KTM? Because like the frame looks familiar, the brakes look familiar. Is it all its own bike?
It's all its own. It is not. They're not related to KTM.
They do have Brembos, I think. So you're right about the brakes. I think they have Brembos, but big deal. Like that's not.
Yeah.
But,
pretty cool. That's awesome to see a whole new manufacturer, everything.
Dude, and we're going to get Triumph and Ducati down the road, but it's kind of neat for riders and mechanics and teams and everything. It's a really cool deal.
This KTM thing is like out there for some reason. From the moment they entered MXGP, the comments were, "Oh, look, KTM bought another brand.
Yeah.
Oh, another and I don't know where it's come from. But people genuinely believe Beta is no different to Husqvarna and Gas.
Right.
And I don't they look completely different.
Yeah, for sure. I know that's completely different. I just didn't know if they were doing like the Fantic thing. I know KTM doesn't have anything to do with Beta, but I was wondering that. And then also too, I have a future headline if I could throw it out there.
Actually, Tallon just said it's Nissan brakes. My bad. I thought it was Brembos. So, all right.
Oh, it did look like Brembos.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Future headline.
Okay. Future headlines. The Benz bring Beta to the box, or the Beta can't bear the Benz and break down.
Oh, wow. We know which one Lewis is picking.
Yes, one day, hopefully.
Ben to the box.
Yes. I mean, we broke down at the weekend.
We did, yeah.
And the weekend before that.
Does Ben have another year in his contract?
Yeah. 2-year deal.
2-year deal? Just like Benny.
Yep.
It's 2-year deals everywhere.
Beta just locking them down.
Thanks, man.
He's gonna.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Thanks, Todd.
He'll be on the box, both of them.
Can we get a Ben and Benny like combo, like duet, or like can they race outdoors together or something? Can we do?
Well,
we do something.
This really helps for Supercross Showdown.
It does
with Ferrato because now we have a Supercross bike.
Right, so we can get Ben over here. Ferrato's going to be another problem, but
yeah, Ferrato is his own man. But
I will say that I don't know 100% sure, but there is a chance that I could race an MXGP or two next year.
Nice.
So MXGP, GNCC, some outdoors, Supercross. Anything else?
Is this?
I mean,
do you get to do your own gear?
Yeah, head to toe my own stuff.
Your own stuff. All right.
Yep. Probably going to look very similar to this year. Very happy with setups from this year with the Rye and Oakley and FXR and Alpine Stars.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Benny's got a 2-year deal. What do you think it's worth, Lewis? What do you think he's getting per year?
I don't know because Van Holbeek
was big money.
Yeah. And I don't think they were happy with the money they spent versus the effort they got.
Supercross only for Benny. Keep that in mind.
But then I'm not sure I'm not sure if this is just a Beta USA thing or Beta Global is involved
it's Beta
with
USA.
Yeah, I don't think because I looked on the Beta Global social media and there was no mention of this.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing Beta Global isn't kicking money in or anything.
Right.
Which would make me think that maybe it's completely different to the MXGP money, but I don't know.
What do we think Benny's getting? 100?
I was gonna say 80 to 100.
Yeah. Are we close, Benny?
No comment.
Oh boy.
Can't be saying my numbers.
Well, that means it's 700.
Yeah. There we go. Huge deal. Huge deal.
Honestly, I was blown away at how many positive comments I saw. I saw very little negative comments.
Okay, because it is social media, so you would expect people to be just telling you the bike looks like shit or whatever, right?
There were a few that were just like, what are they thinking? Why wouldn't they get a guy that knows how to ride? And I was like, okay, let's go.
All right. Well, I just qualified top 10 in Supercross a few times, but sure, I guess let's get a guy who doesn't know how to ride, who knows how to ride.
Seems reasonable.
I get it. Yeah. I get it.
Yeah, look, me and AC were talking today about social media, and we were sharing some of the things that he gets and I get. And he's just like, what is wrong with these people? I go, I don't know, man, because when you click on their profile, it says they're a Christian and a father of 4. And then they're just telling you that you're a piece of shit and you should die. And you're like, that's an odd way to act on social media. But listen, I'm here for this bike. I'm here for the way that... Does it look as good as a Yamaha? No, nothing does. But
calm down.
It looks good.
It looks better.
I'm here for... Lewis just made a face. Lewis just made a face.
Listen, 2024 Bike of the Year. I'm just going to call it.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right.
Did you see Bike of the Year flying through the first corner this week?
I did. Our guy went from hero to zero in 1 week. Crushed it at Paula, and then just... Benny, listen, you should be out here collecting some of these points, dude.
It's tough to watch. It's really tough to watch.
Because you could be an SMX, no problem. So.
Yeah, it is what it is, man.
Yep.
I'm enjoying my summer. It's been nice so far.
The beta isn't homologated yet, is it? I don't think.
I don't believe so.
So there's no chance of like doing the last outdoor or doing anything this year.
Yeah.
And let's not stay away from dinner on Friday nights.
Yeah, no, that was actually part of my contract was no dinner with Mathis on Friday.
Understandable.
Honestly, probably no dinner with Mathis just at all during the season.
I mean, I can't argue.
Friday or anything.
Right,
you know?
I can't argue with that.
I do have a question is, how did you get into the privateer-only PulpMX Fantasy thing group?
I think just because I'm one of the owners of the game.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. How'd you do this weekend?
Not good.
No?
I had Michael Mosman, Jeremy Martin. I think I had Harlan.
Oh, boy.
It was not good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in a privateer league on fantasy. These guys, the Islanders created their own league, and I got
Cade's trying to kick me out.
You want me to kick him out, Benny? I'll kick him out for you.
Kick me out?
Yeah, you.
No, Steve's fine.
All right.
Cade's just trying to kick me out, and I'm just like, guy, come on.
Cade, the guy that's got a full ride for World Supercross? That guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy? Okay.
Yeah, that guy.
Well, listen, man. Congrats. That's awesome. I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
And I like Carlin, and I'm glad to see a new OEM at the races. I think that's cool. Yeah, I'm here for it. So, good job, man. Congrats to you and Beta. And Supercross only 2024. We'll see another truck in the pits. That's cool.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys. I really appreciate you having me on. And 2024 Bike of the Year, Beta.
Let's settle down on that. But we can talk some more later on, Benny. Thank you.
We're gonna stamp it.
All right. Tell Jeff I said hi, and the Chiefs suck.
All right.
All right. See ya. That's Benny Bloss, everybody. 2-year deal with Beta.
I cannot believe he signed the contract without riding the bike. That is bold.
Kinda, but listen, honestly, Truck Central's been paying for a lot of things the last few years.
Yeah.
If you're Benny and you got a 2-year deal, expenses paid and a salary, and you know the bike's raced. I mean, it's been raced in MXGP. Like it's.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's a real bike. It's not like China made.
Despite what it looks like, the exhaust is not falling off.
No, yeah, exactly. I'm here for the way it looks. Marks, what do you think?
No, I was just looking at pictures of it, and I put them on the YouTube stream, and I actually kind of like it.
It's very Euro. It's very Euro. It looks like the old Husqvarnas before KTM got
Yes,
involved.
it kind of does. Yeah, before KTM did. Yeah,
just the side number plate.
Right.
Like
it looks
why
like
so small?
It's different though. That's what I like it. It's different. Something to stand out a little bit.
They did. I saw. Maybe it was Ben's bike.
What a bike.
What?
What a bike.
No, I saw a photo of somebody racing a Beta, and it had the big numbers. So Benny's numbers are just, the graphics make it small. The plate isn't that small. There's room for more on that plate.
Yeah, I think Ben's numbers are big. I'm just going to look, but I think Ben's numbers are big.
Pretty sure I saw it from somebody. And I was like, oh, that's the way it could be. Just Benny's numbers were too small.
Yeah, Ben's numbers are really big.
When you have a giant like Benny Bloss and you have little tiny numbers,
I just hope that Benny gives Ben the credit that he deserves.
Okay, all right.
Felt like that wasn't quite coming across in the interview.
It really didn't, right?
I feel like he didn't ride the bike. He knows my connections. I feel like he should have maybe texted me to get Ben's number, and then that would have maybe been a safer option.
No, I'm telling you, you get a call on a Sunday morning saying I got a 2-year deal for you, Supercross only. Like you just sign that thing. You just sign that thing and you just go with it.
Yeah, I guess.
No, for real. Yeah, think about it too. Like Supercross with these guys, all these guys like to do Supercross.
Yeah,
only. They really do.
Yeah. What were the other options like?
Right. Exactly.
He was going to get to October, be waiting for someone to offer a free ride. Yeah.
Yeah. EVS Sports, the original protective gear company. What do you think of when I say EVS? What do you think of?
Travis and I had EVS knee pads. I went away from knee braces, back to knee pads.
Rhino? Did you talk to Rhino? Or?
No, okay. No, didn't consult Rhino.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, I did not like my knee braces, so I went back to knee pads and I chose EVS.
All right, Pulp 30 to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS Sports, we are protection. EVS-sports.com. Chiz uses these as well. RJ Hampshire. They got tons of stuff when it comes to protection and technology and innovation over there. EVS-sports.com. Pulp 30 is the code to save. Let's bring you our next guest on the show. This gentleman just won the opener up there in the Triple Crown Series up in the motherland of Canada. He's a friend of the show. Dylan Wright, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, not too much. Doing pretty good. Just got home after the weekend and chilling out. And another week in paradise.
Yeah, really. So, Jess Pettis comes in. He's had a few injury-filled seasons. Takes you down. Ends your streak in Moto 1. What do you feel? How do you feel about that? Like, I watched the races. You didn't seem to really care all that much, Dylan, about it because, you realize that the overall is what counts. But, yeah, man, the streak is over. Good job for Pettis for breaking it, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, having Jess back, I think it's good for the series and good for the sport up here. Obviously, last year he was kind of injured and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, he broke the streak. The streak's over. Honestly, there was a lot of talk about another perfect season coming into it. And
yeah.
It's a little bit almost like a breath of fresh air, a little bit of a weight off my chest for the rest of the season. I can kind of just focus on the overalls. And on a weekend where they do like the 15-minute sprint motos this weekend, the motos don't actually count for points. It's like only the overall does. So, you know, as long as you win the overall, you're pretty good on that. And then also the track, it was more of like don't push and get through the weekend.
Lewis, what do you think of the 315s they run at some of these races? How many are there, Dylan, this year up there? How many 315s are there?
Just that one this year.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be back to like normal old school motocross, which is a little bit more my forte. The 15s to me are they're new and they're trying something new, but for me, I'd rather the 30+2.
And they don't count for points.
No, just the overall.
Just the overall. It's like they do in the Triple Crown at Supercross. Basically, it's like a Olympic style format, and then the overall pays like the first place gets 50 points, second place 44. It's like you went 1-1 on the day, 2-2.
Oh, okay. So that's how they do it. Okay, so they do count like two motos together, right? Okay.
I feel like 15 minutes is long enough where you have to give something for that. No?
Yeah, I don't know. We've gone back and forth. The first year, I think it was points per moto, but it was like a full 25 points for all three motos. And then everybody was kind of like not super keen on that because it's not a full 30, so why are you giving full points? So I don't know. They got their hands full with that one.
I would be down if America did that for a round. One national, 3 15-minute. I'm fine with that.
I think it's got to be the right track, though. It's got to be like a little bit lower lap time because if you do it on a track that's got over like 210, 215, I don't think it has to be a track that's a little bit shorter.
Okay, so the track. Okay, so I know what Triple Crown was trying. I know what they were trying to. Did you watch some of it, Lewis?
Yes.
I know what they were trying to do. Like, you know, they wanted to combine the Supercross with the amenities of a track that was there with bleachers and everything because they have car races there. And then they wanted to put some motocross in it, so they went out of the stadium. And I get what they were trying to do, but not a great track, Dylan.
No, the track kind of hindered the indoor part wasn't very good. I think we can all agree on that. The outdoor part was fun. I actually enjoyed myself on that part of the track.
Mm-hmm. How big was that table? How big was that tabletop?
I think Nuke stepped it out as 110 feet or something.
Okay.
Big booter.
Yeah.
Big booter in the back, which was fun. And then the big roller section and stuff. So that part was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the indoor portion where it was pretty hard pack, I think they missed the ball a little bit. But like you said, I think it's something new. I don't think they exactly knew what they were getting into. And, they were working on the infield of like the car thing, like dirt track cars. So tends to be pretty, concrete on those car tracks and stuff. So, I think they live and learn. If they could mix some dirt in from the actual motocross track, mix it in with the clay, it would probably be a ton better. Because the idea behind it's pretty good. Because, like you said, the bleachers and everything there, the fans, and then they're kind of like a supercross, motocross. I think it's okay. It's just I think they got to live and learn a little bit.
Yeah, I like the idea. It just and I guess they had to cancel Amateur Day because the track just got like concrete. They just were like, we can't do anything, and then everyone's eating shit. So
and that was the problem. Like at the end of our moto, they were kind of asking around, like, "Oh, can we till it, water it?" And we were just like, "Just leave it." Like the worst thing you could do is till it. It's going to be marbly, and then you water it, and it's going to be an ice rink. So they were kind of when the day started, it was kind of like you can't do too much to that indoor portion. So, like I said, they got to live and learn a little bit and change that. But the idea behind it's not too bad.
So last time we had you on the show, your knees were shot, and you had dual ACL surgeries in the off season, and we were talking about it a little bit on the show. I remember, and I followed you on social media and your recovery. Like, are you 100% yet? Do you feel as good as ever, or is this going to take a little bit of time? Because that's kind of gnarly what happened to you.
Yeah, I mean, 90% of the time, 100%. It was actually weird. I felt really good all winter, like getting back on the bike.
Okay.
It was really good, obviously. You guys just had Benny on the phone, and we were kind of in the shop together and stuff at the Lawrence's compound. So funny to hear some stuff from him. But, I felt really good down south. And on the Monday before round one, so last week, I actually tweaked one of my knee, and I was like, dang, that kind of hurt.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, right before the season. So I, called my physio guy, and I'm like, hey, I don't know, what the problem is. I just tweaked it, and then I knew we were going into, a hybrid round, so I was like, oh, no. It's not breathing confidence too much. But just didn't ride the rest of the week, iced it, and we were pretty good to go for the weekend. Feeling better again, so I think it's just going to be one of those. It takes a full year to be fully recovered, so it's just going to be You know, when there's years, be a little bit careful, but I mean, at the same time, they should be strong and got to have confidence in the surgeon a little bit.
Did you get a late start because of that from what your normal program would be?
Yeah, because I would normally go down south mid-January,
Okay.
and this I wasn't I got it right after designations, and I was on the bike after about 5 months, so it was late February when I got on the bike, so I was behind by about a month and a half.
Okay.
But I think the only saving grace a little bit was that we were on the same bike as we were last year, so our starting base was pretty good. So I could actually just get on the bike I was racing last year that I knew I was comfortable on.
Right.
And then after a couple months, we kind of, started testing it once I was back up to speed because, I mean, it's tough taking 5 months off and getting back on the bike. You feel a little bit like a fish out of water, but we got it under control.
Yeah.
Two things. First of all, I may show how dumb I am here.
Okay.
But Edmonton, I feel like I've heard that enough. So was that on the calendar at a true motocross track previously?
Yeah, like maybe 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay.
Dylan?
Yeah, I think it was the last. I was talking to Colt about this weekend. I think the last one was like 2012 or 2013.
I was there.
The last time they went there, yeah.
Yeah, I went there. It was in the field, I guess, next to where the speed. I don't remember there being a car track.
Yeah, so
there,
we
but,
actually ran like a somewhat of a portion of the old outdoor track. Like that big booter was a portion of the outdoor track. They had to rebuild it because it's literally just grassed over.
Right.
But the outdoor track, like the old layout's still there and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, so we were literally right beside it.
And was it the first moto where you just got a terrible start? And what the hell happened?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, so I got a shit start.
Like everyone went, and then you did.
Yeah, so apparently the rule changed over the winter, and I wasn't super up on my rule changes, I guess. And the board doesn't go sideways anymore, so they go 35. And then normally it would go sideways, but it didn't go sideways. So when the gate dropped, I was still looking at the head ref, like figuring out, like, oh shit, I should probably go. Everybody else just left. But yeah, so I guess that's
right.
Way she goes. Round one. Yeah, maybe Noof could have helped me out after managers meeting and maybe told me to listen a little bit more at riders meeting. But way she goes.
Well, he's pretty much useless. Let's face it. And then Jess. Third start, Jess ran it in there pretty good on you. This could be the start of something. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I had it. Like we were started right beside each other. The inside was favored, so all the top guys were inside together. I got the jump and was going in there, starting a turn, and I just see a fender of a KTM drive it right into the side of me, and I was like, oh boy, okay, here we are.
That's good. Do you think that's why? Do you think that's why he kind of gave it to you when you caught him? I wonder.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. It's like I don't know if he thought I was going to come in and he was trying to go up and cut down. But he did it a little bit too early, and I was able to kind of read the play and just block him a little bit. But
I feel like he was like, hey, he knows what he did in the first turn, and he's like, this dude is going to blow me out here. So and you caught him. You caught him from a little bit back. So he was like, here, just take it, and maybe I'll tuck in behind you. I don't know. It was a weird pass. Yeah.
Yeah, it was even weird for me because I was trying to figure out, I'm like, what's the play here? What do I do? Because he kind of gave me the position a little bit, and I thought I was going to get cleaned out in the next corner. So I had to try and, protect the corner, but it was really hard packed, so I'm, skating across the marbles, and I was like, I don't know if this is the right call. But, it's a definitely interesting race because after he kind of hit me on the start, I was back a bit, and I was about 6 seconds down once I got into second and had to catch up. But at the same time, when he hit me, it broke my header, so my header was falling off basically. So I was kind of having to deal with that.
So he hit you pretty good then. Shit.
Yeah, it blew my brake snake and my header, and it broke the bike a little bit. But away she goes.
Lewis, this is going to be a spicy summer if Jess Pettis and Dylan, go at it.
Yeah, I'm stoked that I now know how to watch it because I do actually I remember watching the Canadian stuff when I was a kid.
Yeah.
With who were the commentators?
Well, it depends on what year.
The whole shot.
Coster and Travers.
Yeah, never forget. Imprinted in my mind forever.
I grew up listening to those guys. They're amazing.
And then Galdi with the hat on backwards in the pit area. Galdi was a pit reporter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Pit reporter.
Yeah, pit reporter.
Yeah, one season he was pit reporting and racing at the same time. Don't ask me how he did it, but
it's Canadian moto.
Yeah, exactly.
So the streak is over, but you get the overall, so which is good for you guys and good for the team, obviously. I saw that you re-signed with Gopher, our guy Diggs. Does that stop you? Because we saw you do MXGP, we've seen you race some US stuff. Does that stop you if something comes along in another country? that you may want to pursue? Like, have you sort of like dusted your hands of that and been like, I'm here for 2-3 years and that's it? Or if somebody comes calling, can you get out of your deal?
Yeah, that's it's a tough one too. It would probably have to be the right deal for me to be able to do it. But obviously, Dick and I've raced for him. This is my 6th or 7th season racing for the team. So obviously we've become pretty close, and he knows eventually I would love to try, the GPs or in the U.S. or something. So I think that we could probably come up with a deal where I would go do GPs or the U.S., but then I'd give him his however many years left on my deal when I come back kind of thing would probably be the deal we'd go through with. We haven't talked about it too much, a little bit here and there, but that would probably kind of be the program that we'd look at.
Dylan Wright brought to you by EVS Sports here on the PulpMX Show. Pulp 30 is the code to save on anything from knee pads to shoulder braces. EVS Sports, WAR protection.
Seeing as we're talking about MXGP, how close did you actually come to getting a deal after you did those races in 21? Because I know, I think Jackie Martins was interested. I know Hitachi were interested. I know there were some things, but obviously it didn't go anywhere. But did it actually come close?
Yeah, I think you were actually helping me out with the Hitachi one a little bit.
Yeah, I clearly didn't do very well, but...
No, that one actually came pretty close, but it was just I was still kind of under contract with the Honda team, and it was just late enough into the year where it was kind of going to screw over the Derek and the team I was with to go do it.
It was January, wasn't it? It was still...
Yeah, it was end of January, yeah. It was pretty tight for even the start of the GP. I only had maybe 2.5 weeks on the bike. But that was pretty close. And then I had Jackie Martins actually reached out to me both years and last year because I was on a contract year last year. So, yeah, I did have a lot of interest from over there. It's just, the deal in Canada and with the team and stuff that I'm with, it was pretty good. And you gotta make hay while the rain's shining.
Yeah, you can't, I understand your situation. I'd like to see you do MXGP or even American stuff. I think you're more than talented enough. But coming off 2 ACLs and a contract in front of you for some, a nice chunk of change for the average person, can't blame you for signing it, Dylan, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think with the team that I'm with Derek and Honda Canada and everything, they're really open to letting me go do other international races after the season and stuff. So that's one of the big things. I'm going to race the last 2 U.S. nationals. I want to try and do the last GP in England and then do Des Nations and then maybe some overseas Supercross in the fall. So they're really good at supporting me doing that. So that was a big part of my deal was hey guys, I want to do some other racing than just Canadian stuff, and they're pretty cool about it.
So we're on to Kamloops?
Yeah, Kamloops this weekend. Yeah,
that's a good one.
Real motocross.
Yeah,
track.
That's a real good track. That thing gets rough and gnarly. That's a legit track.
Yeah, it's got that sandy top, but then the hard base, so you get all these big holes, and it's a pretty good one. It's cool scenery between the two mountains because we're out west, we're in the mountains, so it's a sick one.
Are you back east now? Are you going back every week to practice and train, or are you staying out?
Yeah, I fly back and forth, so I flew back yesterday after the race, and then I'll be flying back out on Friday. I just do the back and forth out west. It's just easier, have my practice bike and my whole setup at home here, so it ends up working pretty good. And, you don't have to leave a mechanic on the road and stuff. It's a little bit easier for everybody.
Also, bummer for the team. So, I don't know, Lewis, the Jacob Piccolo, the national champion in 250s 2 years ago.
Yes.
Him and Ryder McNabb swapped teams. McNabb won last year.
Yep.
Went to KTM.
Yep.
Piccolo signs with GDR.
Yep.
2 promising young Canadian guys, and he makes it 50 feet down the straightaway. And shoulder injury, Dylan?
Yeah. Bummer deal. He's going to need a EVS shoulder brace, I think.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Pulp 30 is the code to save.
Yeah. No, he dislocated his shoulder in the first moto, first turn.
First turn. Hey, welcome to the team.
Yeah, not something you like to see. Obviously, we were watching the start, and I was like, oh, shit, that's not the way you kind of want to start the season, obviously, not on the ground. But then I seen he was hurt, and just bummer deal for him and the team. He put a lot of work in this offseason with myself and the team, and it's always a bummer deal when you can't even get, 100 feet out of the start.
Yeah.
I wish he goes.
He'll be back in the East Coast swing?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Dislocated shoulder, you can chance it, but I think he's down 50 points in the championship, so I think rest it up and come back as soon as he's healthy and ready to go for wins again, I think is the idea.
Again, tell me if I'm very dumb.
Okay.
But Benoit won MX2, right?
What?
Benoit won MX2.
Yeah, this weekend, yes.
Yeah,
5 years off.
Yeah, so in my mind, I was thinking Natsuki, Harrison, Piccolo, and McNabb were the 4 guys.
Yeah.
And this is surprising, right?
I was thinking he'll be good, but he'll be in the mix with the other guys. I did not think he was going to take off.
Like, he's past his prime, right? Obviously.
Well, yeah, he's 32 years old.
And took 5 years off.
I think it's like 34.
Is he? Okay, he's Jose Butron.
So.
Yes.
McNabb won the last moto, but I think Kevin Newey could just cruise also and get the overall. Yeah. I was really surprised, Dylan. What's your take on that? I mean, Kevin's a national champion. I get it, but still, that's a long time off.
Yeah, I think everybody was a little surprised in the first moto.
Right.
We were all watching it going like, hey, this is kind of cool. The veteran guy, he hasn't raced in, the nationals anyways in 5 years.
Yeah.
But he's kind of stayed relevant on the bike though. Like he was racing like some of the like provincial stuff in Quebec. So he's been riding and he's always been fast. You don't really, lose that much, especially if you're still on the bike. But to actually come out and win the first one was, I was stoked. I went and seen him at the end of the day and I was congratulated him. I was like, I didn't expect that, but hats off to him. I know he's been riding a bunch, like in Quebec, where I live too. So I've seen him a little bit, and he's been going pretty fast. So
I don't know what it says for our series though. When a guy can take 5 years off, he's 34, and he comes in and beats the kids. I don't know.
I think it was a lot. Like I think we have to wait one more weekend and see. This track was like you had to be a veteran kind of move on this track, like not push too hard, know when to throttle control this and that. And some of these kids, we see it. It's just they twist the throttle and can go fast, and that wasn't the track this weekend. You had to be a little bit more of a veteran. So I think we'll really see if he comes out swinging this weekend, and then I think then we can write a conclusion.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like, did everyone kind of just shrug their shoulders at whatever results and be like, yeah, it's a weirdo track. We'll see what happens when the series really starts at round 2.
Yeah, that's kind of the mentality of a lot of us, to be honest, was, all right, get through this one, and the real motocross series starts next weekend, which is, I think they need to do this hybrid stuff maybe after the motocross stuff is over. Like, it's a cool concept, but maybe we do it at the end.
Yeah.
Just because it was kind of such of a weirdo first round. But yeah, no, I think the real series will start this weekend. I'm excited for it.
Are you in for the World Supercross in Vancouver? Did you get a wild card spot? We're in?
Yeah. So I talked to Adam Bailey. This was over the winter.
Yeah.
And I'll have the one wild card spot in the 450 class for
nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I forgot they even do wild cards.
Yeah, Tomac was one last year.
I just forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, no, you can do it.
Catch the fever.
Dylan's raced Geneva and Paris. You did Geneva and Paris, right?
Yeah. I did Geneva, Paris, and then the Montreal ones when they were here.
Yeah,
I remember
Supercross Pro.
Was it Geneva that was
we don't talk
eventful?
About, we don't talk about that one.
I was there. I remember that.
I still have a bump on my back that reminds me every day about that one.
Oh my God, the subframes and the bars.
A lot happened.
we front flipped in the whoops a few times that weekend.
It was a rough weekend for us, but we're moving on. We're moving on.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, maybe I should ask like Galdi or somebody else, but so your team owner Diggs. I mean, I've never seen the man more irate than when KTM was going to trot out a 252 stroke for Benoit.
Yeah.
What happened with that? And again, it's not your team, so maybe you don't want to say or you don't know, but like what happened to that plan? I literally found out when I saw a photo of Benoit because I knew he won, and I'm like, oh shit, like the shit is going to hit the fan now because they changed the rule, Lewis. They used to allow privateers to ride 252 strokes.
What, only privateers?
Yeah.
Okay.
But,
weird.
Yeah, but just to help with cost of racing and stuff. But then they switched it because Benoit on a KTM, a factory KTM team, wanted to ride 2 strokes, and they changed the rules, and everyone was freaking out. So when Benoit won, I was like, "Oh snap!" Like, and but then I saw a photo, and he's on a 4-stroke now. So I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think first and foremost with Derek, he was just he was getting some pressure from Honda, obviously, because they don't make one.
I mean they shouldn't change the rules. I don't agree with it. I agree with Derek. I'm on Derek's side. Like you can't just be like, oh, one of our partners wants to change the rule to help them out, and we're going to do it. Like,
No, I agree. We can't change the rule, especially for a past champion who's going to be good on that bike.
Yeah.
Just change it for him. I don't agree with that either. But yeah, so that was a whole thing this winter, was the two-stroke and this and that. But then I guess Benoit, he was riding it this winter, and then I think they're having issues with it. And I can't obviously speak on behalf of KTM.
Yeah,
but,
I know. I'm put you in a bad spot, but okay.
Yeah, I think they were just having some issues with the bike, and he ended up riding the four-stroke thing back to back the one day, is from my understanding, and he just really liked the bike and thought it was more competitive, and he ended up going with that one.
Well, I think Hot Dog Vendor and Diggs, everyone's going to burn the pits down if Benoit came out on a two-stroke and just started crushing everybody. So
yeah, but let's be honest, I don't think he's winning that round on a two-stroke.
That's a good point. You're right. Yeah, good. Yeah, that track is not ideal for it, right?
No, it's not a two-stroke track, and I'm a two-stroke lover. I grew up, riding 52-stroke and stuff as an amateur, and that would not have been fun.
Dylan Wright here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports. Pulp 30 is the code to save. He won the opener, went 2-1-1 in Edmonton, and going on to Kamloops with the points and the red plate.
I was just going to say, I was thinking about Dylan's MXGP adventure.
Mm-hmm.
That was a stacked year, and he killed it. I think you came into Trentino, didn't you? That was your first one?
Yeah.
The most European track. The most oddball. It takes years to understand how to ride that stuff.
Yeah.
And just killed it. And I feel like there isn't enough props or recognition or whatever for that. I was pondering.
Yeah. Thrown to the wolves a little bit of that one. I obviously follow MXGP, but I didn't really know that the track was going to be what it was until I showed up. And I was in to do some learning that weekend. But I think it was Prado in practice, and I just tried to follow him and figure it out.
Did you your best was 7th, 6th, 8th? What was it?
I think it was 8.
8. Okay, yeah. No, you're right, Lewis. It was stacked that year for sure.
That was probably the strongest MXGP year ever.
And we're going to talk MXGP later, but now I feel like it's not US level, but it's swung a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Because obviously you lost Crowley, and then before that, DeSalle, Paulin. Yep. Dylan could kill it in GPs. Maybe I need to put my agent hat back on and fail again. I can try and fail again.
Maybe we need to give Mertz a call.
There we go. Why not? Yeah. No, Mertz has everybody already. Why not the Canadian champion too? Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Anything else for Dylan Wright?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. Thanks, man. Thanks for calling in. Good job defending the. You know what? We got a call. Never mind. We got a call for you. All right. It's Morgan. What's up, Morgan? You got a question for Dylan Wright?
Hey, Steve. Thanks for taking my call. I know you've already kind of sort of touched on this, but I wanted to ask Dylan. Dylan is a multi-time, champion in Canada, and I'm sorry, Dylan, I haven't really followed your career. I just kind of know it based on listening to Steve. But it seems like you would do really well on the American circuit, and I was just kind of curious, why. You've obviously gone to Europe, you're a world-class athlete, and, the American circuit has more attention on media, and I feel like maybe potentially more money, but I don't know the reasons for why you're racing. But why aren't you why aren't you coming to race more on the American circuit?
Well, hold on. Dylan can answer it, but, we just hung up with Benny Bloss, who was, granted there was some injuries, but Benny was, a 10th to 15th place guy and paying for his rides. There's not many. Joey Savacci. Joey was top 10 before he pulled out of the series, and he was a full privateer. So, I just think that's, Dylan, you can explain, but that's where we're at. I mean, the guy, you cannot look down at you, Dylan, for taking.
So he's not making the kind of money in the American circuit being 15th as he would be in the Canadian champion. Is that what the decision maker is?
Yeah, Dylan's probably making. Benny wouldn't tell us the money. Let's see if Dylan does. Lewis, Dylan's probably making all in 150, 200. Am I close, Dylan?
Yeah.
Okay.
A champion salary championship.
Yeah.
Weekend stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the closer to 200.
Okay. Yeah. So Benny's paying to go race.
Yeah,
Joey Savacci's getting purse money and some travel money. It doesn't Dylan's in a spot right now where he can absolutely make a good money up in Canada, and you can't blame him. Yeah.
Look, it's not the difference between $800,000 and $500,000.
No,
it's the difference between being able to live comfortably and struggling to exist.
Yeah. There's just we need. But look, but Triumph's coming in, Beta's coming in, Ducati's coming in. Down here will improve for rides in the next few years. But for right now, man, it is tough. Like, dude, you look at guys like Joey. Like there was nothing for Joey Savacci. He was top 10 at the beginning of the year before he had to pull out. So, thanks for the call though. Thank you though. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, just to touch a little bit more on that is like obviously it's cool racing up here. I had the race on the weekend this weekend down south, and seeing the 450 class is a little weaker right now. It's kind of tough. I'd love to be down there, maybe trying to get some top fives and stuff. But I'm under contract and gotta do my thing up here. And we have a pretty, like I said, we got a pretty good deal. We can make good money and good living, and our teams and the series and everybody's good to us. So I mean, we can't really complain. But I'd love to give it a go before I retire while I'm still in my grind.
It definitely was cool for you to see you in MXGP a couple years back and see you getting that attention, and even guys like Lewis paying attention to you, and me being like, I come from the rollerball days, right, Dylan, and Valancourt and all, like where the Canadian guys like they would venture south and put in good results. Ross podiumed 3 USA Nationals. Ross Peterson did. That stuff was so cool for so long. JSR, right, did well, and so I love that stuff. But you can't blame you guys for taking what you can. But before you go, Dylan, we do have your team coordinator on the line. Is this the new Flockhart? Is this Noof?
The one and only. I'm here.
So Dylan's on the line. He was telling us about the start in the first moto. He didn't know how the procedure changed. He didn't know what was going on. If only there was someone at Gopher Dunes who was like sort of, crew chiefing, taking care of everybody, Noof.
Well, a few things get overlooked this weekend because we were wondering where the track went on Saturday morning. So we were more concerned about the track, where it went, than the start procedure that they decided to change. So my bad. I'm sorry.
So you don't feel like this is important to tell Dylan? The start procedure changed?
There was a lot of important things this weekend, and that one got missed, I guess.
Noof, what was going on with Harrison's bike? He was on. He had to pull off. He was left. What was going on with Mitchell Harrison's thing?
I don't know, man. All I knew is that in the third 250 moto, I see these Piccolo was already out, so I was just out there hanging out and watching and checking things out. And man, I saw them trying to jumpstart this thing, and Harrison's pretty light, and I'm like, because the dirt was so hard that you couldn't get I thought that they just couldn't get the rear wheel to spin when they were trying to jumpstart it.
Yeah.
So I took off running. I'm like, I'll get this fucking thing started here, and it wouldn't start. Tranny was gone. It broke its transmission.
So a guy from another team was helping another team try to bump start his bike.
At that point in the day, anything could have happened. Honestly, the way the day was going with everything that happened, it wouldn't have surprised me. At that point, nothing was going to shock us.
Yeah, and I think we bag on Noof a bunch, but he's a good guy, and after what Mitchell was going through that day, I mean, anything to help.
No, you're right. Any chance I get to, ask Noof about what happened in some communications over there at GDR Honda, I'll take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. It was. It wasn't a good one, but it's fun. It's funny to make fun of Dylan for his starts normally, but this one was probably we overlooked the start procedure change. So.
Yeah. Well, we got it down now, everybody.
Hey, it's only the first round, man. It's only the first round.
I didn't realize, Noof, Dylan told us that Jess hit him so hard as his brake snake and header got busted. That's a pretty good hit. Jeez.
Oh, it was.
Yeah.
It was. I mean, that bike, thank God that they were sprint motos this weekend, because I don't know if the number one 450 would have made. I mean, it was just 2 springs holding it on at the end of it. It was completely snapped off in the flange, right? So,
yeah. Jeez. Wow.
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least. Everything from the moment the sun came up, it was just one of those weirdo type days.
Well, and also, Lewis, I don't know so they did the 3 motos, but they did them at night. They didn't start till 4. So I guess the last Dylan's your last moto, Galdi said on TV, was 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we left the gate. It was maybe 10 after 8.
What they had? But they
had
lights.
They had no lights. It's just up north.
Yeah.
So Edmonton's pretty far up there.
So it stays light.
It was. Was it bad, Dylan, or was it okay?
No, I thought I was worried about vision and goggle stuff with the sun kind of going down, but it was actually still day out till about 11 o'clock. Realistically, even after the race was done, we were going for dinner, and it was still light out.
They were really going for like Supercross vibes then, like fully like they wanted that experience outdoors
with no lights.
Yeah, they were trying to do like SMX, but in Canada, in Edmonton, which is far enough north that it's light out till midnight.
Yeah, that was wild when they said, it's up. Gauldy and O'Farrell were in the booth, and Gauldy's like, "It's 8:20 right now," and it looked like it was like noon.
Yeah, like I never would have guessed watching like the highlights and stuff.
Yeah, so
it was weird the schedule.
Almost midnight. It was like midnight when we went for dinner.
Could you find a place open? Yeah, jeez.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Normal.
Well,
normal. It's Edmonton.
Yeah. Listen, Noof, you're lucky we pulled out the win. Otherwise, your lack of communication on the starting would have been blamed. So
I almost wrecked the perfect season overalls.
Well, you did wreck it. The perfect season's that's the moto streak is over. So.
Well, the moto streak, but the overalls are still there.
Yeah. No, that's
true. I knew the overalls is what pays too, right? Let's be honest.
That's what pays the bills, man. Those 15-minute motos don't pay. So
Noof, I thought, and again, maybe I'm not paying attention in our group text that I'm in, Noof, but I thought you were out. I thought you and Diggs, he screwed you on a bike, and then I thought you guys couldn't come together on terms. Like, honestly, I didn't know you were helping the team out again.
No, I'm back in deeper than ever.
Okay, all right, shit, all right. Atlas,
he's team manager this weekend. Dig ain't coming next weekend or this weekend, so he's manager.
Oh, you're managing in Kamloops.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, just watch out for those starts.
Yeah,
they'll get you.
By the way, before we let you go, Dylan, how Atlas brace? All good with your brace?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I've been running it for since I can remember.
Yeah.
No problems. No problems. I wear the big one too. I don't know what's called anymore. The Vision, I think. Yeah.
Do you think, Noof, do you think Hot Dog Vendor watches Dylan and all the success and all just Dylan's absolutely been one of he's rising up on the pantheon of Canadian motocross legends. Do you think Hot Dog Vendor just looks at it and just is bitter, angry?
Well, I think anybody that had the shot at Dylan at a younger Dylan at this point in time is bitter. It wasn't that long ago that I was like, in our group chat, we were like, let's get rid of Dylan off Honda when it wasn't working out on the 250 side. But here we are.
Yeah.
But here we are. Thank God Dick didn't listen to me, you, or Gauldy. Well, maybe not you.
No, not
Gauldy,
me.
for sure.
But the new bike, new truck thing and all that, like all that.
Yeah.
New bike.
Now we're same bike, same truck, same chick. We're good.
Look at that. Dylan is absolutely crushing it. Like I said, rising up in the Canadian motocross legends ranks. So, well, Noof, good luck with managing this weekend then. Yeah, absolutely.
It should be pretty easy, right? Like the manager just kind of watches everybody set up and tear down and
just watches everything. Right? Just watches.
Delegating.
Absolutely. Thanks for calling in, and let's tighten up that starting procedure.
It's going to be tight. Don't worry about
it. Thanks, Noof.
See ya.
Dylan, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Good job this weekend again, and let's touch base like later on in the season and get another update from you as we go. Sounds good?
Perfect. Yeah, thanks, fellas. Thanks for having me on.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
All right,
see you. That's Dylan Wright, everybody. Brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports. Pulp 30 is the code to save.
I like Dylan.
He's a really good dude.
Like, I only met him and knew him for a month.
Right.
But in that month, he was a good dude.
Always a really good dude. Very friendly. Really, really nice guy. And I wish nothing but the success for him, for sure. All right, let's go to commercial break here. Marks, update on the Stanley Cup game?
Vegas is up 4-0. Thank you very much. It's a proper hockey team there.
Good for you.
If you'd like to see what it's like.
This is for the trophy. This is for the championship.
Yeah, quick question.
Yeah.
On my Uber ride over here, my Uber driver was very enthusiastic to talk to me about everything that's happening in the world.
Uh-huh.
This being one of the things.
Yeah.
She said that there's a World Cup.
Oh, boy.
No, Stanley Cup.
Well, she said World Cup, and I was like, I didn't realize there was a World Cup. And she was like, yeah, if they do this, they get the World Cup. And I was like, I didn't know that was a thing.
No, there is a World Cup, but hasn't been played for many years.
I know there's a Stanley Cup, but she said World Cup, and I was like, I didn't even know that existed.
Right.
So there we go.
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart, yeah. All right, we're going to come back. We have Jason Thomas coming up. We have Little D from FMF. We also have Lars Lindstrom as well, and much more. We'll talk Hangtown and more coming up here on the show. Stick around. Be right back after this, everybody.
Great radio, bros.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. we take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jet Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
RJ Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Cole Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Diallo, I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferranges, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones, central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked. Whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Town Hawkins.
Sergeant Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrangis.
And I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve Advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. Appreciate you guys watching and listening on YouTube while listening on your podcast provider. Lewis Phillips from Vital MX in studio, Dylan Wright and Benny Bloss on earlier. And then we're going to have Jason Thomas, Donny Emler Jr., and Lars Lindstrom. I mean, I can't get the Lawrences on here, Lewis, so why not go for Lars, the next best thing?
That was my first thought when I saw the PR about today's show lineup. But the good news is no one is getting the Lawrences on anything.
Well,
so
they're talking to you, aren't they?
No, I'm okay, but still...
On the outside.
I'm definitely okay, but yes, on the outside.
I don't think I'm okay and I'm on the outside. So I got two rings to go through.
I feel like Jet is a no-go, but with Hunter, I just always work the angle of, I knew you before any of these people.
Right.
I was there before Mertz.
Yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, good point.
Yep.
Lots to get into tonight on the show. Thank you to the folks at ORW, Off-Road Warehouse, when Phil Nicoletti comes back.
Yes.
And he's... raining down terror in the 450 class. He will have ORW on the butt patch.
What happens when Boutron slams Phil? And
I literally beat the shit out of him.
Question answered.
There we go.
Thank you.
Stop in to check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from the industry's leading brands. Off-Road Warehouse stores are staffed by a knowledgeable, experienced team, plus they install everything they sell, from suspension kits, tires and wheels to steps, bed accessories, and more. The code is PulpMX at offroadwarehouse.com. Please check them out. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Bringing you the 7 o'clock hour. Marks, I don't know, have we had any comments about my lip? How's the lip comments?
Sad to report, but I don't think I've seen any.
Oh, okay, good.
That doesn't mean there haven't been.
Okay.
We can scrape some data.
Just look, I was fighting a bear. I was fighting a bear on
Ferrato?
No.
He's like a bear.
He is. On a mountain bike trail, and I got away with it,
A lot of bears out here.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also bit into a pizza.
On an unrelated note.
Yeah, and burnt my lip. And it was a burn from a pizza. And I thought I let the cheese harden. But oh no.
In 100 years, parents are going to be reading books to their kids about Steve and his pizza.
Yeah.
And his cautionary tale. There once was a man called Steve.
Absolutely. Hey, the motorsport.com Michelin promo is over, but we want to thank the folks at Michelin. Our guy Randy over there, FMIP. Whether it's the Michelin Starcross 6 tires, whether it's cruiser tires, or sport bike tires, mountain bike tires as well, Michelin's got a tire for you. And the new Starcross 6 range featuring their Michelin adaptive design. It's fantastic. It works well. We give away a set on Pulp Fantasy every week as well. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires. And the Starcross 6s, man, I got them on my bike. They work really well. I really like the front. They've made a huge improvement over the Starcross 5s up front. So they got the Michelin silica technology. They got the Michelin adaptive design. A lot of things going into the tires now, the science of the tires from the folks at Michelin. Thank you for Michelin for coming on board the show. Jason Thomas coming right up as well. Let's get JT on now if we can. Tallon, please, thank you. Appreciate it. And again, we got the motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. Race Tech Rant. I don't have a huge one, but my one last week was about the greats.
Yes.
And we saw a lot of crashes this weekend.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm not jumping to any conclusions. I'm not going to go there. But I got my eye on these first turn crashes.
Okay. If you ever get to that point where you blame the greats, then you are insane. Just have me in your, like Jiminy Cricket on your shoulder, just going, that's insane.
You can't bring up the MotoGP, doesn't have them. Doesn't have crashes. Because there's not as many riders.
The MotoGP?
MXGP.
You're such a MotoGP fan. You just can't get it off your brain.
It's always on my mind, constantly. But so that was my rant last week. The rant this week, it's That's right. It's a minor rant, but it's something that we are going to hear as we move forward. Absolutely. All right.
Okay.
Let's get into some X-Brand Goggle tear-offs and more from Fly Racing. It's 25 years of Fly Racing, and thank you to the dealers, thank you to the customers out there, and JT, I mean Jose Butron right now. I mean, what can you say for Fly Racing's Butron?
This is the summer of Butron.
Yep, it really is.
If you like tequila, maybe you've had your own summer of Patron.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that. This is the summer of Butron.
Wildcat Racing, and JT broke the news on our review pod that they're looking for sponsors.
Yeah, Butron needs funding.
I think Weege broke that news, but I can confirm. Well, I don't know if I can confirm, but I think they would be open to offers. I think Wildcat's just a placeholder.
Yep.
If you have a, ShamWow, whatever you may have to offer, I think they're entertaining propositions.
We've talked about money tonight.
Yeah.
How much do you think you would have to give them to get, like, you want Pulp to title sponsor?
To replace Wildcat.
I think $20? $100? Mars bar?
A Mars bar.
$5,000. $5,000 would get you.
I think $1,000 would get you heavy signage.
You think?
Yes.
I might do $1,000.
They seem desperate.
Right.
I know the things that Steve has done for the likes of like Enzo Lopes and these people, which is awesome. Great human Steve is. $1,000 to get the title sponsorship of a top 5 team seems like a hell of a deal.
I don't think they are necessarily picky with their selection process.
I need to talk to someone at Wildcat. Someone.
I can connect you.
Okay. All right. Anyone. All right, we got the X-Brand Goggle tear-offs as well, JT. Let's. I want to talk some 250s, but actually I want to talk MXGP, so let's just do that. Latvia this weekend, the Bullet wins the qualifying race. 1-1.
Yep, finally.
Yeah, finally.
He pulled a hat trick.
1-1 in the motos. Probably not a surprise, Lewis. It's a good track for the Bullet.
Yeah, anytime you go into a sand track, you kind of peg him as a favourite. The biggest surprise was the qualifying race on Saturday. Prado gave him all he could handle, which was kind of shocking. Didn't replicate that on race day, so it is what it is.
He's got this, right? Like, he's going to get Prado.
He's not even the points leader.
No, but it's coming. I mean,
if you're trying to get him on the show now, I think it's too late. The damage is done.
No, it's too late. Trust me. They should take away half of his wins. I've said that before. But no, like I think he's just warming up, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have the red plate.
Yeah.
But I think if you polled anyone anywhere,
that's what I mean.
They would say, it's Jeffrey's title.
It's coming. I feel like that, JT.
I mean, yeah, everybody thinks that, but I mean, he literally has not been that guy all season. So until he takes the red plate and figures out, the Saturday race, which he did this weekend, that to me has been the difference. The Saturday points gap has really changed the entire landscape of the championship. So, yes, of course, I think Jeffrey's the best rider, but there's a whole different dynamic to this championship this year with this Saturday race thing. And then you add in a broken foot tag or two, and crazier things have happened.
He's 15 back. There's like half the season.
I know.
Left. He's fine. He's got
Well,
this.
we're not halfway, but yeah, I hear you. But look at how great he's been, and then you're like, oh yeah, he's not even winning the championship. Like, that's
okay.
There's something to that.
Well, give me a championship pie, Lewis, for you. Like, what percent? Like the Jeffrey and Prado, and like, they're the only ones. So.
90 Jeffrey, 10 Prado.
Okay, so you're more on me.
That's crazy to me. Like, he's not even winning. I understand the sentiment. I do, but I don't think that's fair to Prado's season either. Like, I would agree that Jeffrey is the favorite, but 90% when you're not even the points leader is, man, that's. I just don't think it's fair to Prado. Prado has been, he's been great. I would argue this has been his best season ever.
I've said this for years, but whenever Jeffrey is in a race or a championship, my head or my heart will not let me bet against him because I've seen too much. The data is overwhelming. So like even if I want to bet against him, my head just won't let me do it. But to your point,
90%.
Yeah, maybe that's. I was going to go 80-20, but that's not much better.
What do we got coming up? Do we got any soundtracks?
Germany, to Indonesia, Lockett, Lommel.
Okay.
So like,
I feel like the next 4 are anybody's game.
Prado has been better than anyone gives him credit for, and I feel like his strategy is quite sound this year. Like I feel like he's been playing the championship game since like round 2. Like that's been all he's talked about. He's been very strategic, not pushed it too much when the opportunity isn't there. Taken whatever's on the table in front of him. Like he is definitely playing the long game, and obviously it's working so far. But I think we're going to get to a point where Prado has to beat Jeffrey outright at a couple of these rounds to stop the bleeding, essentially. The goggle strap stopped some bleeding, but you can't rely on that happening again.
Yep.
Sure. And the next four are not Jeffrey's forte. I don't think they're necessarily Prado's forte either, but it could certainly, like, the points could expand from here for Prado. You know, you look at Germany, whatever. You know, like, I would say both will be fairly equal. Then Indonesia is anybody's guess, right? Food poisoning, long flights, hard pack track, 100 degrees, who knows? And then Lockett, kind of the same. Okay, then you go back to Lommel, and then obviously we know where that goes. But I don't know. I have Jeffrey as a clear favorite, but
90%.
I like to give. No, I don't. But I want to give Prado credit because look how good he's been. Like he has not been the story, and yet he's had the red plate for almost the entire season. You know, like he deserves credit.
I have thought this. Prado is doing something that no one else has done before. Caroli was never this close, never gave Jeffrey this much trouble across a season. 2018, Caroli was second, but Jeffrey was running away with it.
Yeah.
Geyser has never done this to Jeffrey. Like, Prado is doing something that we haven't seen before.
Yeah,
so that in itself is
racing
impressive.
With him, right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, Jeffrey's not on his usual level. Right?
Yeah, but no, at this point, he's close enough in my mind.
Yeah,
like
okay.
I think he is being smarter.
Yep.
But I've kind of thrown those excuses out of the window.
And then your guy Sewer wins last GP.
Yep.
And then this week, just so.
Well,
again,
he was beat up from
that
the
crash?
first turn
crash.
crash.
He was? Okay.
Yeah, that really hurt Team Lewis.
Yeah.
A lot of issues
wasn't
there.
Great. Wasn't great.
A lot of issues there for Team Lewis. But yeah, he was beat up from that. So I think he will be more consistently podium guy.
I thought that win in France was going to get him back up there.
He'll be good in Germany.
Yeah.
Like, he could win Germany.
Right.
That's definitely on the table.
He's good.
And then what about Ferraro? What a story. What a story. Almost dies in, was that France?
Yeah, he almost died, yes.
He almost died. That crash was huge.
Someone did message me who's in his camp after Latvia and said for him to do what he did in Latvia with the injuries he has, and I don't know what these injuries are.
Who knows?
Maybe just carrying the weight of your expectations.
What a ride. What heart. What determination.
But then again, when you have direct support from a factory and you're competing against guys who can't do half a lap on their beta, then what do you expect?
We don't know that. Your thing's been shot down already.
Yeah, it has, but you know what? It's funny. I've seen so many websites run with Ferrato, factory equipment, and
really?
I'm like,
no, not quite. And then Ruben's been up there too. So MX2, the Wolf gets it done.
Yes.
I mean, he's the favorite. Like he's the points leader now.
It's all very close. It's probably like 40,
40,
30, 30 across those three riders.
Is there any way Iago gets back into this?
He's coming back for Indonesia.
Oh, I follow his social.
Yes.
He's been working very hard.
The best part was the day that he crashed in France, the caption started with "bad and sad day in France." couldn't decide between what word to use, so thought he would throw caution to the wind and use both.
Show me the lie. Show me the lie.
Yeah, factually correct. That's all we want from our media.
What do you think, JT, for MX2?
I think it's anybody's series.
Yeah.
I think if Iago can get back out there with these guys kind of swapping points, and the big thing is if anybody gets on a run. You know, Kai was really impressive this weekend.
Yeah.
But, like, you look at the missed opportunity for a guy like Benestant, and some of these guys are not really taking advantage of the opportunity. So I don't think it's out of the question. This series stretches so long, right? We're going to be the first weekend in October wrapping this thing up. So there are a lot of points left up for grabs, and if Yago can get back out there quickly, I don't think it's out of the question. If I was coaching one of these other riders, I'd be like, hey, we've got to be our best self now. Like, we need all of the points right now because we don't want to be dealing with Yago worrying about a championship in August and September. So yeah, you saw Kai, like that was, I think, the first 1-1 of his career, and that's the best he's ever looked. So maybe he's that guy.
Is he as sand track dependent as Jeffrey? Would you put it on the same level?
More so, Jeffrey wins on hardpack. Kai.
Oh no, I guess I meant his advantage. Is his advantage?
Better in the sand.
Yeah,
he's better in the sand.
He won't win Germany.
Right.
Like, someone in his camp told me that basically the strategy is Kai on hardpack needs to do what Beniston and Adamo can't do in sand.
Sand, right.
So effectively, like, weigh out the negatives.
Yeah. But what I guess, is his advantage in sand as big as Jeffrey's is in 450s? Like he's with this confidence when we get looser sand.
Well, Jeffrey's one of the best sand riders we've ever seen on Earth.
Right.
So it's hard to compare that. But he is a naturally born sand rider. So there is that.
No, I don't mean I know I said maybe
I know what you mean now.
I mean, like, is he going to dominate MX2 in the sand like Jeffrey?
No.
You go to sand. You go to sand, and Yago and Kai are the best sand riders in the class.
Okay, yeah.
But the field is closer than, like, if Jeffrey turns it on, he is further gapped from the field than Kai is. Yes.
Right, got it. So it's a chance Kai does not win the sand race.
No, because especially if Yago's backed by Lommel, Yago could win that quite easily.
Right.
But then also Lucas Kuhnen could. He's really coming on, and he could be a spoiler in this title.
Yeah,
fight.
But Kuhnen can't. He has this tendency to go DNF 2, right, or like 19-1. That's not gonna win you a championship.
He does enjoy it. He does enjoy a crash. They both do.
Yeah. But he's either win or crash. Like that's where his head is at, and that's fine. But it's not going to work for a championship, in my opinion.
No, and that was the Austria group's big thing. Like, because originally the Kuhnens were going to come to America in 2024, and Austria said we will only take them if we can have 2 years of them in GPs, because they knew this year would be win or crash, mistakes, learning, lessons. They were like, we're not going to go through that process with them and then hand them to America. We want at least 1 year where we are going to reap the oats that we sowed or something. Yes.
You know, Mertz did build him a whoop pad.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going.
I don't know. I don't. Do you have any sources over there?
Based on the number of crashes on a motocross track, I would imagine the number of crashes on the whoop pad is exceptional.
Also not high?
Yes.
Yeah. They're also very high?
Yes.
Jason Thomas brought to you by Fly Racing here. JT, we got a call from you, from Jeff. Jeff, what's your question for JT?
Hey, JT. I was recently in a head-on accident on an ORV trail in Michigan.
Yeah.
And I suffered a pretty good concussion. Luckily, I was wearing a decent helmet, but I don't feel comfortable wearing that helmet ever again since it's been in an accident.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment.
So I was just looking for a good recommendation of something that's not going to break the bank, but is going to be good and safe.
So there are options out there, which is great for everybody, right? Like, I have my biases, for that particular recommendation, I would say either a Formula CP or there are a ton of discounted Formula CC options right now. It's a great thing for customers right now is everybody's pretty heavy on inventory, so there's a lot of markdown stuff. But the biggest key that I would tell you is just look for something that has new age materials and upgraded technology. There have been a lot of advances in helmet safety and technology over the last 10 years. And to kind of ignore that and go with something that doesn't have any of those upgrades, it doesn't have to be Fly. I'm fully aware of that. Of course, I want you to do that, but more than anything, I just take advantage of the science and technological advances that have kind of happened. There's a lot of testing and a lot of data to support just the advances we've seen over the last few years. So, yeah, that's the biggest thing.
Sure. I've looked at a couple here in the last couple of days, and, I've seen any from, about 600 down to, 250.
Yep.
I know, or just looking at the specs, I can see the weight difference is slight, but not significant.
Yeah,
but
so for
a lot of them are rated about the same.
Yeah, speaking for Fly specifically, and this is going to be pretty true for most of the brands, the biggest difference you're going to have from like a $250 helmet to a $500, $600 is the shell difference. So you're going to go from like a polycarbonate shell, which is basically plastic, up to some sort of carbon composite or full true carbon. And where that's going to really help you is in a higher speed crash. If you're in a low speed crash, the protection's very, very similar. The testing is almost identical. And sometimes even the plastic helmets flex a little bit more, which helps. But the higher the speed, the more you're going to see protection show up in the better material. So your carbon composite or full carbon in a higher speed crash is going to give you more protection. So it's hard. You're never going to know how that crash is going to happen, right? That's the impossible variable to answer. But that's really where your protection differences come in.
All right, there you go, Jeff. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thank you very much for the recommendation, man. I appreciate it.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate it. We do have a voicemail for you, JT. We have somebody who, wants to really like cheer you up here a little bit.
Okay.
All right, let's.
Am I sad?
I don't know. Well, let's see what this guy says. All right, here we go.
Hey, Steve, it's your boy Blaze. Just was going to make a comment about a voicemail you just played regarding a conversation you had the other day or last week about JT's happiness. The caller had said that he needs to get out and ride again because that's what drives the heart. That guy is so 100% correct. And you know what? No matter how much JT wants to say how terrible riding sounds again and how he doesn't want to put himself through that. If he did say that, that guy needs to ride again. He does. He needs to ride at Millville. He needs to ride World Vets. He doesn't have to do any other races, but he needs to get out there because I think if he got out there and started using that and filling one of his now jobs with riding, keep the other jobs, but fill one of them with riding, I think we would see a dramatic increase in this guy's happiness and positivity because that's what riding does to you, and that's where he started and how he started and what grew and became a love for this sport was riding a dirt bike. So I'm in favor of getting JT back on the bike. Like the other caller said, doesn't have to be full-time, but let's get him at the Millville Ride Day. Let's get him at World Vets. He still has a lot left in the tank. The guy's still young. He's in better shape than he was riding, and I think if that guy got back on a bike, he would absolutely dominate World Vets. Absolutely.
There we go.
I think he could keep up with Mike Brown, no problem. I don't care what anybody says. If he wants to argue that with me, I'm fine to argue that because I think JT can run with Kiefer, Mike Brown, and McGrath at World Vets. No problem. So I'm in favor of it. We should start a petition to get JT back on the bike. If he wants to talk to me about it, I guarantee you I could sell him into that. JT's a really good man, and I think he'd be an even better man if he got back on a bike. So much love, Pulp. All right.
To listen to this.
There we go. Let's go. Beat Mike Brown.
I mean, I'm going to ride at the Millville Pulp Ride Day. Like we already established that. I'm not going to race World Vets, but I would be on a team of Pulp members if we did the 24 hours of Glen Helen. I've committed to that as well. So, yeah, I'm here for it.
He said he has no doubt you could beat Mike Brown and McGrath. And
I cannot beat Mike Brown. I cannot beat Mike Brown. Right. Mike Brown lives and breathes riding and training. I do not. So, yeah, but as far as like riding at some of these things, yeah, I'm here for it. My biggest problem, the reason I don't ride is because my whole life is around it already. Like I'm at the track all weekend. And I'm at the office all week. Like, there's not a lot of time for me to just go riding, right? So it's not that I think riding sucks or anything. It's just, yeah, my time is pretty full already. And I devoted most of my life to this point to riding. So, yeah, I want to kind of do other things.
Lewis, are you worried about JT's life at all?
No, not especially. He's killing it on TV.
Okay.
Has a lot of things going on in his life.
Yeah.
All seem to be very successful.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not concerned. Mark me as not concerned.
More concerned with JT or Pony?
Well, Pony almost hit a deer today.
Yeah.
No, at a weekend.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the video.
So he has problems.
Right. So
like
you're
Albertine?
Yes.
Yeah, like Albie.
Oh, wow.
Exactly the same situation.
Yeah. So all right. So Mark, you as concerned with Pony And not concerned with JT?
Concerned with pony and wildlife.
Okay.
Don't think those two should go together.
Yeah.
And no, not concerned about JT at all.
Okay. All right.
Concerned that he doesn't get the credit he deserves for what he does on TV.
Wow.
That's my concern.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he was A-Ray's mechanic this week.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Let's do it.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
X-Brand Goggles, the choice of champions everywhere. You look at some of the great riders that have worn X-Brand over the years. And just crushing it.
Jose Boutron.
Like Jose Boutron, former X-Brand rider. Freddie Noren, Chiz, all X-Brand guys. Jessica Patterson won WMX championships with X-Brand. Josh Strang, Ricky Russell. Pulp Show 23 is a code to save with X-Brand, eksbrand.com. Check out that Lucid goggle. It's fantastic. And it's a really great goggle. And so thanks to those guys. These questions are submitted by Swisscore. Have you heard of him, Lewis?
Yes.
Okay.
Only on and off, though.
Okay. 30 seconds on the clock. Let's do this.
Steven.
Yep.
Was Hangtown actually hot?
Yeah. Yeah, Hangtown was hot. Yeah. All right. Great question.
Starting off strong.
Yeah.
We're going to save the good ones for later. Lewis, could you be less underwhelmed with the first two national tracks?
Yes, I could be, because I was sold such low expectations on Parla that it exceeded my expectations.
Mm-hmm. And you've been to parking lots with tracks before.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm well aware.
Yeah.
It's my forte.
JT, what place could you get in 1/450 moto this weekend at Lakewood?
Last.
But
yeah, I couldn't beat anybody.
Whatever.
Oh, and qualifying, maybe. Qualifying, I could beat a couple people, but, like, I mean, I don't ride. Like, that's disrespectful to all these people that ride all the time and devote their life to this.
You know, our friend Mr. Kiefer is coming in this weekend hot.
He's racing again?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
We're going to try it again.
All right.
Third time's a charm.
Oh, boy.
Yep. It's gone really well so far. Why not keep going?
Oh, boy.
Yikes.
Steve, where does Phil finish his first overall back racing?
He's going to get mad at this. He was mad. He texted me today and said I compared him to Alex Ray, which I do not remember doing.
I remember you talking about him on the review pod, but I don't remember you saying that.
Look, he had a serious injury. He hasn't done outdoors much. He's coming back a little early. So, like, 14-16 in the two motos.
Suck it, Steve.
And then he's going to be really mad at that. But
I don't feel like he's coming back all that early. I really don't.
You don't? Okay.
No. I had the same injury he's had, and I came back way earlier than this. So I think he's going to be fine. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to be better than 14-16.
Yeah.
But I think it's the appropriate amount of time.
Do you feel the 14-16 is about right? First race?
I think he could do better than that. I really do. But I think he's taken the appropriate amount of time. But he will have been riding for a couple of months. Totally fine.
Okay. All right.
Lewis, what's your favorite thing about living in America?
I was going to say the food, but I've gone off Chipotle, which is breaking news, I know.
Wow.
Yes. Hard for me to accept. We're working through the process.
Were you just eating it too much?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
The look of it even revolts me now.
Okay.
So,
wow.
Yes, I know this is breaking news that you weren't expecting tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go to weather. I've been liking the hot days recently.
All right.
JT, what place could JS7 get in 1/450 moto this weekend at Lakewood?
6.
Steve.
Yep.
Does Kiefer relieve all us fans of our Kiefer makes a national blue balls this weekend?
No, I think he makes it. Yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
How is this possible with the ribs? Are the ribs not that bad?
Here's the thing about motocross racers. Chris Kiefer joins an illustrious group of 8,000 other pro riders who say they broke their ribs when they didn't actually break a rib. They all break ribs, but what it is just cartilage. It's the cartilage in between your ribs. You hurt that. JT's probably done it, and it heals itself. He raced this weekend. Trust me.
Okay.
If you have broken ribs,
fine.
you're not doing shit.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he's fine.
Lewis, have you gotten a date based solely on your accent in the States?
No, that hasn't worked so well. I have had a few who recognise my name from motocross, and that has helped.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You need to tell them that you're a part of the royal family.
I basically am, so it's not even much of a lie.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, last one.
Are you living with your other guy there?
Yes.
You guys live together?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys don't get each other's nerves?
No. I knew him long before we worked together.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're just colleagues.
Yeah, but so you guys are friends?
Yeah.
Like never argue?
Yeah.
You're like inseparable?
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but sure.
Okay, all right.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy. And
All right, last one. JT, does Boise feel more like home now, or does Florida still?
It does. It does. When I get back here, it feels like home. Like when I fly to Florida, there are always, parts of it that do feel like home. Gainesville and the city where I grew up and where my parents still live. But when I'm in Boise, it just feels right. So I think it's natural. Like for Steve, the same. Like Vegas feels like home, right? Like just kind of grows on you.
When I went back to Winnipeg for the first time since before COVID, I was like, yeah, this is cool, but it didn't feel like home. Yep.
Yeah. It just, I've been here, going on 11 years. So it's, it becomes home.
All right. X-Brand Goggles, Choice of Champions ever. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. So JT, Garrett Marchbanks will be moving to the 450s this weekend.
Solid move.
What?
Solid move.
Yeah. Okay, so I was going to say, I agree with this move. We all agree with this move, I think?
Well, it was going so well in 250s.
You have to. I don't think they are super thrilled with their 250 program at the moment.
Yeah.
And he's a bigger guy. The 450 class is incredibly weak, so why would it not be the right move? It makes way too much sense.
Does he slot in there with Freddie in 6th and 7th?
Yeah, I think so. Ty Masterpool, all those guys.
Yeah.
He should be a solid top 10 guy. No question asked. No questions
Do you
asked.
agree, Lewis?
Yeah, I feel like that's what we're missing. It's not just the factory guys, it's the bubble between factory and privateer.
Yeah.
Like we're missing those guys as well, and that's why we're seeing such a wild swing from 5th to 6th.
I think Freddie, if he can figure it out, Freddie's in the mix all the time.
100%.
Yeah. But Freddie sometimes goes Freddie.
Derek Drake, I would say the same. I feel like he's shown enough where he can be the 6, 7, 8 guy.
I'm impressed with Drake. I gotta admit, I haven't been a fan of his in the past.
Oh.
Just like fast but can't put it together, crashes. Obviously he had some health issues in there. He seems like a nice kid, but I'm a little bit of a non-believer in Derek Drake, but he's showing me something.
He's giving you reason to not believe, though.
Yeah, for sure. And this week he was in one of the motos. He was pretty far back.
Yeah.
And worked his way all the way up.
And Parla, he was fast, but had issues, but he was fast.
Really fast.
Screwed me.
He's super talented. There's no question about that.
Yeah. Marchbanks will go to 450s, and I don't know if he's got anything for Bouchon. I guess we'll just see.
Not many people do.
Unbelievable.
This is Boutron's world.
Yep.
Just got to accept it.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm printing Boutron Championship merch as we speak because we're only like 6 guys away from that happening.
It's not that far.
Imagine, it's not going to happen, but imagine if there were more injuries and somehow Boutron is in the picture.
It's unbelievable. Yeah. But like I said off the top, like I get it. We are laughing about it. I'm here for it, though. I'm here for these weirdo finishes. It's interesting to me.
It's a story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So, all right, JT, anything else?
I think that's it.
All right, Fly Racing. Check them out at motorsport.com or your local dealer. Thank you to the folks at Fly Racing. Thanks, JT.
All right, guys.
All right, see you. That's Jason Thomas, everybody, who needs to get back on a bike because he can beat Mike Brown.
It sounded like he was in a tornado.
It
so
did.
I am now concerned about his well-being. Yes.
Yeah. All right, Little D's coming up here, as well as Lars Lindstrom as well. Don't forget the PulpMX app coming out soon on Apple Vision.
Apple Vision?
Yes.
What is that?
I don't know.
Oh.
I read that on Twitter today.
Oh. Elon?
Marks, what is that?
Big things happening. It's a VR AR headset.
Is it a Facebook thing, like to compete against?
Yeah.
what
It's
Meta
like
has?
like the Oculus. But it's more like augmented reality instead of virtual reality.
Also, Steve Jobs contacted Pulp to trial this.
Yeah. Big things coming.
When you say augmented, does this
on
mean
a Saturday?
Does this
Augmented, like enhanced reality.
Yeah, does this mean like I can have augmented 450 nationals? Enhanced?
Sure, yeah.
I don't know what I'm lost.
Thank you to the folks at motorcycleindustryjobs.com, by the way, #1 source for power sports companies looking for employees and candidates, looking for employment opportunities. If you are looking for a job in the industry, if you want to be the next Lewis Phillips, but you got to start somewhere first, not in the media, get in the industry to start. Look at motorcycleindustryjobs.com.
Yep.
Job of the week this week? Oh, Lewis.
Yes.
This is perfect for you.
Yes.
So if things aren't working out at Vital.
Yep. If that Jamie guy just takes over.
Yeah, if Jamie
pushes me out.
Yep, which could happen.
Yeah.
He does.
His elbows are out.
He does good work, that Jamie.
Yep.
Pony Pod, all of that. District sales manager for the KTM group.
Oh.
Full-time job in Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan.
You're right. That is perfect for me.
Right?
Like, this is weird. The universe works in weird ways.
It is, and it is here for you. KTM Canada is looking for a district manager. Be part of the success story on two wheels and make your passion your profession. If for you, adrenaline and accomplishment can be transposed into all spheres of your life, welcome to our world at KTM.
That's intense.
That's some sort of copy.
Is that a job description or the trailer for a movie?
Good point.
Yes.
Under minimal supervision, the district sales manager is responsible for sales, dealer development, and management, controlling sales expenses and sales reporting when Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan provinces area. That's a lot of travel time right there. Do you know anything about Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan?
No, but I know of them.
Yeah.
I feel like in the Dylan interview, my Canadian moto knowledge was...
you were fine.
Yeah, I'm there. I know all about it.
Motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Please check it out. Get a job. Be the district sales manager for the KTM group. God knows what else they're going to buy.
I think I know what they're buying. I got told I know what they're in the process of buying something, but I forgot. So
good job.
Yes.
Were they bicycles?
Yeah,
bicycles.
Yes, something bicycle related that's building on from that, so that they will close out the bicycle market. Essentially, is what I got told.
All right, fair enough. Rank your order of excitement for Beta, Triumph, and Ducati. Your excitement level.
I don't know if I'm excited about any of them, but
wow, really?
No, but like,
wow, Lewis Phillips shits on the OEMs.
We don't want new people. Back in my day, we walked uphill. We had 5 manufacturers. Suzuki were kicking their way to the top. No, Beta. I'm not sure how. Not serious, but we've seen in GPs they haven't come in and like had an immediate impact.
Who runs Beta GP team?
Marchetti, which used to be a KTM team.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay,
so that's a real team?
Yes, they've been around for. They used to have Bootron.
Oh,
yeah, it comes full circle.
So they were an existing team that Beta gave the.
Yes.
So who is the support people? The team or Beta?
The team.
So team's providing motor guys and suspension guys, and Beta writes a check to Marchetti.
Yes, Marchetti.
Marchetti to run the team.
Yeah, that's why I'm surprised that the American team is an in-house factory team. Yeah. Because I don't know why they're not doing that in Europe.
Right.
So yeah, Beta, I'm not certain how much of an impact they'll have out of the gate. Triumph, I'm excited because I think they will have an impact.
Mm-hmm.
Ducati is exciting because it's just a mystery.
Yeah.
Like, who knows?
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't really know much about Triumph, but we know the people involved, so we know their kind of PR process, so we know they're taking it seriously.
Is Ducati and MXGP next year?
That's what they say, but I don't think so now.
Okay, all right.
But apparently Ducati is happening.
Yeah.
Again, we've got another one. Is it Ducati or Ducati?
I don't know.
You say tomato, I say tomato. Yeah, that's a complete mystery. We don't know one person who's working on it. We don't know anything. Like I say, all I've heard is there is an engine, a 250 engine.
So can you rank them, please, for me?
Sorry. 1 Triumph, 2 Ducati, 3 Beta.
Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. All right, Lewis Phillips from Vital MX. You covered MXGP for a long time. We have 2 races down in the Motocross Nationals.
Yes.
What are your thoughts? Take me through. You've done the media days, right, on Friday?
Yeah.
Yep. And again, remember, Saturday and Sunday, the MXGPs are 2 days. Americans 1 day, but there is a media day.
Yep.
Take me through it.
Well, I'd never been to an outdoor, not as a fan, not as media, anything.
Yep.
For some reason, before round 1, people in America and Europe told me I would hate it because in their words, they said it's not really any better than a Dutch championship or a British championship. As far as like infrastructure, this is their words.
I would disagree with that.
Without being there, I felt that was a bit rich.
Right.
So my expectations were very low. And again, Parler doesn't have the best rep. So going into round 1, I was like, I'm not even sure if I want to be here. But it ended up being quite good. My first thought walking around was, despite the fact that I took them for granted, the wash bays are indeed needed.
Oh.
You don't know what you've got until it's gone.
Oh. Would you say then maybe I'm a little ahead of my time?
I don't know about ahead of your time. I think you just noticed something that someone else was doing.
But I feel like I've been on an island in a wash bay. Like, no one agrees with me in America. No one really agrees with me.
Well, I thought you were just joking. Because I had wash bays my entire life.
Yeah.
So I knew no different.
Yes.
And now that I know what the different is, they are actually quite important. So that was my first striking thought.
Because why? To explain to people who don't know why.
Well, it's just a bit weird when you're walking through the pits and like you have to stop and assess how to make your way through a river.
Yes. Imagine bringing like a sponsor or like some VIP to the Nationals, and they're in their loafers. And they're like, oh, excuse me, sir, watch out for this river of mud. you know what I mean? Like, it's...
When GPs did one day because of COVID, I hated it. I absolutely hated it. I don't know why. I just felt like it was too rushed. It was too in and out.
Yeah.
There wasn't much of an experience. I thought it was terrible. For some reason, I like one day at Pro Motocross.
Over here.
And there's a lot of downtime. More downtime than I imagined.
Yep.
Like that 2-hour break between qualifying and Moto 1.
Yep.
It's a long time. I got bored at the weekend, started drawing things. So that was another thought that I didn't imagine.
I saw you come back from the concessions at Hangtown with burgers.
Yes, because I didn't know you supply food.
We get food.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I spent $30 on 2 burgers.
No, we just probably so mad.
Yeah, did not know that.
The media tents are nice.
Yeah, but again, first impression, I was very surprised how small it is.
Yep.
And also, this is kind of not really relevant to anyone, but the culture in GPs, for some reason, the media don't leave the track until like midnight. And it's kind of frowned upon. Like, if you leave at 9 p.m., there's whispers of, oh, not a professional, are you? Don't take it serious.
Really?
Whereas here, I left the track at 7 p.m. and I think I was the last one in the media tent. And that was like...
That, I flew out.
That was so odd to me. Like, there were times in GPs even last year where I left at like 10:30 and there were just murmurs of like,
what are you
day off.
What, you're doing press releases or like, what are you doing?
Yeah, well,
like,
everyone.
You're doing video editing, or
no one in GP is like no one in GPs is like a true media person in the sense that you work for Pulp, you're a media guy and that's it.
Yeah.
Like even I was a PR guy for 7 teams.
Yeah.
So like I would do my post-race podcast, rush back to the media tent and write 7 press releases for different teams that had to go out that night.
Yep.
That's another difference. The team PR in Europe is a lot better than here, and I didn't expect that.
Yeah. Well, you probably noticed that in Supercross too.
Yeah, but that needs work.
The team PR over here is not great.
Yeah.
There's a couple of good ones.
I rung KTM in Austria and said like because there was a Supercross where Plessinger was out and they didn't even do an Instagram post.
Yeah.
And I was like, when I was working for you in GPs, this would not have passed. Like, what the hell? But anyway, that's a bit of a sidetrack. Another observation, I'm surprised how, well, maybe this is just a California thing. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised how quiet the fans were at the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's a California thing.
Okay. Because like I come from a land of chainsaws.
Right. Well, you're not going to see that over here.
No.
We have lawyers. But you will see more cheers out.
Yeah, like I just felt like at the first 2 rounds they were kind of just, the fans were just hanging out. Like easy
you
ups.
know why? Because they see these guys at Elsinore and Paula on a Wednesday. So to see these guys isn't that exciting for California fans. And they are just California. It's more laid back.
Yeah.
So yes, but back east you'll hear it.
It was funny, Parla, like I haven't been a newbie in a long time.
Yeah.
And I was so out of touch with how things worked. Like 450 Moto 1, Chase went out on his sighting lap 30 seconds before anyone else, and I was so confused on what the hell. And then I realized they were doing rider by rider.
Yeah.
And I was looking at my phone like, if they're going to do this for 40 guys, like, we haven't got time. Like we can, like, surely this isn't going to work.
Right.
And then obviously in MXGP you have the bridge that they use for the sighting lap.
Yep.
I didn't know where they came in from the sighting lap, so I almost got run over by Chase, and I was like I felt like a very noob, basically.
Right. Yeah, you're walking around going, huh?
It was quite funny because I haven't felt like that in 10 years or whatever. But no, I think that the feedback or whatever that I got beforehand about it being a glorified Dutch national is far wrong.
Yeah, I agree. It's not doesn't have the infrastructure of MXGP. It doesn't have that. It doesn't have the multiple restaurants and the pit lane and the starting gate and all of that. It doesn't have that, but it is better than a Dutch championship.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll tell you what though, that in a way that has infuriated me more about MXGP. Like, they do have really good infrastructure.
Yeah.
Like, they have the major pieces of the puzzle, and I feel like it's the little pieces of the puzzle that they aren't executing, and they would be so easy to execute.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like, I had these thoughts last year, and this has kind of confirmed to me that, like, I kind of want to ring Luongo and be like, you're 90% there. Just fix these things, and, like, it will make your life a lot easier. Because as like having a pit lane and stuff is quite a major investment, and they've got that. Which also confused me at Parlour. Did not know where to watch. And then I got told I was meant to watch with, hold your breath, the general public.
Yeah.
And I was out.
No, if you don't shoot photos,
yes,
there's nowhere to go. They don't have, like at GPs, you go in pit lane.
Yeah.
You can go in the upper top of the lane when you have a media credential. Those are pretty packed, though.
Yeah, they are. They are. Because everyone who's an industry guy goes there.
Right.
But
So
yeah, I got told to watch with the general public. And I didn't know if they were going to supply a hazmat suit and gloves. But eventually I got a photo bib to save me from the depths.
You should get one every week.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you should.
Yeah, I've got one for the season.
Right.
I'm number 23.
Oh.
Yeah. So keep an eye out for me. It's trackside.
Interesting. Interesting. I thought I put a stop to that.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
That's pressing issue.
Wow. The bike wash really brightens my day.
I'm trying to think what else. I get it.
We didn't used to have 30-minute breaks. So it was like when the 450 guys are off, the second 250 moto was going.
Yeah.
And that was gnarly.
I get it, but again, something that struck me, I was surprised that like all the teams don't have those floors that Husky have and KTM have.
Right.
Like that, again, I was like, oh, that's weird. Like, because I got so used to something that I took it for granted, and now I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
But also, I get that because you're there for one day, so why would you set up?
Yeah.
Like, even if MX Sports were to get a 2-story pit lane, setting that up for 1 day is, like, it's just a waste of time.
The amenities to the hospitality trucks and all that, like, only a few teams have them. Where in MXGPs, I feel like a lot of teams have them.
Yeah, like even the satellite teams have.
Right.
But I kind of knew that.
Yeah.
That didn't surprise me too much. And I'm not a big hospitality guy like you, either side of the pond.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm not, that doesn't really affect my life.
Mm-hmm. The media, nobody stays that late.
Yeah, genuinely, driving back from Parlour, I was like, it's 7:30. Like, what am I supposed to do?
I get my post-race stuff done. We have a scrum, which is nice.
Yep.
And then I rock around and do some post-race stuff, and then I leave. I don't even post them at the track. Like, I'm out of there.
Yeah, like, I felt so guilty leaving. Nice! It was very nice. But yeah, like, at the GPs, I was leaving, on average, I was leaving the track on Sunday night between 12 and 1.
Really?
And I wasn't alone.
Yeah.
I was never the last one there.
Yeah. I've done that at Des Nations, but I feel like the Nations, just for whatever reason, it goes later.
Yeah, everyone just hangs out, doesn't
everyone
they?
hangs out, yeah.
Because it's like the last time you're going to see everyone for 4 months.
Right.
Yeah, so that's like a bit of a culture shock. But obviously I'm not doing 17 press releases anymore.
Yeah, right.
Which is also quite weird for me because like Parlour, I sat down in the press room, opened my laptop, went into autopilot and opened a Word document to start writing a team press release.
Yeah.
And I was like,
okay. Well, I'm interested to see, like you said, the first 2 rounds, California, we're gonna move east.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a better feel for sort of.
I will say this, so I said about Parlour having such low expectations that it exceeded it.
Yeah.
I had such high expectations of Hangtown that it didn't hit them. In every way, conditions were obviously different to normal.
Yeah.
But even like just the setting, like it just wasn't what I expected.
Okay.
Like the whole vibe, like I've watched it on TV for years, and the whole vibe of the place was just almost unrecognizable to me.
Oh, okay.
Don't know why, not good or bad, but just it just didn't hit how I thought it would hit, I guess. Yeah, but like that's a cool thing. Like I've obviously there are iconic parts of each track that, like, I was very keen to stand on the outside of the second turn, looking at the guys hitting that tabletop out of the second turn because I've seen so many photos of that over the years. But like to see it in person was something I wanted to tick.
Oh, that's cool.
And I also was shocked how hilly Hangtown is.
Yeah,
like that off camber.
Oh yeah,
where you snake back around. I was mind blown.
Yeah. You're right. It definitely doesn't not show it as much. Wait till you get to some like High Point's got some cool stuff. The tunnel jump,
Yeah, Budds Creek's my one that I've been to Budds. I've ridden Budds Creek, but Budds Creek, for some reason, is a national that is like on my list as the one.
Millville.
Yes.
Oh, Millville. Are you coming to the Millville Ride Day?
I haven't been invited, and I
Okay.
know that
Okay.
there are other people who have tried to invite themselves.
There are, yeah. No, a few people have tried.
I'm not that guy.
Nope, absolutely.
So if I receive an invite in the post, I will RSVP accordingly.
Okay, all
but
right.
until then,
Well, we'll have to see. Kiefer gets 10 invites, so maybe you can get in with him.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
We did have a great time in Denver.
Yep. All right, Kerry is on 1. Kerry, what's up, man?
Hey, brother, how are you? Brand new to the show. Really love it, man.
Oh, thank you.
Calling you all the way from the Cayman Islands. I got half the island watching the races with me on the weekend.
Oh, I was just there. I just went to Cayman.
You're kidding.
No.
When were you here?
I was there, I don't know, like March.
Oh, wow. Did you come on a plane or did you come on a cruise ship for the day?
Yeah, I flew down there. We went to the Stingray place.
Stingray City? Yeah,
went
I
to-
run tours. That's what I do. I take people out there. I'm a boat captain.
Oh shit! Yeah, we went out to some reef and snorkeled. Then we went to Starfish Beach, and then
Starfish Point,
and then
yeah,
we went to
maybe,
some.
yeah.
We went to some restaurant that was out by Starfish Point that was really good. Oh yeah, I was a Cayman Island regular. I did all the shit. Yeah.
Man, I don't know how to do it, but I'd love to get your, I can send you an email next time you come, man. Love to get a beer and show you around a little bit.
So you got this place, Lewis. You ride up to it in a boat. You throw your anchor over it. You jump over. It's a sandbar, and you're just chilling with I don't know 100 stingrays all swimming around you.
All female and all pregnant. It's great.
Yep. And then you feed them fish. You hold fish
Yeah.
in your hand underneath the water, and they come over top of you, and they suck it out of your hand, and they eat this raw fish.
Is that safe?
It's safe, yeah.
Okay.
Even though I kept saying to my buddy, hey, this is how that animal guy died. This is how that crocodile guy died.
Steve Irwin.
Steve Irwin.
Yeah, Steve Irwin. Yeah.
And he said, yeah, this is how they died, but those barbs were much bigger on their tails, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, the ones on our sandbar, they have no idea what the barb is for. They've lived there their whole lives. They get fed every day. They really have no predators. It's kind of funny. They're very spoiled. All pregnant females. Yeah.
Nice nice island though, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, man. Love to next time you come out, man. Love to show you around, take you out on the boat, little private tour. No worries.
Oh, we went to that place too at night. The water's all fluorescent.
You went. Oh, did the bioluminescence?
Yeah,
tour?
that thing. Yeah, my buddy took me there on his boat. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, you have friends down here with the boat already?
Yeah, I got a buddy.
You don't need me.
No,
There
I got
you
a
go.
buddy down there. Yeah, we stayed with him. He's loaded. He's just a millionaire. Buddy of mine.
Oh shit. Well, I'd like to meet him. I know quite a few. But
what's up, man?
You know what? I love this show. I'm sure this is way off topic, but it's something I've always wondered, and I figured maybe you guys could tell me your thoughts on it. I've always wondered why, or if it's ever been attempted to as in within other motorsports, like the in-helmet communication. Has that ever been attempted of being able to speak back and forth, or is that anything that anyone's ever tried?
Yeah.
And your thoughts on that?
They've tried it. Yeah.
Just curious.
JGR, Joe Gibbs Racing, tried it a couple races. It's illegal right now to do it. They opened it up at a couple of Monster Cups for teams to try it. And they always said it was too loud, too hard to hear, too loud to talk with other bikes around you. I tried that Cardo system. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's an in-helmet communication thing. I did it with RV and Weimer on that trail ride I did with them. It works awesome. Like you can hear the person in front of you, behind you. Like it's great. You can just.
But that's just because you're not surrounded by other bikes.
No, yeah. So the other bikes were the problem, Kerry. From what I understand, it was too loud to hear.
Okay. Yeah, I've had it on my street bike before, and it always worked great, and listen to music and answer phone calls and talk to other riders. But I've just always wondered, man, it'd be awesome to be able to say something to them. But I guess, if you can't hear.
Imagine having A-Ray. Imagine just having A-Ray's thoughts out there as he circulates the Supercross track. You know?
Fuck this. Fuck that. Fuck this.
Holy shit! Fuck! I'm getting cattywampus. Yeah.
So JGR did actually try it before.
They did at the
JGR
Monster Cup.
gave it a go.
Yeah, they did. They tried it. Yep. So.
No go.
No, not
All
really.
right.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the call, though.
Appreciate it, brother. Have
All
a
right.
good night.
Thank you. Enjoy Cayman. Russell just gave us $9.99 on YouTube, and he says, Steve, when are you going to steal Lewis from Vital and make him a full-time PulpMX employee?
Let's negotiate.
We can do that, yeah. Let's try that.
What comes first, me or title sponsorship of Wildcat? What's
Title-
on your priority list?
Title sponsor of Wildcat.
Okay, that's quite rude of you, but that's
100%.
fine.
Dude, anytime you can lock in Lacurcio
You know what?
and Boutron, you got to do it.
Without me here,
Yeah.
there would be no co-hosts. So
I know.
remember that.
No, you saved
You're
me.
shitting
did.
on your own doorstep here.
You really saved me. You're absolutely right. Also, speaking of saving me, a Cherby's fork lugs saving me. Damage on my fork lugs with the folks at Cherby's. Check them out. Disc guards, hand guards, frame guards, chain block, and more. At Cherby's USA on social. Follow them along at www. Why do I say www?
World Wide Web.
Nobody knows.
Cherby'sUSA.com. Look at the cocky Vegas Golden Knight fan there. At a Cherby's, please check them out. Monster Energy Kawasaki, TLD Gas, and more. Using a Cherby's plastics. I was really hoping to see Barsha back soon, but might be a little while.
Quick Cherby's question.
Yes.
Why don't they do the gear here? On any, because in Europe there are MXGP teams using the gear.
Yeah.
But not here at all as far as I can, not even privateers or anyone. Do we know why?
No.
Probably because they don't sell it here?
Yeah, they're just distributors, right? They have distributors, and the distributors own gear companies. And so they're probably like, hey, dude, we buy a shit ton of your plastic, so don't bring gear in to compete with us.
Okay.
Like if you're Parts Unlimited or
Yeah,
Western
yeah.
Power Sports or whatever, right?
Yeah.
You own gear companies. So then
Yeah,
you're like, screw you. Like Scott tried to do that, right?
Yeah, and
Scott brought their gear in America, went over really poorly.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that's it. Does it look any good? I don't know
No.
if I've seen it for a while.
No, it's very Euro.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Like Wolf Sport.
Not that bad.
Okay.
Wolfsport is still the pinnacle of terrible
Right.
gear.
Thanks to the folks at Cherby's USA. Really appreciate those guys on. And yeah, you know what? I mean, when it comes to hiring you, like there could be a Mr. Side also vying for a spot at PulpMX, you know?
I would hope that my resume reads better than Mr. Sides. I'm not sure how much PulpMX values digging ditches versus years of MXGP experience.
But Mr. Side is adding to his credentials every weekend.
Well, when Mr. Side calls in, maybe we don't answer now.
Oh, okay. We're coming up with Little D from FMF right away, and then Lars Lindstrom as well. Motorsport.com, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Michelin Motorcycle Tires, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, OGO Power Sports, ORW, Renegade Racing Fuels, Pro Filter, FMF, 50 years of FMF going on right now, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Works Connection, Get Data, our guy Dan Truman just handling the Jet Lawrence bets this weekend.
Just making money left, right, and center.
Truman.
Do you think, so he makes a lot of bets across the whole season?
He's
By the end of the year, is he profit breaking it?
Well, nobody knows.
No.
Yeah.
I guess it's hard to keep track of everything that's going on.
I would think Dan wouldn't even know.
Yeah. You would think profit with the amount of bets and his knowledge. You would think profit.
WUSA Ride Engineering, Inten Cycles, Weisco Piston, EVS, all on board with us tonight, and coming up a Little D as well. Lewis Phillips here from Vital MX. So I love that you started off the comparison of the series with wash base.
That was the first thing that I thought.
I've been told many times, because I don't think Coombs likes when I yell about the wash base. The teams told him they don't have enough time, but there's now 30 minutes in there.
I don't buy the time thing. What is it? An extra 1 minute riding there, 1 minute riding back?
Right?
Less? 30 seconds?
These are the same teams that said they need to have grates outdoors.
Well, grates are great. It's the simple things.
Yeah, I know. I think, there's enough time. Yeah, and now if you want to use time, there's 30 minutes now.
You know what I was just thinking? In GPs they have those fish bowls, aquarium truck things that the teams are using.
Yeah.
You would think they would be more beneficial here because the massive benefit of those is it takes 10% of the time to set up and tear down.
Yeah.
With the one-day format, you would think that they would be even more beneficial here.
Do the fans hate those things?
Yes.
Though? They do.
Yes.
I don't like them.
And even for me as a media guy, a team had one of those and I was much more cautious to walk in because it almost feels like they don't want that.
I feel like they don't want that. Yeah. If you have a bubble set up and you're working on so what people don't know is basically the whole truck comes out of the side and it's a glass building almost off the side of a truck.
It's basically like working in a normal semi, but down each side is windows, and it's obviously bigger.
Yeah.
I guess that's the best way of explaining it.
Right.
But yeah, the fans hate it, and it does feel a little standoffish. But if I was a mechanic, I would love it.
And it keeps everything clean too.
Yeah.
You know.
And hot days here.
Yeah.
It would help a lot. Like
Right.
you can control the temperature in those. I think they would be more beneficial for teams here than in Europe because there's so much time in Europe to set up and stuff.
I hope nobody hears this.
Well, we should ask Lars because HRC in Europe have it, and he was in Sweden last year, so he knows he experienced them.
Let's ask him.
Yep.
All right.
And also whether Jet gets sector bonuses. That's also on the list.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Ask him that as well. All right. Our next guest here brought to you by the folks at Renegade Racing Fuels. Justin Brayton, Will Hahn. Remember Will Hahn?
No.
No, I don't either. It says here a guy named Will Hahn won a championship with Renegade Racing Fuels.
I think his greatest accomplishment was flipping someone off. I think that far surpassed his title.
Yeah, maybe so. Remember when he was stuck in Southwick underneath his bike and a privateer guy lifted the bike off of him?
Yes.
I was like...
Always playing the victim.
Always. Renegade Racing Fuels. Dean Wilson, Max Anstey, pour it in. Renegade Racing Fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing octane bullcrap. Please check it out, RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They're looking for dealers. They're looking for distributors. We thank those guys for coming on board. Renegade Racing Fuels. Bringing you our next guest. This man is the marketing genius down there at the Flying Machine Factory, celebrating over 50 years in business. And when you think of pipes, you think of horsepower, you think of America, you think of FMF. Little D, what's up, man? How are you?
The Pulpers, what's happening?
We're good, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate it. 50 years of FMF. Damn.
That's kind of long, huh? Half a century?
Right? Until I saw that, I was like, huh. Like, it seems like so long, dude. 50 years. But, yeah.
I know. It's obviously, way older than I am. Started in 73. I wasn't born until 81. So I'm still dating myself here, but it's pretty cool to say that your company is 50 years old and the guy at the helm is still leading the charge in the front of the dirt bike, steering the handlebars, twisting the throttle. So pretty special to be able to work alongside my father, who started the business in 1973 in his garage. Kind of a dream come true, really, right?
And how's he doing? Is he still there every day? Is he just busting it on the dyno still?
I mean, Steve, Big D.
I know.
He doesn't have an off switch. He knows one throttle position, and that's WFO.
Lewis, have you ever met Donny Emler Jr. or Senior?
Yeah, Little D. Not Senior.
Not Senior.
No.
He's something else.
I get, well, based on what you just said, I get like DaCosta vibes.
No. DaCosta's like calm and controlled.
Oh, okay.
Big Don is all over the place.
Oh, okay.
Try to pin him down for a conversation. It's hard.
Yeah, I mean, the Costa vibes are rad. I mean, that's a great matchup there. I just think my dad's got like way too much energy pent up just over the years. I don't know where he gets it from because it's still hard for me to keep up with him on a dirt bike. He's 71 now, so I mean, it's. I think Lewis, maybe we've crossed paths with my dad when we've been over at MXGPs before, but if you didn't get to meet him, you probably saw him. He was probably walking past you way too quick. He's just one speed.
Yeah, that's probably true.
He's a legend for sure. I obviously I worked at FMF Honda in '98, and I worked around him then, and I worked for some privateers when we were down there, and your dad was like, "What? How's the pipe?" I remember Birdwell. We were down there Birdwell one time. How's the pipe? And he's like, could use a little more bottom. A little more bottom? Okay, just wait. I'll be right back. And literally went and cut a pipe and dynoed it and brought it out.
That's good business sense.
It's
right.
Like, you're just like sitting there being like, well, Donny Emler, the legend, is on the dyno right now making us a pipe right now for this weekend. Yeah, hilarious.
There's funny stories I've heard of multiple times, but like where someone said kind of the same kind of thing, but this is like way back in the day, like when my dad was doing, motor work and all that kind of stuff in the 70s, and he literally took the head off of someone's bike and went over to the curb and started shaving it down on the cement to like change the height or whatever. And I'm just like, this guy's he's got
and you know what's a cool story, and we'll talk a little bit more about what's going on with you guys. You know, the cool story too is, so I don't know, early 80s, mid 80s, Donny loses some control of FMF a little bit, and he gets it back, and then he comes out. he plates a pipe with nickel finish, like a silver pipe, and comes out with something called a rad valve. FMF, was it rad valve? Yeah, rad valve. And the Boysen was a ram valve. I got them always mixed up. Comes out with this rad valve. These two things, I mean, little D, like you want to talk about the stratosphere of sales. Like I remember, especially for like RMs and Yamahas, you needed Donny's pipe and this ram valve. And then boom, FMF was back on top again like the 70s. Like anything
that's called rad. I mean, you kind of have that. You're a Southern California company.
Yeah.
You got something named rad or radical or very fast. But I mean, nickel plating definitely, helped change the game for FMF on the two strokes. It was something that we were kind of one of the first ones to do, if not the first one. It got a lot of shade at first because, everyone was like, oh, the bro show, like it's chrome, it's nickel plated, it's too shiny. But then all of a sudden it started catching on because it's like, wow, this is way easier to maintain.
Yeah.
All I need to do is wipe down the rest of my motorcycle just like I do with the exhaust, and then we don't have to rust or whatever. But we offer both, and it's you got to have the factory look, and you got to have the nickel plated look. So
I wonder what did he ever tell you what gave him the idea of that, or did he ever tell you about like when did he think about that?
Yeah, it was based around just the trying to preserve the life
of a pipe
exhaust. Like he basically thought like, hey, people are already they crash a lot. That's why we're in business. People dent their two-stroke pipes. They need to come get another one. What can I help with to try to maintain the longevity of this exhaust just a little bit more? And that was kind of where the nickel plating came from. And
dude,
hey, I'll tell you what, the Banshee guys at Glamis love that thing.
Oh, dude, you guys have probably sold 8 million Banshee pipes. I couldn't even put a number on it, I bet. Yeah, it's nuts.
At one point, the Yamaha Blaster, which is obviously a lot, for those that know ATVs, was the lower, lesser horsepower version of a Banshee.
Mm-hmm.
That was our number one selling part number. This was like, back in the mid-90s. But, I mean, just remember how many ATVs there were. I mean, ATVs are still, even though, like, Yamaha is really the only one that sells, like, an up-to-date ATV. I look at the numbers from, like, GNCC Racing, and there was, like, 600 entries at GNCC for the ATV class alone. So I don't know where these are coming from. Whose garage they're coming out of, but it's pretty cool. We're at FMF. We've always been, obviously very, family-oriented brand, and trying to be like an exhaust pipe that fits everything, right? From off-road riding to, obviously pro-level racing and ATV. So, that's one of the things that's helped us get to where we're at today was ATV sales for sure.
Yeah. Listen, you were one of those companies like a lot of people in the industry, supply chain issues. You couldn't produce the stuff quick enough. All of that. How's it going? Like, are you caught up yet? Are the back orders getting filled? Well, how are we doing?
The back orders are getting filled. We're getting caught up. Luckily for a company like FMF, and it's a great question that you had because obviously everyone was having issues is, we make everything in-house. So really easy to, if we need to dial back or pick up most of the time, we can do that really quick. It's not like we're, waiting 6 months for stuff to get shipped over from, overseas on a boat in a container, blah, blah, blah. But we've never had to turn on a water valve that fast. I mean, it was just like,
I bet.
We went to turn the valve on and there was no gas left. It was the gas was empty, tank was dry, material was great. We never really had an issue with material. It was mainly labor, as I'm sure everyone that's listening can attest to all those signs they saw now hiring everywhere they crossed. But you know what? It's coming back. Things are leveling off. I mean, but it's hard because you got companies like Yamaha and KTM gas, Husqvarna that are just on fire right now. And it's keeping us on our toes for sure. We're getting more efficient with the way we build things, and unfortunately it's going to less personnel and more robotics and things because you have to, if it's tough to to get labor, and you know, so we're buying new equipment all the time and learning as we go, just like we've always done. And so it's definitely an exciting time. The sport's still in you know, great shape. You know, bike sales are through the roof still. I mean, I was talking with John Hines from KTM, and it's just unbelievable the amount of motorcycles that are still being sold. You know, especially North America for them is the strongest off-road market. So definitely exciting. But you know, we just got to keep going, plugging away.
Lewis, you got to head down to FMF down in LA.
Is it in LA?
Yeah, go see go tour it. Go see the facility.
Is that where the robots are?
The robots are there.
Oh,
Little D's there. You'll see it like just everything gets made down there. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm now just a robot for FMF.
How's the race team stuff? Again, talking about supply chain issues and or labor issues or whatever. Like the race teams are like, hey, dude, Little D, he only got me one muffler, like or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it was rough for race teams for a while. But how's that going for you guys?
It was tough for some of our amateur kids and the privateers, because you know we love to support, you know, amateur racing for us is so massive, and it was kind of, you got to pick and choose a little bit, right? So we were dribbling stuff to the guys as we could, and but no, everything's great. You know, we're cranking, and we got some, you know, great teams. It is crazy, and this is one of the things I was going to mention, because obviously round one in Canada this weekend for this past weekend for the series up there, and it just kind of like, I really have to sit back and like think about it, because every Monday I come in and I'm like, there's so much racing going on, and I know everyone, you know, on your show doesn't follow all the different racing, but like someone like me, I have to, right, or like you, and there's just so much always going on. I have no idea like how we really keep up with just the amount of support that we give to race teams.
You do a lot.
All your listeners can probably blame me for not getting product, because I think it's going to the race teams, but it is part of our marketing is that we love to go racing in all forms of, you know, motocross, supercross, off-road racing. But you know, we won with the Canadian boys, with Benoit coming back out of retirement, which was insane. So, you know, big shout out to you, Steve, and the Canadian boys over there.
It was a pretty big deal for those guys up there, and pretty impressive. How do you decide, Little D, because there's race teams all the time, right? They pop up all the time. They're here for a couple of years, they go away, or they end up, you know, coming around and sticking around. We had Benny Bloss on earlier talking about Beta, and I know you guys do stuff with them. How do you decide, like, because I imagine, like, look, if I start a race team, I'm either hitting up you or Mitch Payton. Like, that's where I'm going, and I want exhausts for my 4-strokes, and I want a lot of them. How do you decide how that goes? I mean, never mind paying money, just product alone, which costs a lot of money. Do you have to turn people down? Do you have sort of a set amount of race teams and brands you want to work with a year? Or how does that go?
Well, first of all, two very good choices. So you want to go to FMF or Pro Circuit. So, I mean, I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah.
Great company. But you know, I always would love to take a phone call. I'd love to hear about, you know, the team or what's going on, even from like an amateur standpoint. You know, there's small amateur teams out there that are forming. There's off-road stuff. There's all kinds of stuff. It's for me, it's you want to find people that are going to be around for the longevity, right? Like, I don't want someone that's just a flash in the pan. You know, everything we do, we have very long-term relationships. If you look at our race teams, our FMF KTM off-road team, our Husqvarna, you know, Supercross team, our Star Racing Yamaha team, we've been partners with Bobby Reagan for close to 20 years. So, you know, for us, it's the people that you can tell that are going to be there for the long haul, and that's what really matters. You know, not necessarily, you know, winning every weekend or a podium. It's just you want partners that, for me especially, that I can help market and do fun stuff with. So, you know, it's not always about winning. It's about, sometimes, you know, you got a rider that might not win, but he's really marketable. So let's figure out how to make that work. And, you know, at the end of the day, it is a lot of product, a lot of custom product for the top level race teams that we're, you know, that's not just something that we're pulling off the shelf, but it's something that we're making for these race teams that ultimately goes back into production, which is really cool. We learn with what we race, and then we put that back into production. So it is a full separate department at FMF that just makes custom, one-off exhaust, and then we get those. Luckily, we get those back, after a weekend such as Hangtown. Like we were up there, we brought back all the Star mufflers, and we're going to refurb them. They'll have them back by the time I think High Point comes around. So we've got them kind of on a rotation schedule.
Sure.
By the way, Hangtown, dude, you were crushing it on the microphone.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Well, live stuff's easy to do for me. It's not hard, right?
Yeah. Well,
thank you.
I had to get up on the podium to do a little quick podium interview with Bidos, and the microphone was cutting out literally like every other word I spoke. It was throwing me off so bad. I was like, I don't know where to start and where to stop now, because I literally can't hear what's going on. I hear what's coming out of my mouth, but no one else is hearing it, so I don't know how to pick this up.
Yeah. It's not always the easiest thing when you have technical difficulties. By the way, I just want to say, it's really sad because you Kiefer, our buddy Kiefer, he has an FMF exhaust for my bike, and he's got it in his house, little D, and he will not send it to me or bring it up. He came up here for the show last week, and he's like, "Oh, I forgot it." I hope to have an FMF on my Blue Crew soon, but Kiefer just keeps dropping the ball here. So,
you can get fucked.
Yeah, just FYI on that. So.
Oh man, the high desert's screwing you over, dude.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I hope.
Speaking of the desert,
yeah.
Are you a Vegas Knights fan?
No, I am not. But my producer is, and my wife is, and they're very excited over it.
We're trying to get him on the train, little D, and he's just not hopping on. He likes being a loser or something.
I like the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Mm-hmm.
I figured you wouldn't like the Knights. I figured even just because you live there doesn't mean you have to jump on the bandwagon. But you are Canadian, so I would expect you to appreciate a Canadian team. But
yes.
Those guys are gnarly, I literally think I just saw Eichel's head get taken off. He got so hard. I'm like, how did his head not just fall off? But,
no, hockey players, man.
Those guys are so. I'm like, I keep going back and forth. I'm like, okay, moto guys are obviously to me like the gnarliest athletes, on earth. But then I look at the hockey guys and see the hits and how fast fast they skate. And I'm like, I keep going back and forth, but I'm like, moto guys get hurt way more, so they're gnarlier.
Yeah, I mean, the hockey guys will take a puck to the face and get stitches and numbing cream and go back out right away. They are gnarly, but I'm with you on the moto guys too.
Perfect.
I think that you guys are at the forefront as far as marketing, doing cool stuff, doing different stuff, but obviously what's the saying? A rising tide raises all ships. So do you sometimes look at what else goes on in the industry, marketing-wise, and be surprised that other people aren't catching on to the way that the world is now? Because like I say, I feel like you are ahead of most, especially in your industry, I'd say. So yeah, does it surprise you that others aren't catching on?
I mean, first of all, stoked you said that. Thank you for recognizing it. It's obviously my passion is FMF. My passion is riding dirt bikes and racing, and so for me it kind of comes second nature because it's so easy for me to think of ideas and with the brand and know what works. So I feel like I'm in a better spot than just someone that came from maybe a different company that was a marketing manager there and now steps in as FMF's marketing manager. I feel obviously I've grown up in this space. I've grown up in this sport. So I don't know. I just try to have a lot of fun with the brand. We like to do stuff that is a little bit different. I watch what everyone else is doing. There's a lot of great, obviously brands out there. We have so much heritage, so there's so much to pull from. But I'm always keeping my finger on the pulse of what's happening, and it's a lot of different work, but I don't know. It's just so much fun. Like when you get to, when you get to ride dirt bikes and talk about them and talk about a great product. I mean, it seems kind of easy sometimes. I don't know if that comes off weird, but
right. No, I think it's your life. It's your passion. Absolutely. I've given you tons of credit on this show before as far as your marketing skills. It's done some really cool things over the years for sure. Big things for Redbud for you this year too. Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah. So, super excited. 50 years of Redbud, right? So what better way to ring in 50 years of FMF by teaming up with them and being title sponsor of the upcoming July 1st Red Bud National.
Yeah.
I should say FMF Red Bud National.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And, you know, I've worked with Amy and Tim for so long. I've known them, you know, my entire like adult career at FMF, and they've always been so cool to me, and such a great, you know, American racetrack, you know, 4th of July weekend, red, white, and blue.
That's awesome.
Ring the bell with 50 years in the sport and a company and a racetrack that are just bleed red, white, and blue. So it's rad. I'm stoked.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, that's really cool. It's also neat. You guys are continuing to support the privateers for the Nationals. You and I discussed it over text message too, like the LCQ thing that you gave away an exhaust system for as well, for one of the raffle prizes. You backed me on that thing for the Privateer Challenge for the Supercross, and you guys back the Privateers for the Nationals with an award every week. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, we do. And every year I mean to like reach out to a few different companies, because I'd love to bring like someone else on board and be like, hey, let's all put in, you know, a couple $100, $500 for you, $500 every week. And then that way when we give the award out, it's like, you know, we're not only just giving the award and obviously they're getting some highlight on TV, which is great for them and their sponsors, but you know, love to be able to give those guys some cash. So if there's any companies out there that want to like come on board and support the privateers, I mean, we're all about it. And we pick a you know, FMF Privateer Power Award after every outdoor national, and they get highlighted on NBC, Peacock, and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, gonna keep pushing that for sure.
Nice. Yeah. And the Kirk Caselli Foundation, big deal this weekend.
It is. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
This Saturday, for anyone that's in SoCal, I've, you know, had the pleasure since day one of being a part of the Kirk Caselli Foundation. Kurt was obviously a huge racer, American legend racer for us, champion, and along with his family and some great folks at you know, throughout the industry, we have formed the Kirk Caselli Foundation about 10 years ago. This Saturday is our 9th annual big fundraiser out at Dofo Winery in Temecula wine country. So if you guys are in the SoCal area looking for something to do, 4 p.m. to 10 o'clock in the evening, we are having a big party out there.
Nice.
So,
yeah.
you know, we've raised over $2 million for this foundation. It's all about safety initiatives for riders and protecting riders. We work with all the major off-road series from GNCC to National Hare and Hound, coast to coast. You know, we've given $145,000 away in just scholarships alone for people that are kind of tailoring off their career in racing and going into college. So we always we're giving away 2 scholarships at this event. So yeah, I mean, so much great things going on. I'm stoked that you asked about it. And like I said, if you're around, check us out, show up, get a ticket, have fun.
Kirk Caselli was a I don't know, Lewis, if you're aware, he was a great off-road rider.
Yeah, of course.
He did GNCC, he did some motocross, he did Work Series, and hell of a guy, and passed away in a racing accident years ago. And Donny and his friends and family have carried on this KC66 Foundation. It's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, I think that worldwide, that brand of the foundation kind of carries weight, which again goes along with the marketing genius.
Yeah, good point. Yep.
Speaking, you mentioned riders and teams that you partner with that you want to be able to market and do something cool with. You obviously work with the Nastan Husqvarna team in Europe, and in my opinion, that is the best team in Europe as far as image. Great people there, good riders. I just think there's a lot to be done with that team. There's a lot of potential there, off the track and on it. But obviously a great weekend for those boys as well. They went 1-2 in overall and 1-2-3 in the second moto. So yeah, FMF is killing it worldwide.
Yeah, unbelievable weekend. I mean, a group of great people that we've supported, you know, we've been with them for about 10 years now, and the young kids that they have there, Kai, Roan, you know, and Lucas Cohen. I mean, it's incredible. Those kids are the future of the sport, just like, you know, kids like Hayden and, you know, Jet here. Those guys are turning heads. I was bummed to see that Yago got hurt this year. You know, he's worked so hard, and missed it so many times. But you know what? That's just that's the way it goes. And these guys are right there, ready to capitalize on it. But like you said, their team is so professional. They do such a great job for us over there, and seeing them win this weekend, you have to check out our win ad in Cycle News tomorrow. I think it might be one of, for those that will read between the lines, it might be one of the best little headlines that we've put on one of our win ads, which Andy Taylor, who does all of our design and creative, every week when I tell him like what we're going to run for a win ad, because luckily, you know, every week we generally have something to talk about, and the headlines that he comes up with might be some of the best marketing in the game. So stoked to work with him, and he's been doing all of our stuff for close to 15, 16 years now, and he and I mean, when you talk about marketing, it's not me, it's my team around me, it's guys like that really help us out. So
yeah, no, like I said, I think Nastan definitely get it. Like, Rasmus is on the ball. He knows what's needed nowadays. But I feel like it is maybe a bit more of a struggle for a brand like yours to not market a European team, but kind of get traction with marketing the results and getting people to sit up and pay attention. Like, obviously, in America, everyone speaks the same language. Everyone's generally on the same page. Whereas I feel like it's harder to do good work on the marketing front in Europe. Would you agree?
I would, and I mean, where you were, you know, previously to where you're at now at Vital, I mean, you guys did a great job at kind of crossing over between America and Europe, and you know, it's such a huge market for us over there, and it's really important for us to advertise a team or a win like that here in America, because those guys do mean a lot for us. We're not just advertising that Kai won in European publications, we're advertising that he won here in American publications, because we do feel like, you know, they're worth that. Obviously, marketing and advertising, winning an MXGP is a big deal for us. You know, we support the series, we support, you know, the race team over there. So it goes back to what I was saying earlier about the amount of between, you know, U.S. off-road, motocross, Supercross, and then what we have going over in Europe with guys like Billy Bolt and the Neston team. And I mean, it's just it's a lot of stuff, but it gives us so much to work with, right? And do a lot of cool stuff with.
Yeah, absolutely. Renegade Racing Fuel is bringing you Little D Donny Emler Jr. on the PulpMX show. RenegadeRaceFuel.com. Please check them out. FMF Racing as well. Lots of things going on. You know, Donny, I'm building the project bike right now. Can't find a pipe for it. So if you're not too busy, just ask George to fire up the pipe machine. It's a 1990 YZ125.
Is that the one that, like, because Brian Deegan hit me up about a 1990 YZ125 too, that they were they're going to build up because he's going to do some video on it or something like that.
So there we go. We can build Deegan one and build me one. Great.
I think I could build two.
Yeah, okay. The same pipe for 89 and 90. So you know you could build one and it covers two ranges. So
right. Well,
you know,
I'm not going to lie. I might build it for, if you were just to call me, then
no,
might maybe, and then you know when Hayden or Brian call about it, then it's
nice.
So you're kind of in luck on that one.
I'll piggyback it. I'm not scared. Absolutely. What about this Hayden Deegan kid? We're going to talk about him later on. We haven't really touched on 250 class tonight, but gets his first moto win. Unbelievable that he's second in the points right now. What I like about him, Donny, is, you know, I don't follow the vlogs and I don't follow the amateur scene. I don't really care. Brian's a nice guy. I get it. But this kid off the bike, he is training. He is doing the work. He is, deserving of all his success, because you can tell he's got a lot of heart, a lot of desire, and he's in shape, man. He's really impressive.
Super impressive. I mean, to go wire to wire from a hole shot. By the way, he had 13th gate pick and just ripped the whole shot. And you know, I personally thought that when Justin started coming up, you know, on him, I was like, oh, that's, you know, that how do you fight that off for another 10, 12 minutes or whatever it was, and he opened it back up again. I don't know if Justin made a mistake or whatnot, but you know, super impressive. And I mean, man, you know, everyone, you know, there's the believers and there's always going to be the haters, right? So you got to put your money where your mouth is at that point when you're putting yourself all over social media like they do such a great job at,
Mm-hmm.
you gotta tend to back that up, and I think that's just
Yeah.
what the whole family's kind of doing. And I don't know if you guys heard, but I guess little Huxon got hurt like a couple days before.
Okay.
They went to Hangtown, so it was like this weird thing where like Brian's like he told me he's like, man, I was at the hospital with Huxon, but
Mhm.
I also, my kid's 17 years old, dude. I got to be with him in
Yeah.
Hangtown. Like,
Yeah.
and like I have a 7-year-old, and I'm like, yeah. When my kid's 10 years older, I'm like, yeah, I know he's got a great family of the Star family around him, but it's like,
Oh yeah.
my kid's only 17. Like he needs
No.
like me around, right? So yeah, everything was going good with Huxon, which was great. But just to hear Brian, my kid is 17. Like he can't just be alone up in Sacramento.
No, probably not. I mean, Budman tells stories when Buddy was Hayden Deegan when he turned pro, right? Budman was the guy, and it's just blown me away. I guess his parents had jobs, and he was 17 going to these races by himself for Suzuki. The management there was just like sink or swim. He said he couldn't rent cars. He didn't know how to get to the racetracks. He didn't know if he was training enough. He knew nothing. And it was like just thrown to the wolves. And Budman had a great career, let's face it, but he kind of didn't work out at Factory Suzuki at first time, despite being, Mike Hayden Deegan and Mike Alessi of amateurs. And like that's just it. Like it's shocking to hear how little support he had. You got to back these kids up with the teams and the parents and sponsors and everybody. Yeah. So
at what point where Deegan was never on Primal Suzuki with Budman, right?
No. It was never that. Brian was on. I hung out with Brian at Moto Triple X a lot that year, '97.
Yeah.
Birdwell was involved with those guys with Watson, Deegan, and me and Birdwell and a bunch of guys.
Oh, I saw Watson at Paula.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay. I hadn't seen him for a while.
He was hanging out with the Moto Triple X guys, actually.
Imagine that. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, Donny, thanks for calling in, man. I really appreciate it. The FMF Red Bud National, the KC66 Foundation. Crushing it, man. Thank you.
I appreciate it. And as always, thanks for having me on. Thanks for all the listeners. Check out fmfracing.com. Check out kirkcaselli.com. And Steve, I always go out with a bang. You got to give something away.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Let's do it. What do you want to do? A casual wear pack or what?
We're going to do some apparel packages. So pick a couple winners, give me their sizes. We always come through, so let's do it.
Let's do it. I was going to ask you about that, and I forgot. Good thing you remembered. Thank you. We're going to do one live caller and one archive listener, so that'll be great. Thanks, Donny.
All right. Hey, Lewis, good talking to you, bud.
Yeah, good talking to you too.
All right. Thank you, man. FMFracing.com. All right, apparel package contest at PulpMXshow.com. Email contest at PulpMXshow.com. We'll put you in a random email to get an apparel package from the folks at FMF Racing. And then let's do I don't know, what number caller?
919. No, I'm joking.
Oh, wow.
What's the limit?
Ask the guy in the corner.
Let's do 8.
Ask him if it's okay.
Is 8 okay? I feel like that's quite reasonable.
I mean, we could do 8. I'm just going to pick whichever number I want.
Yeah, you do that.
All right. Okay.
Actually, let's do 5. Okay. An old Lewis Phillips race number.
702-586-PULP. Give us a call. We'll get a winner for the apparel package from FMF, the second one as well. Get the sizes if you can over there in the corner and the address and everything. Thank you to the folks at Renthal, by the way. Renthal.com, works fit tool on the website. All new inventory locator as well. Renthal Championships, of course. You look at Red Bull KTM over in MXGP and over here. You look at Monster Energy Kawasaki here. Factory Honda has had Renthal on their bike since 1986, Lewis. Since 1986.
Yeah, that's insane.
Right, and they've been running Renthal for a long time. Renthal based over there in the UK.
Yes.
Where is it?
We're like neighbours. I don't know. It's up north. I think it's Manchester, maybe.
You don't know? Did you ever go?
I don't have the address. No, I was never went. No, I wasn't invited.
I would feel like MX Vice should do, like when you were at MX Vice, you should do a profile of a UK company that's literally worldwide.
Maybe. Okay. I'll get on that.
All right. Renthal.com. Sprockets, bars. What's your favorite handlebar from Renthal?
996.
Okay.
Yep.
Fat bar, or are you crossbar guy?
Crossbar.
Crossbar guy?
Yes.
Twin wall or 7/8?
Twin wall.
Okay. So thanks to the folks at Renthal for bringing you our next guest. He is the team manager for the Honda HRC. They are having an okay year over there. Let's bring him in. Lars Lindstrom. What's up, Lars? How are you, man?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Renthal, 1986. You guys have never changed bars, Lars.
Why would you change? They're the best.
Well, maybe somebody writes you a huge check. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we've probably had that opportunity before, but obviously when you have Renthal and you have Factory Honda, they're kind of a match made in heaven, and why would you break that up?
When I went to go to talk to Dave Arnold and look at the old works bikes, you were there that day. You came by later. It was funny. It was funny to look at the old Renthal bars on there. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I know. And what's funny is that the 78 bar looks so tiny now.
I know.
And even when you were a mechanic rep for a long time, that was what you used. It was fine.
Yeah, that was it. There was no other bar. When Bradshaw came out with that crossbarless Pro Taper, like it blew everybody's minds.
I remember that. It was gold.
Yeah.
And I remember that totally. I suggested trying a 7/8 bar with Kenny at one point because of his arms.
You're just trying everything.
Yeah. And I'm like 7/8 bar. It's perfect. It's tough flex, and I think everybody was like terrified that it,
would break.
They don't. I'm like, dude, we used them forever. What's the problem?
Listen, it's my old thing. Like when I was the X brand guy. And for a while, we ran out of laminates, and so I only had laminates for the races, right? And for practice at a Supercross, I would put the regular tear-offs on. And these riders looked at me with a look of fear and terror, and I would say I would tell them all, "Hey, man, McGrath won 72 races with these. You're fine. You're fine. McGrath would put 10 of these on and win Supercrosses. Calm down."
Yeah, but he probably only really needed one.
Yeah, that's true. It's a good point.
Yeah, he probably pulled them all off in the first turn and just went, "Yeah, we're good."
Well, there was, absolutely.
That's why I never had problems.
Thanks for calling in. I'm kind of can't get the Lawrences right now, so I figure you're the next best thing, Lars. So
you know what? I got one thing. I've been wanting to say this for a long time, Steve, and don't take it personally.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
But when you say thanks for calling in to all your people that nobody really calls in, you call us.
That is a great point.
Thanks for picking up. Thanks for picking up. It's a solid point. I can't argue with that.
It just makes everybody sound like we just can't wait to call the show, which I'm not saying it's a bad thing, Steve. Like I said, don't take it personally.
Yeah. No,
I'm just trying to clarify.
Yep.
Fake news.
No,
PulpMX fake news.
I am fake news, and now I have to rethink everything I've ever thought about. Thanks for calling in.
Good, good. That's what I was hoping.
I would assume our listeners would know that you guys, it's not just random call-ins from riders on a Monday night and team managers.
Monday after winning the Supercross Championship, Chase was just calling. Oh, call in!
Can't wait to call.
Yeah, exactly. So, but listen, I can't get a hold of your riders on the show, so I appreciate you calling in. I really do.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, we got to get this out of the way right away. Lewis wants to know if there's any bonuses for sector times. For the riders.
I thought, does Lewis do the announcing for MXGP? He does a fantastic job.
No,
I do not.
No, he does not. That's Malin.
I should do.
Oh, Paul Malin sounds like the same guy, same accent.
So Lewis, this weekend.
That was a joke. That was a joke, by the way. I know who you are, Lewis.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't think anyone knows who I am.
Okay.
Just a crap joke. So sorry.
I thought you were serious, so I didn't know.
Yeah, so did
I. So this weekend. Lewis, I don't know. Somehow, he discovered sector times, and so he started tweeting them out.
I've been on sector times dating back to MXGP.
But you never really advertised it before. We're all aware of sector times, but Lewis felt it was very important to put out sector times on Twitter this weekend. So we were just wondering, because like Kellen and I are like, we're sorry, we just go by the race times. We just go by like the actual winners of the race. We don't run around yelling about sector times.
I wasn't trying. It was after the first 250 moto, Hunter had 3 of the 5 fastest sectors. And I felt like that was foreshadowing what was to come in Moto 2. You could say good journalism, because I was right.
Okay.
But apparently I'm just mental.
So any sector bonuses for your riders?
Sector bonuses, no. But you know what I do like? I do like that we all call them sector times instead of segment times, because I feel like this is something that I have been saying for a long time, only because I love F1 and I watch it, and obviously sector times are a thing that seems like it comes from English speaking, British language, compared to where we always say segment, and I just think sector sounds cool.
Okay.
So I would say that, but we do watch them pretty carefully. But the one thing I don't know about this, Lewis, you tell me this, what you think about this, but we'll have like 5 sector times, like on a motocross track now, even in Supercross, and they try to do it for the whoops, which is cool because then you can see the exact whoop, whatever, compared to each other. I get it. But in F1, there's always only 3. I don't know. I can't remember what there is in GPs, but I feel like it's similar.
Yeah, in GPs, I think there's always 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like only 4. Yeah. I've only ever seen 4.
And it's always 4, no matter what track or anything.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So 5, to me, it just seems like a bit much. But, I mean, hey, at least we got something. But we do, I mean, even watching. Okay, so here's kind of something funny that me and Myrtle have been joking about. He's giving me a bunch of crap. But we're watching, and I watched this Cowie kid go by, and I'm like, that kid's ripping. And I'm like, who is that guy on a 450? He's going fast. And I look, and he gets he gets a purple sector time faster than Jet. And it was Time Master Pool. So anyways, the whole thing was funny because it ended up being a whole thing about the whole day about Lucas telling me we need to sign him and all this. It was just kind of good fun. But
Master Pool's
sector
good.
times, big deal.
Listen, Myrtle will sign him. Myrtle will sign him tomorrow.
That's part of the joke because Myrtle's got like 150 riders,
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm like, hey, what's in there? You got to get another one right there. It's easy.
Ty Masterpool is a mystery wrapped in a riddle. He's really fast. He could just disappear next week.
He could show up to Thunder Valley on a 125.
Yeah.
He could not show up at all.
Yep.
He could show up on a HRC bike.
He could show up on a Cowie. He could show up on an RM Army. You don't really know. But he's got Sport Clips as a sponsor. Did you see that?
Did we really put weight into that?
I don't know. I mean, corporate sponsors, bro.
I feel like maybe just took a logo off of Google. I don't know.
Hey, man, great job this year. Again, Supercross, Ride Red, and it is continuing in the Nationals. So
yeah, thank you.
The Jet is tied with Jeff Ward right now as the only riders to ever go 1-1-1-1 in their first 2 450 Nationals. Jeff Ward did it as well. But I looked at the stats today. Wardy didn't lead every lap at the second National like Jet has. So technically Jet is ahead of Wardy's record. Here we go. And I also like it to continue. I like him to break the record this weekend in Thunder Valley. Really special rider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And that stat was Jeff Ward didn't he ride 250 Supercross for a while? Not that I'm trying to like really.
No, yeah, that was coming out of 250 Supercross. Yeah, he rode 250 Supercross. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. But unbelievable, really, right? I was pretty bummed this weekend that we didn't have Chase because I really think that after what we saw, especially second moto at Paula, that it was going to be a pretty damn good battle. And so anyways, it was still incredibly impressive for Jet. I mean, I told him this after the race. I'm sure I'm not the first one, but he completely just didn't either care or get it. But I'm like, this is what McGrath did. He would just get a good lead, sprint for the beginning, and then just kind of watch the guys and keep the gap. And he was just like, and then I think he just kind of walked away.
Yeah.
Like, whatever, dude. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
We're old. But it is impressive that he's able to do that. It is pretty damn special.
Well, we both talked about this at the beginning of the show. He got caught, right? AP caught him. They got it down to 2.5 seconds or 3 seconds or whatever. And we were all, like Lewis, you said, hey, Aaron looked like he wanted some of Jet. And then Jet's like, oh, look at this. And then he set his fastest time the next time around.
Yeah.
Like
2 laps, or both of the second laps were 2:10.8 and 2:10.9 or something. They were like,
right.
It like the other laps he was doing were like incredibly consistent too. They were like 2:12, 2:12.6, 2:12.7. They were like right within each other. And then, just dropped it when he needed to. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, see you later. And, it's definitely something special. So, like, we're confused about Chase a little bit. First of all, I mean, I'm the captain.
That's incorrect. Yeah. More fake news from PulpMX.
I'm the captain.
That's wrong.
And we're Chase Sexton fans. Is there any chance we see him this weekend?
I don't think we're going to see him this weekend. Okay. I don't want to announce that.
No, of course not. No, I know. Yeah.
Truth, but I think excuse me. I think that there's a good chance we see him at High Point.
Oh, okay.
And and then I'm very confident that even if that doesn't happen, then the rest of the season he'll be back. But
because the mono thing scared me. Like that could go either way.
Totally. Yeah. And I know that he's working on trying to figure that out and get some second opinions and stuff like that.
Okay.
And but definitely. We're pretty devastated that he wasn't able to line up this weekend. I think that for him, and you guys know that he's had some huge ones, a couple, the past years. Seattle 22 sticks out of my mind as being a brutal crash, and he was able to get up and go. And and even though he didn't race the main, he was just beat up. So for him to not race, it has to be something that's really crushing for him, and he must be in some serious pain. So obviously we needed him to do whatever was best for him to get his body back to where it needs to be.
Yep.
Just hoping that it's all going to be fine, and then hopefully we get him back sooner than later.
That's awesome, because that's shaping up to be some great races. That was if we can get back in and get up to front towards Chase, or get up towards Jet, him and Chase that'll be fantastic to watch as a fan.
Yeah. That second moto at Paula, I mean, I just had a grin on my face the whole moto, because first off, watching them ride, I maybe said it before, but it was like poetry in motion. Both of them just riding and making it look so easy and fun on that track, which was brutal, and just pushing each other and all the way to the end there. It was just so much fun to watch, and that's probably why I was kind of mostly bummed this weekend, is I just wanted to see that again, and I know the fans did too. So hopefully we get it back soon.
Speaking as a media guy that didn't believe in it and didn't like it, but got brought up 8,000 times, thank you for finally setting the Carmichael curse aside. Thank you, because I heard it over and over and over, and I'm like, you guys, a rider leaving for another OEM does not put a curse on a company. I mean, I know you can say that, and we like it. It makes a nice ring, but it actually has nothing to do with that. Kenny probably could have got it done a couple times, got hurt, all of that. It's done now. I don't got to hear it anymore, Lars. It's good. Thank you.
Yeah, no kidding. I at some point there, you hear it all the time, and it's obviously there's nothing to it, but it does start feeling kind of real that, like, is this ever going to happen? I mean, 20 years is a long time to wait. And we tried our asses off every year. I was on the team for most of those years, even when I was on 2-2, three of them were in the Honda shop. So I know the way that we did it. I mean, Chad almost won it in 11. We were 3 points or 4 points away from winning the championship in 11 in Supercross, and then he was leading the championship in outdoors when he did that catapult and kind of derailed our summer. But so I mean, there's been times that have been close, but at the times there were some riders there that some dude named James Stewart, I don't know if you've heard of him before, but him and then Reed and in the Yamaha days, Suzuki days, there's just Villapoto, Dunge, like there were so many dominant riders that we had to battle against, and it made it even more difficult. So anyways, finally get it done. I almost joked with Ricky though, like bring up a voodoo doll and like, hey, can you pull this pin out of his heart, dude? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, well, I just, to me, it was just a run of in the 80s and 90s. It was just everybody on Honda winning all the time. And you picked some kid up from Peak Honda and he starts taking off. And, and before then it was like anybody on a Honda. The bikes were so damn good and the team structure was so damn good. And, things go ebbs and flows. So to me, it was always just one of those things, getting maybe revenge from Honda being so damn good for so long. But, I don't know. I was happy for all you guys over there. Finally have this thing get done. And let's face it, you guys got some fortunate luck with Eli Tomac getting hurt, but you've had it the other way where Ken Roczen got hurt, right? It happens. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, everybody seems to have their time at some point. I mean, look at, PC in the mid 2000s there. I mean, I remember a friend of mine just asking, man, when is it ever going to end for those guys? Remember when they were going 1, 2, 3, 4 in the Nationals?
Or remember when they pulled Gosler, Sorby, Ryan Morris, whoever they grabbed?
Darcy Lange.
They were just winning races. Right. Anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. So they were unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, and they deserved it. They had done their homework and all that. So, but everybody seems to, even KTM for a while. So, anyways, I feel like right now it's our window. We got the riders. I think we got the team. We got the bike, and the relationship with Japan and everything we have a lot of things going for us right now. And just trying to ride this wave right now, and hope that it doesn't end anytime soon.
Is it fair to say that Jet was better prepared for outdoors than Chase was? Obviously, Jet had the West Coast break to do work on the 450. The 250 Supercross title was in his grasp early on, so he could maybe put less focus on that, whereas Chase was deep in Supercross for quite a while. So yeah, is it fair to say that Jet was better prepared for Parla than Chase was?
I'm not sure that I would say that he was better prepared. I would say that it's so different too. I guess he had done more testing than Chase, because we actually were able to, in one of those breaks, do 3 or 4 day test in Florida with him. But that was to get him a kind of a base setup, I shouldn't say a base setup. I guess he rode Donations for a bit and did that, but to get him back to where he wanted and work on the areas that he wanted to be improved. So we did do that. But then he had a hard time, it seemed like, riding a 450 and then jumping back on a 250 for Supercross. So he needed as much time as possible to transition back. And it wasn't something that he could do just, ride a 450 on Tuesday and then just get one day on a 250 and go race. He needed a little more time. So it wasn't like he was doing motos and on a 450 and then a little bit of 250 and then prepared. It wasn't a ton of time for him, but in the same thing for Chase. It was, he still had a base from last year. He was able to ride, we gave him a bike that he could ride on Mondays. So they kind of, I wouldn't say that one guy had a huge, testing advantage or setup advantage or riding outdoors way more than the other one. Maybe Jet had a little more, but yeah, Chase definitely didn't get a bunch of testing, and that's for sure, to make improvements.
As a captain of the Sexton ship, we are not going to, try to get an excuse out of you for our loss at Apollo.
That was a sound question, but we got an answer to.
It would seem like a bit of an excuse.
That was good journalism.
No, it was not. By the way, Lars, Hymus, your 250 rider, I think he's crashed 3 out of the 4 motos, but he did get a 6th in the second moto this weekend, and there's something there. He just has to stay on 2 wheels. It's close. I think he's close to breaking through.
Yeah, Hymus has had a lot of prep for outdoors, because of the way we structured his Supercross season. Whether that was correct or not, it might have been better for us to leave him on Supercross and get just the racing experience down, because he was starting to get good. His last race at Daytona was pretty strong compared to the previous 3 that he had done. But that was kind of part of the plan. We weren't supposed to do that many Supercrosses. We were supposed to do futures to begin with, and then but now that he's transitioned to be a full team member, full pro, he's I think he needs a little time to get used to the racing, just the mentality of it. I know that he's fit. He trains with the Lawrences. He's got Michael Byrne as a trainer. There's no way he's not strong enough. And he used to do the works races that were 2 hours and win.
Right.
So I don't think that it has anything to do with him putting the work in and the way that he is mentally as an amateur and all that, or at least the effort that he would put in was second to none. So I don't think it's anything like that. I just think he needs to race himself into the mentality of being able to ride like he rides at home at the races. And I think the second moto, it showed that much more than it did the first 3 motos that he did.
Yeah.
So I give him a big hug, even though he just came out of the dunk tank all sweaty or, wet and everything. I said, I don't even care, dude. Just give me a hug. I ran back between motos just to make sure that I gave him some kudos for, breaking through a little bit.
Yeah, I think he's running up there. He's just making mistakes, but this second moto he showed, it'll get better from here, I think. So.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, did Chance actually crash in the first moto at Hangtown?
I think he did.
His quote in the press release made it sound like he didn't.
Oh, okay.
I actually can't even deny or confirm or deny maybe that
deny or confirm.
That he
okay. So then he lost a lot of spots on one lap, I believe. I need to look at the lap charts. Maybe he went off the track, or maybe he made a mistake. Something like that. I assume that he went down. I think he lost 3 or 4 spots in one lap. So
yeah, I think there was a kind of a freight train of guys that got him, and then he messed up somewhere. Maybe cross-threaded somewhere, and didn't quite go off the track, but he lost a bunch of time, and I think that's maybe when he got. But to be fair, like his first moto just wasn't good, and I mean he was the first one to admit that. You know, he started, his start wasn't that terrible. I think he was right around Hunter.
Okay.
And then the guys, the 250 class is no joke. Like even in practice, I think. Maybe the first two guys had, Cooper had a 206. He's, qualifying freak kind of. But then, 208, 209. Most of the guys were like 210, 211. Up to 20th place was like 211.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you kind of got to be on top of your game. And he just wasn't in that first moto. So I don't think there's many excuses to be told. He just didn't ride like himself.
Yeah, he did a 219 after doing a 215. So one lap was terrible, or maybe that's why I thought he went down.
His PR thing just says, I had a terrible first moto, I went backwards and finished 18th, it's definitely nothing I'm proud of.
Oh, okay.
So I read that as like, I didn't crash. I don't know.
Right, okay, all right. Fair enough. Hey, how different are Chase and Jet's setups on the 450s? Bracing or not bracing, and obviously suspension's a little different, but how different are they as far as, because they ride incredible. They're both light on the bite. They got perfect body style. They ride smooth. All of that. How different is their setups?
Quite a bit different, I guess.
Yep.
If you were to, there's a bunch of little things that kind of to me don't really matter that much, but it's rider preference and things like that.
Yep.
A little bit different chassis. A little bit different transmission ratios and primaries, and then. Tire, obviously the biggest difference is the shock.
Yep.
Jet runs a standard works shock, and Jay still runs the BFRC. A little bit different engine package, I guess, but
okay.
Yeah, so pretty different. But in reality, I mean, is it really all that much different? I'm not sure.
Yeah, right.
If only we could have some guy to test ride the bike. And, maybe we'll get there. I don't know.
If only. One day.
Yeah.
I thought it was happening.
Yeah.
Didn't you say on the show Washougal Press Day?
We said we're shooting for it.
Oh, okay.
It's not confirmed.
Oh, did you already announce this?
I didn't announce it, publicly. No, I didn't say it was happening. I just said...
Did Lewis just blow you out?
I heard it on the show. I don't know where else I would have heard that.
Okay. But I didn't know if you heard it backstage at the show.
Yeah,
no one talks to me.
I don't think I said it on the show.
No one talks to me.
I think you just blew me out.
No one talks to me. So I doubt I heard it.
Okay, so we're working on things, right, Lars? We're working on it. We're not going to...
We're working on it.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're working on it. It would be a shame to say something and then it doesn't happen.
Right.
It'd be a shame, if somebody says they're going to do something and then they don't.
Yeah, switch lives for a week or something.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, when you promise to all your fans, and you got a pretty big following, Pulp is pretty huge.
Yeah.
Tell them you're going to do something, you don't. You don't disappoint them like that.
Yeah. Imagine that. I just wonder if I do get a chance to ride the 23. Would anybody be able to tell the difference between me and Chase?
I doubt it.
I mean, could you?
It would be so horrid to see you on the 23. Just disrespectful to the number and the weight that carries.
I would probably...
I would throw up.
You would throw up?
I would throw up.
Wow.
Yes.
That's a strong statement. That's a strong statement. Renthal.com bringing you Lars Lindstrom on the PulpMX show. A fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters. It all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Lars, by the way, I didn't want to blow you out too much on your Instagram there, but when you said, that you're the team manager now and you guys have had this great year and you won the titles, I mean, it's awesome. That is great. But your biggest accomplishment is still wrenching for Jeremy McGrath. I mean, it really is.
Yeah, of course.
Dude, you were probably so nervous. You were new to wrenching, and they're just like, hey, you're going to work for this Jeremy McGrath guy when he comes out of retirement. Yeah. You're like, oh, shit. Okay.
No, that obviously for me that was huge, yeah. What do you say? It was incredible.
Yeah.
I was talking to the Canadian here about the aquarium fishbowl truck things that they have in MXGP, and I was theorizing that it would make more sense for the American teams to have it because obviously you're only in for one day, So to cut down on tear down and set up time would be beneficial. Has there been conversations about bringing those to America, and do you think it will ever happen? Obviously, HRC have 2 or 3 of them now in Europe. So,
yeah, actually, it's funny that you say that, because I did go. I went to a GP this past summer in Sweden, kind of a 2-for-1 special. I went there to go to the GP and see our friends at HRC in Garibaldi. And to mainly look at their trailers, because I really did want to do something like that. I wanted to bring that style to the AMA pits. So I went there and I talked to Giacomo Garibaldi for a while about, he sent me pictures and some details about it, and I went and looked at it. It looked like them and the Ice1 Cowie guys. They have it too. And they are beautiful, and they're on the inside they have the best presence, But for what we need, it just wasn't very practical. It's a single story unit. It doesn't carry a lot of things. What you see is what you get there. There's no real place for storage. I'm not sure that those pop outs can hold a lot of weight, and which we do a lot out of one trailer. That's one thing I realize is how much we accomplish out of one trailer, especially when you look at like the factory Cowie guys here and they only have one trailer. They don't have to worry so much about hospitality, and they only have 2 riders, so they can do it. But our organization and logistics of all our things are pretty good compared to that. The other thing is they have 2 of those trailers, one of them with the bikes inside and all those things, and the other one for hospitality. And then they still have to have another trailer behind there with all the parts and all the other parts.
Oh, they do?
All the other things. And, yeah. So
they basically have a semi on the road to transport goods, essentially.
Wow. Yeah. So because the bubble takes up so much room in the normal semi.
No, the bubble is the normal semi.
No, but there's no storage. There's nothing. Yeah. The bubble is so much because it's it's your display area. Yeah.
Right. And I'm sure you can build them a little bit different to make it, the way that you want it. But for us, it wasn't really feasible the way they had it. And plus, I know a lot of people over there get a little bummed. The fans get a little bummed because you can't really see in, and you don't really get the connection that you do the way that the standard style that we've done it. But I'm right there with you, Lewis. The reason why, one of the biggest reasons why, was because nobody wants to put out a tent. Steve, you know that.
Oh.
And so I'm like, how do we get away with this? And even the KTM truck now, the new one, has been built so that they didn't have a tent. But I think they're going to have to put one on because it's just not. I don't think it's working out exactly the way they want it. But maybe it's still pretty dang nice though.
Yeah, it is.
It's just different in Europe as well. Like in the semis, they don't have rider lounges or anything like that.
Yeah.
So if you had a bubble, you would remove the rider lounge aspect from the American scene, and the riders rely on that. So like the riders wouldn't. They'd be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess it's just different culture. Just doesn't work everywhere.
I don't like how they kind of isolate the fans. As a mechanic, I would love it because then you're not being bothered by the fans and everything stays clean. I like that.
It's so awesome in there as a mechanic. Like,
right.
It's air conditioned, it's heated, whatever conditions are outside.
Right.
It's so nice in there. But yeah, it's got positives and negatives for sure.
Awesome. All right, man. Well, hey, thanks for calling. We're gonna.
What'd you say?
Thanks for letting us call you. Thanks for accepting. Thanks for accepting the call.
Thank you for giving us some time.
Thanks for giving us some time, Lars.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. Hey, Steve, did you get the video I just sent you?
Yeah, I didn't open it though. Yeah, okay, hold on.
Okay, it pertains to what we were just talking about. Okay. So I just wanted you to tell me who is Chase Sexton.
Oh wow. Okay. The one on the right is Chase Sexton. No? You sent me a video of.
But.
Okay.
You see the guy on the left?
Yeah, that's you.
That's got to be somebody awesome, right?
That's you.
That is me. But that's me and him at Redbud.
At Redbud.
Who gets to start? Who gets to start? I'm just saying.
What was this for?
Oh, you were just saying like what?
No. But like, what were you shooting this for? What were you doing this for?
This is when we did that Motocross of Nations test thing, and just bucket list thing. I got to ride with Chase Sexton and Justin Cooper at Redbud by myself.
Oh, yeah, when you guys did your secret test, right.
Yeah, see, I don't think anyone knows about the secret test.
We talked about it, I think.
I don't think it's as common knowledge as you would think.
Really? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, Tomac didn't go, right? Tomac didn't go?
No,
Right.
he didn't come. But we had a great time anyways.
Was the track pretty prepped and everything? Did Tim
Oh,
rip?
it was perfect. Yeah, Tim Ritchie had it just unbelievable.
Did you
But
did you do the leap?
no, I was such a wimp. I haven't been riding at all. I was so scared.
Even got the MXGP grates with the green paint, which is a problem. The green paint is a controversy.
different, yeah.
Oh yeah, we did it all so we could get the real deal.
Kick your ass? Kick the
Oh
European ass?
I wasn't rooting for Chase at all. Just wasn't there.
I don't like the greats in the Nationals, Lars. I know you guys were complaining about him, and you told the MX Sports guys to put him in there, but come on, man. Come on.
I'm not sure anybody was really complaining. I don't think we were.
I was told the teams wanted the greats outdoors. That's what I was told.
I mean, I can tell you that I don't mind them. I mean, as a mechanic, like, wouldn't you like it so you don't have to pack the gate and kick the dumb dirt?
It's fun. Kicking the dirt and starting in a rut is motocross. That is literally what motocross is. Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, you want to know my theory on that is have a grate at some tracks, have dirt at some tracks, have concrete at some tracks, make it different so that everybody gets their own. I love starting on concrete, so I always thought it was cool when we go to what was it? Did Glen Helen have concrete?
Glen Helen had them. They all did. Glen Helen, Troy, Hangtown, they all had it.
Southwick had that asphalty stuff.
Yeah.
I thought it was cool to have different. And then you got to have some different techniques for all of them. Imagine concrete; you don't even use your lockdown. It's rad. So yeah.
Well, I don't like it. So.
Well, you're a purist at heart.
I am.
You don't like change ever.
I like change. I like the nets. The nets are change. It's a good thing.
I know. I'm being sarcastic.
Right. But thanks for the time tonight. Thanks for letting us call you.
Even that change is difficult for you.
Yes.
Yep.
Congratulations though on the season so far. Supercross, all of it. You're one of the greatest guys in the pits to talk to, and I love it, man. It's fantastic. Really happy for you guys. So thanks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. See you, Lars.
Yeah.
All right, see you. So, is this going to be a thing now?
It's going to be a thing.
It's going to be a thing? Or
yes. I have thought the same thing.
Have you really?
Yeah, because you do say it in a way as like Ken Roxon has just called you up.
What? But don't we? I mean, doesn't everybody know? Like,
yeah, no, but it's just funny that you say it the wrong way, essentially.
Okay.
And you do it every guest.
I do. I do it all. Every
you know
guest.
who doesn't do that?
Who?
Jamie. He's just crack guy at that stuff. Runs a tight ship.
All right, let's get to it.
What are we getting to?
Oh shit, that's David Bradshaw's bike. I just fucked up.
Thanks for calling in, Jamie.
I actually didn't know he was on the phone.
Oh.
I didn't. Yeah, I just was making a comment.
Oh, okay. So I mean, you don't feel like the listeners assume that I've lined this call up like with these people?
No, we all know. It's just funny. It's just, I don't know. Funny. Like the sector times. Don't read too much into it.
Right.
Just funny.
Okay. All right. What's up, Mr. Side?
I just had to call in because my guy's in studio. Keeping the show flowing tonight.
5 months ago, he's hiring an assassin.
It was 2 months ago.
2 months ago, he's hiring an assassin to kill you, and now you're his guy.
This is reverse psychology at its best.
Yeah.
Love this guy right here.
I should apologize.
What? Oh.
Because I had some heat from that. Someone thought that I wasn't joking.
Really?
Yes, and I had to explain to this person that it was a joke.
Yeah.
So let's clear it up now. There was never a hitman in East Texas going after Jamie.
Okay.
I realized that
the
world has probably just stopped, but that wasn't a thing.
What about West Texas?
Well, he might have got lost.
We still don't know whether he lives in East Texas or West Texas. We don't know.
Well, we never will.
We do, Steve. Everybody knows except for you.
I thought it was East.
It is East.
Yeah, that's what Steve always says. Bumfuck East Texas.
No, he says. Well, then last time he said West Texas.
Okay, no one knows. Texas. It's Texas.
I didn't even know there was an East and West until.
It's just Texas.
It's massive.
Listen, Mr. Side, are you going to buy your project bike back off me?
No, absolutely not. I tried giving it to you. insisted on paying me.
Oh, well, because you needed money for your dumb shop. So
I didn't ask for it. I told you.
I know you didn't ask for it. But how is your shop? Is it all done?
It's beautiful. I love it. I just go sit in it sometimes and just.
No, you don't. Do you really?
I just stare at the bikes and listen to music, and it's like, yeah, it's my peaceful spot.
Mr. Side right now, he's not going to the races. Okay, he's riding nonstop. Like I don't think I even want anything.
He is riding nonstop.
No, he's basically like a factory rider.
He'll be the next one with mono.
He'll probably be 10th this weekend. So yeah, I mean, this is the life. He's got the life right now.
Yeah. Epsom Bar is incoming. He almost hit a deer.
I saw that. Dude,
save the deers.
You came close to that deer.
It was really close. Yeah, it could have been ugly.
Put it on your Instagram. Show your listeners. Show your friends.
I think I did. I know it's on Facebook. Maybe I think it's on Instagram. I'm almost positive I put it on Instagram.
I didn't see. Oh,
it's probably on his Tinder.
I don't.
My profile.
I'm not sure I follow you actually.
Well, we're not really friends, so yeah, you wouldn't.
These calls just never quite go well, do they? always take a turn unexpectedly.
I got nothing against Mr. Side. I would follow Mr. Side. I would just do it just for the lurking photos and the caught in the action.
If you could somehow sell his project bike back to him for a profit, the material you could get from that, you could talk about that every week for 2 years.
I'll tell you what he did. When I get this thing together, he went with a horrific wheel color choice. And I will be making a lot of comments about that. He went with black rims on a red and white bike.
Yeah, that's all.
That was John Anderson's decision. I think he had those already and just.
Oh, really?
For a really good price.
You don't make the decision for your bike?
I will confirm or deny with John on that.
Yeah, I just got a really good deal on something he had. So.
WUSA, great company. What's your next race?
I was going to race this weekend at our local track, Swan, but I think I'm going down to Texas Tornado to train with Van Martin Thursday, Friday, Saturday instead. So don't know when the next race is right now.
Saturday.
I meant more coming to a national. But that's okay.
That doesn't even register with him anymore.
He's just he's like
he's
Kiefer.
a racer.
He's Kiefer. He's Kiefer of East Texas.
He's a racer.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know Redbud Millville will be the nationals I'll be at.
All right. Okay.
So a little ways off, but yeah. Until then, I'm just riding as much as I can.
We do have a call for you, Mr. Side, from Jake.
Oh, fantastic.
What's up, Jake? What's your question for Mr. Side?
Hey, I was just calling because I'm getting back into the tracks and stuff, and I got some little kids getting into the amateur scene and up here in Idaho, and I was just kind of curious, what do you guys despise about, local races, amateur racing, so that I can avoid that?
I don't race enough to really tell you. I race once a year, World Vets, where I kicked Dark Side's ass this year.
I want to get down there and ride that one too.
Mr. Side, what do you want to avoid at local races?
Deers.
Well, deer. There's nothing I despise, but the long days that's pretty tough. The long days for 8 laps. That's
Moto 22 on Saturday.
Yeah, bro.
You can't really off-road.
I don't know what that guy's going on. I hung up on him. He was making too much noise. But yeah, the long days do suck.
Yeah, that's the worst part. I mean, if you want to get more riding in, find some local off-road races. Those are pretty good. Get your ride in, a couple hours, and you're out.
Honestly, at this point, I'm old. I don't ride enough. I get scared of big jumps. I don't like jumping big jumps. Then I get mad at myself, and then I get depressed, and then I get angry, and then I want to go home. So yeah, my dick was super small. I may maybe my time for off-road riding is here. Maybe it's here now. I got buddies of mine that go do the GNCC stuff or hair scrambles or whatever, or they go out with their buddies and they love it. They have a great time. And I'm thinking
they're fun.
With my lack of skill depressing me, I don't want to jump these big doubles and triples, and I don't want to do it. That maybe my time is maybe here for off-roading life.
I got to that point when I was 15. I did a Hare and Hounds, and it was it was eye opening. It was much more enjoyable. It was much because as like you say, whenever I did moto, I put so much pressure on myself to do as well as I could, and then I'd beat myself up because I didn't, and it was a whole thing. Yeah. But then ride in the woods and you just chill.
Yeah, maybe. Look, the last time I rode at Western, the guy had a private ride day, my buddy up here, and I jumped everything, which was nice. You know, there was nothing on the track that was that scary, and everything was pretty easy, and tabletops and some doubles, and I jumped everything, and I left feeling really good about myself. But yeah, sometimes I go to these tracks and I'm just like, what a pussy I am. I'm on a 450. I'm on a 454 stroke, and some kid on an 80 just jumped this that I'm not doing. You know,
it's understandable.
It's depressing.
Yeah.
So
that's pretty depressing when a kid on a mini bike jumps something that you won't, for sure.
100%. Yeah. That sucks.
Yeah, I'm not exactly hucking the big jumps when they're like super ruddy, but if they're nice, like the track I was at this weekend where it's vet friendly, then I'm getting much more comfortable as I'm putting a lot more hours in. I'm definitely riding better than I have probably ever. But yeah, the off-road stuff's fun. Other than just you're in pretty good shape because you pedal all the time. But you know, you saw that what I looked like after that GNCC. Yeah. So.
Or what about the high desert ride?
Well, that was even worse because I was even worse shape. But with all the training I've been doing, I think the next one will be fine. We're going to do Ironman again this year, and I expect that to go a lot easier.
I think Starling's going to do that. We're going to get him a ride with Blue Crew for that race.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm actually emailing with Amart and starting trail training Monday, like for reals this time.
Oh, for reals this time, not a fake out, right?
Yeah, not trying to get under your get in your head, which didn't work. Yeah. No, doing it for real.
Didn't work at all, especially on practice day at World's Vets when everybody said you were having a meltdown.
I still don't think I'd be much better at Glen Helen. That place is just stupid.
Trolltraining.com, by the way, John Westling, Alex Martin, they can help you because they know what not to do when training and preparing to race at the professional level. All of Alex's training and racing mistakes are your gains. Join Mr. Side, Grant Harlan, and many others using trolltraining.com. Please check it out. Troll Training. We'll get Alex on. Millville Ride Day. Do we determine if you're coming or not?
Oh, I'm going to be there. I don't know if you'll let me in, but I'll be there. Just going to make the drive and sneak in the back.
Just you and five
from the top of the mountain.
You need 5 friends though to drive with you?
No. I might bring like one buddy if you say that's okay, and I'd like Lewis to be there. I think Lewis needs. I'll bring an extra bike if Lewis will come.
There you go, Lewis.
Lewis and Sean.
Maybe.
Ride Day, Marks, is it Ride Day at PulpMX.com?
You are unbelievable, but yes.
Ride Day at PulpMX.com. We're going to have a special Ride Day at Millville, October 14th and 15th. The first day is limited to 150 people. Maybe Mr. Side makes the cut. And then the next day is going to be open to anybody. So please, if you want to join us at Millville, thank you to John and Alex Martin and Jeremy Martin. By the way, Jay Martin. Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah, that's a tough.
That's brutal. Feel bad for Jay Martin.
I don't know what happens next, which is worrying.
I think he comes back, but if you told me he never raced again, I would then accept that. You know what I mean? Like, that's brutal.
I think it's
a lot of. He's old now, right? So
yeah, and I think if he had a star Yamaha waiting for him, then that's slightly different. But it's like once he overcomes the injury, he then has to jump back into the challenge of making club competitive with the factory teams. Yeah. So it's not like the light at the end of the tunnel is actually another tunnel.
yeah, maybe. Really bummer for J-Mart. I talked to him in the morning, and it sucks, man. Poor J-Mart.
Yeah, I think he had one surgery already. Is that right?
Yeah. He's gonna need another one. Need elbow and wrist, I guess. That's what I heard.
Yeah, it was nasty.
So, shout out to J-Mart. And Hayden Deegan grabs a moto win, second in the points. I kind of thought he would take a year before he got into this thing, but maybe not. Maybe he's in.
Yeah, I think he is just as much of a contender as Justin Cooper, RJ Hampshire. Like none of those. Like Hunter is on tier 1,
right?
And then Deegan, Cooper, Hampshire are tier 2.
Joe,
Tom.
tier 2.
Tom. I've said this a million times. If you want to tell me that Joe has had a great start to the season, I can buy it because there has been phenomenal speed at times. There's been flashes. If you want to tell me that Joe has had a terrible start to the season, I can buy that too.
Okay.
Because on paper, the results really aren't what they should be.
Right.
Like, I don't know how to feel about it. There's both ends of the spectrum.
Okay.
And yeah, I guess you should put Viao in there as well because 4-4. through 2 rounds.
Yeah.
He's in this.
Yeah. Vial, I guess, first moto, his grip was twisting.
Yeah.
Second moto, his pants were off.
Yes.
Okay.
But no, talking to him off the record.
Yeah.
I can tell by his demeanor that he believes he's in this thing.
Right, right.
Like he's encouraged by what he's seen through 2 rounds.
Yeah, starts are good.
Yeah.
We knew that.
He said his biggest shock about American motocross and the hardest thing to get used to is the fact that there are 7 Yargos.
Right.
He said in GPs he just had to worry about 1 Yargo and that was it.
Yeah.
And then there's 5 Yargos in front of him, 7 behind him, and it's a lot.
There's no age limit, right?
Yep.
So yeah, you got the vets that are fast as shit. RJ's 30 years old or 28 or whatever. You know what I mean? These guys have been racing forever.
Yeah,
so.
I think he's genuinely struggled with the fact that he's constantly got to push forward whilst also defending behind.
Right.
Whereas in GPs he could slot into 4th, sit there for 10 minutes,
Yep.
pick off 3rd.
Sure.
It's a lot more of a strategic game.
Yeah. RJ's 27, according to Marks. Ride Engineering. There's something new coming from Ride Engineering. They've revised the design of the performance links on certain models to also offer a lowering option. Lewis.
Cool.
With the insert in the forward position, it provides the right balance point for track use, but with it flipped backwards, you get a lower seat height for less experienced riders. In stock are now links for RMZs, 2023 KTM Husqvarnas. Yamaha's coming end of June. PulpFan 20 is code to save at ride-engineering.com. Stay tuned for that stuff. And Mr. Side on the line from Vital MX. I'm just getting Vital MX here tonight.
Can I expect to see that Ride Engineering plug on your Instagram this week?
Yes, you can.
Okay, good.
Yes, you can.
I will look out for that.
Yes, absolutely. How are things at Vital for you two guys? Good? Yeah?
Me first or Jamie?
Jamie first.
I think it's good. I'm learning a lot, still figuring it all out, but I feel like I've come a long way in a year, and I have to be honest, I'm very, very thankful for Lewis coming over because I've kind of seen him as a mentor the last few months. He gives me a lot of advice, and the way he thinks about the job is pretty impressive. So, yeah, I think it's going well for me.
All right.
All I can say is I'm very thankful that the hitman never got to Jamie.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we wouldn't have had that little speech.
We wouldn't have had it.
No.
You would not have been called a mentor.
No. That's just, I've said it before. You took Jamie to a certain point, and it needed me to take him that little bit further.
Push him further.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I would argue that.
You did as well as you could,
right,
and
right,
we appreciate that.
The man would be digging ditches in West Texas right now if it wasn't for Kiefer and I.
Yep.
Maybe not right now. It's a little late, but yeah, tomorrow morning.
Okay, all right. Thank you. It is 11:20 in West Texas.
That was actually quite a good.
Good job. Yeah, good job, Mr. Side.
We'll put that down to my mentoring.
Yeah. So listen, I think it's time a little bit in the show here. I think it's time.
What? No. Okay. I challenge you to a duel.
I think it's time. So listen.
I need to think about this.
What's the matter? You can't get it on?
Yeah, I don't know how does it fit under there? No, I need to make.
I guess it doesn't work. I guess it really doesn't work for you then.
Hold on. Maybe some noise for a second.
Mr. Side.
Cut me short.
Yes.
I'm the captain now.
Listen, I understand that over the years I've given you plenty of shit, right? We've had some laughs at your expense, right?
Yep.
Okay.
A few. Only a few,
but also you also recognize, and I know you do, you recognize that I've helped you out a lot, and I'm a nice guy, generally speaking. Okay? Right?
Oh, now he comes crawling back. He comes crawling back.
So I need you to take this really seriously. I need you to really focus on this, and I need you to not think bad thoughts about me.
Karma is a bitch.
I've got my captain's hat on. It says captain on the front.
May I rebuttal?
Yeah.
Mine does not say captain, but Justin Bieber doesn't walk around with a name tag that says singer. People know. Hence why mine doesn't need to say captain. I can understand why you feel the need to jam that down people's throats.
They don't.
But mine doesn't need to say that.
They don't give people who aren't captain's hats.
Also, when you wore it on the previous show, whoever was in said it was a women's hat. And looking at it now,
it's got a woman's hat.
It's got a little yellow rope, which is a bit feminine.
Do you not see the yellow rope on your hat, sir?
Do I have one?
Yes, you have a yellow rope on your hat.
I haven't looked at my hat that much.
We both have yellow ropes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I should have looked at my own hat first.
Mr. Side, you've been listening.
I'm here.
You've been listening to this show forever. You've heard me say Sexton's going to go on McGrath type of run. He did not, but you heard me say that. You heard me say it's the future. You heard me pick him for the 2023 Supercross title in the Racer X show. He's been on this show a bunch. When your guy Lewis, who I know is your mentor, but when he's in
mentor and best friend,
when he's in Turkey or Afghanistan or wherever else the MXGP goes, the North Pole, he is not on the ship watching the 23 each and every weekend. He's a fan and he understands it, but he's not the captain. He's just on the ship with me that I have created. So Mr. Side, I need you to understand that.
Before Mr. Side talks, do I not get a turn?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. First of all, thank you for coming here today.
I'm in my house. You came here.
Just I'm trying to give off an air of confidence.
Thanks for calling in.
First of all, when I was here in January, I made mention of the Sexton ship, and you went, right. You didn't want any. There was no offence taken. There was no desperation to be the captain. You didn't really care. Suddenly, Chase starts to have success, and it's suddenly a concern of yours.
Suddenly,
when I presented it in January, and you had no concern over the Sexton ship, no concern.
Okay, can I? Well, because I am on the ship, in the waters, clear sailing. I'm just in there, and all of a sudden I'm like, I don't see any ships because I've been there for so long.
Okay.
So when you brought that up, that was my first inclination that there's another ship gunning for me.
Check out my boat, dude.
Like I didn't know there was another ship in the water.
Could you, true or false?
Yeah.
Did you ever make mention of a Sexton ship specifically before I did? True or false? We don't need any more information.
True.
You are on oath, sir.
No, true. I did not make.
Okay. I think that would be false. But okay, either way.
Okay.
So you never said
you don't speak the language, so I'm having trouble understanding.
Okay. So just for the record, because that was a bit unclear.
Yeah.
You never made mention of a ship.
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
We don't need any more from you at this time. If I started Apple, would Steve Jobs have come in and said, I'm Apple? No. I started Apple. I don't care what you do. I started Apple. I started the Sexton ship. Without me, if I died this time last year in a tragic accident that maybe wouldn't have been so tragic.
Right, like say Koldenhoff gets an assassin.
Yes.
Right.
Everyone did shoot. Well, we made up recently.
Yeah, I know, but yeah.
Say I died this time last year.
Yeah.
There would be no mention of the Sexton ship anywhere, which would probably make a lot of people happy. But it would not even exist. Therefore, you would be the captain of nothing. Therefore, the only reason there is a captain is because of me. Therefore, the captain is me.
So you happen to glom on to being his fan.
No.
Like when I was already there. Like I was like, okay, like I could have called it anything. Like I just considered myself a Chase Sexton #1 supporter of him. And then you come in and say, no, I'm the #1 supporter. And you attach a name to it called the Sexton ship. I'm just a supporter. Like, I don't have a vehicle or a vessel. I could have called. I could have called it anything. I'm just the #1 supporter of Chase Sexton. That's all. That's all I need.
And do you have a record of you specifically saying you are the #1 supporter of Chase Sexton before you felt the need to disparage me? In those words,
probably if you go back, you will find me, JT and Weege, probably being like, "Oh God, your love of Sexton is a little much," because as an
avid listener, I feel that never happened.
You don't feel like I was promoting?
I do not
Chase
feel
Sexton
that JT or Weege ever said your love is a bit much.
A McGrath type run and then them throwing in my face. And I'm like, guys, we could see this. We could see this happening.
The Oxford English Dictionary, are you familiar with it?
Yes.
It defines disrespect as a lack of respect or courtesy. And that is what we, Chase and I, feel with you trying to cling on to something that we have going that's quite good.
Chase was on this show 3 weeks ago saying that...
Yeah, you made him feel uncomfortable, and we didn't appreciate that.
He said that I've always been there for him.
And that's
he's
great.
Known that. He's known that.
Yep. That's great.
So therefore, I was the early adapter to Chase Sexton.
Are you familiar with the film Toy Story?
I am not.
Okay.
And how are you familiar with any movie at all?
It was released the same year that I was born.
Okay. So, Mr. Sott.
Yes. Can you still hear me okay?
Yeah. Why? What happened? Did you fall asleep?
I switched over to my podcast stuff because I have something to play and retort.
He fell asleep.
What does he have to play?
I don't. What do we got, Mr. Side? What do we got?
Here, let's see if you guys can hear it.
Ultimately, I've decided on the Sexton ship, and I am the Capitan.
Oh. Evidence.
Oh.
Did you not bring
There
any
you go.
evidence to the table? Just your words.
Just my support.
Just your words. You've just brought your words to the table.
Yeah. That's what people do. That's what you just said.
Yeah,
Your words.
I've brought evidence.
But this was 2022 when I was promoting Chase Sexton.
Yep.
Like this was last year when you were nowhere to be found. You were you were gone.
It's convenient.
It's convenient that you show up in my country and glom onto my fanship of Chase Sexton.
It's convenient that you are choosing to tackle this at a time when everyone in Europe is asleep, and therefore I cannot bring in the jury.
Oh, okay.
Again, smart on your behalf. We respect that, but very convenient.
Mr. Side, please tell your coworker.
Best friend and mentor.
Your best friend and I mean, maybe I'm out of my league here because again, I've been known to have a few laughs at Mr. Side's expense.
All right, so what I'm going to say is, yes, Steve, I have heard you be a fan of Chase Sexton's work.
And that's cute.
Earlier than when I heard Lewis say he was the captain of the ship, but I heard him say the ship thing first. And speaking to Chase personally in Nashville, Chase seems very much to like Lewis being the captain of his ship. He is a very, very big fan of Lewis. And, I think I'm going to have to lean towards Lewis.
Thank you for your impartial view on this situation.
Go fuck yourself, Jamie.
I think that's case closed.
Oh, case closed.
I have more, but I don't feel like there's a need for
just
more.
Mr. Side ruled, and that's it. Just the iron fist of Mr. Side.
All I can say
Okay.
is that when I was, first of all, a ship sails on international waters, and that was what I was doing for the last couple of years. I was taking us worldwide.
Yep.
Something that you can't do, unfortunately, because you're stuck in your country.
Okay.
Where was I going with that? When I was in the pits in Turkey, Sexton was always referred to, talking to me, by other riders as your guy. How's your guy?
Mm-hmm.
Is your guy going to win today? And obviously, as I say, convenient that you've chosen to tackle this at a time when everyone in Europe is asleep. So we can't make an impromptu call.
Who are we going to call? Hurlix?
Pull up,
Call the bullet?
Yeah, pull up the MXGP results and take your pick.
Oh, okay. Yep. Well, I think I'll call the
Jan
bullet.
Pansop, bring him up.
Yeah. Listen, I get it. You're welcome on the ship. You're a fan. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're
Thank
on
you
board.
for welcoming me on.
I get it. but I get it. But I'm the one who picked him for the Supercross title. I was the one who said he was going to go on a McGrath type of run.
I did too.
Okay. And
I feel like I think that was Daniel Blair first, was he not?
Daniel Blair? No.
I think you're thinking of Jet.
Yeah, I think
didn't know. Like 2 or 3 years ago, Daniel said he was going to win the championship and like on a McGrath style run.
I don't know. I think you're confusing with generational.
I just had another point that I forgot.
Okay. Well, I've got a hat that says captain. I know that.
Yep, that's fine.
Yep.
You enjoy your hat.
And
it's nice that you are.
I have a text from Beaker thanking me for my support for being the captain.
You know, we had just had Lars on the show.
Mm-hmm.
Myself, Chase, Lars, Beaks, Chase's girlfriend, Chase's dad, Chase's friends. We all were in a room together as Chase's people, you could say, celebrating his title. I don't recall seeing you there. And if you were the captain, as you so rightly say, would you not be at this location?
Well, I don't feel the need to intrude on a private celebration.
I was invited by Chase.
I don't. Hey, look at me! I'm not one of those guys.
I was just tired.
I do my work in silence, and I let my actions speak for me.
Chase's exact words to me after the Salt Lake City main event when I interviewed him was, "You're coming tonight, aren't you?" And I went, "If I'm invited," and he went, "Of course you are." So I went. Did he not say the same thing to you? By chance?
Lewis, well, I was probably
because I think I remember the review pod where you said specifically you weren't invited, which, pardon my presumption. That's odd for a captain.
What we do is we just work in silence and we promote, and we don't care about personal favors, parties, attention seekers, anything like that. What we just do is we do our work independently. What you are is you are just like Mr. Side.
Oh no! Oh
tagging,
no! Oh,
tagging Sexton, tagging Adam Seen Cirillo.
There has never been. I have not
what
tagged.
you are doing right.
I have never tagged Chase.
In a virtual sense. You tagged him by showing up at his party. Look at me.
What does that even mean?
Look at me. You attached yourself to him.
I stood in the corner quietly and applauded when it was necessary to applaud.
And I don't need that self-gratification. I just get on my ship and I sail for ports of Supercross titles.
Okay. I also remember podcasts where you backed away from Chase winning the title and jumped onto Eli, who, if I'm not mistaken, you do have affiliation with because he rides the Bike of the Year and a brand similar to yourself.
I'm allowed to have a Bike of the Year and then support another man for the Supercross title.
Well, maybe maybe I make a call to Yamaha's marketing team tomorrow.
Right.
Maybe I point them to this time in the show.
Listen, we got a call on line 1 from Lane. He wants to know, for you, Lewis, will Tom Vial win a championship?
Win?
I don't know.
In any point?
Yeah, at any point.
Yeah, eventually.
Okay. All right, moving on. So, anyways, Darkside can go fuck himself because he's biased. And
he's not biased. I called a hitman out on the guy.
As soon as he said the word mentor, I should have never presented my case to Jamie. I just never should have.
A true captain can navigate rough waters. And Jamie is your rough waters, and you failed to do that.
Listen.
And I think a true captain is appointed, not self-titled.
You can be a pirate if you like, because that's what you are. And you know what? Beeks said to me at the party that you weren't invited to, I do remember. Yeah. He said to me that you can be the first mate. That's what he said. He went, Steve can be the first mate.
I got a text that says I was the captain. I showed it to you. Yep. I texted it.
Yep.
I screen captured it and sent it to you.
So impersonal, a text, isn't it? Not quite. I miss the days of a face-to-face conversation.
It's almost something called proof. Proof, dear sir. Not of words said at an after party when everybody's hammered. Texts are real proof in a court of law. They're not, hey, I was hammered at a party and this guy told me I was the captain.
I was not hammered.
No.
Neither was anyone else.
Yeah, okay, all right. Again, not provable in a court of law, but I have a text that is provable in a court of law.
Well, I look forward to seeing you in a court of law.
I look forward to, sir. We will duel at dawn.
We are literally just for Spider-Man meme.
Totally. Exactly. Well, Mr. Side, thanks for nothing.
You're welcome.
Yep, thanks for nothing. Are you doing a pony pod tomorrow? Pony pod?
Wednesdays now.
Who's on?
The great Jerry Robin and the great Jeremy McGrath.
Wow, that is quite a lineup.
It is. 2 guests this week.
I'm actually talking to Jerry tomorrow for the Privateer Island pod.
Well, that'd be good.
Jerry's.
Yep, that'd be good.
And I'm going to make sure I get that out Wednesday a.m.
Well, you do that. We'll have
Listen,
him live Wednesday night.
We have had a lot of fun at Jerry's expense. We have made fun of him, and for sometimes good reason. But he got his shoulders fixed, and he is riding really well. And he deserves pony pod time, Privateer Island pod time, whatever. So
agreed.
Jerry's
gonna be good. Your Privateer Island will be good, and the show. Yeah, Lewis will be on the show with us Wednesday night. We rotate him and ML out every other week, and this is Lewis's week, so it's gonna be killer.
Yeah, I might be busy this week. Probably a bad time to bring it up, but I appreciate your recent defense of me. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm available.
Oh wow.
I'm joking.
What about there's a lot of asshole drops.
Wow. When the shoe fits.
Yeah. What about oh fuck, what was I gonna say? I don't know.
A true captain would know what he was about to say.
I have a hat and it says captain.
I look forward to being on your ship one day where you're like, this is your captain speaking.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
I can't remember what I was about to say. Like that's going to be a great ship.
All right. Well, Mr. Side, thanks for calling in. Anything else?
No, I think that's it.
Oh,
yeah.
I know what I was going to say. I was going to make fun of Michael Lindsay. So, did he race this weekend or not? I thought he was going for Loretta's. And then Kiefer said he didn't race. Do you know?
Yeah, he chose not to. He hasn't really been able to ride much in the last couple of weeks, is what he told me. So he decided not to race.
Well, he told me he was going for Loretta's, so I was excited to see that, and then that was it.
You know who is going for Loretta's?
Who?
The man on the phone.
Next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2024.
Yep.
Yeah, the ranch
First
is
time.
calling.
Never made an attempt. Yeah, we're gonna go for it.
Well, on a 350 life?
I don't know if that means I have to race Kiefer or Mike Brown. I assume so. Yeah, I'd be lucky, but
No, don't be one of
The
those
goal
guys.
is just to
Don't,
try to
don't be one of
qualify.
those guys that bitches about Brown and Kiefer being in
No.
there. Yeah, I think that's
no,
really
I don't care.
Right. Exactly.
It's more about just the process. I don't think racing Loretta's looks fun anyway. It's just about trying to get there and see how it goes.
Just enter 85 female or something, and you'll be fine.
Girls 14, 15.
Throw the pony back, no one will know the difference.
There you go. All right, Mr.
Never
Side.
know.
Well, yeah, I don't agree with your ruling, and we got to go. So.
Okay, see you guys.
No, that's Jamie Guida, everybody, a.k.a. Dark Side, a.k.a. Pony Pod, a.k.a. Dyke.
A.k.a. the jury.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. No, that's my mom.
It's the Motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, go there for your aftermarket parts. Go there for any kind of parts you need for your ship if you're a captain. And Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts. Free shipping over $79. They got a dedicated team of gearheads over there. You know, Tallon's a gearhead now.
Yep.
Motorsport.com.
I noticed when he walked in and had motorsport everywhere.
He's the guy.
He is branded.
So when you call Motorsport and order something, you may get Tallon Taylor on the phone. You can ask him about betas. You can ask him about off-road life. You can ask him about parts. Don't ask him to make any returns, though, for you, because that'll take forever.
Noted.
When you send me a list of part numbers and no order numbers and just tell me, hey, can I return these and good luck? Yeah, it takes a little while. We're busy.
Wow. Okay, so...
And then you tell me you don't even need to return some of these items, so it's a good thing that I wasn't on it.
Yeah, I needed some of them. Blame Yamaha Microfiche for that. These questions are submitted at PulpMX Show on Twitter, and Tallon picks the best ones. Let's do this.
From Ryan Kleindienst. Steve, as someone who saw McGrath perform in person, what was it about him that made him so dominant over his competitors in SX? Was it technique, work ethic, home life, lack of competition?
Technique. Stu took what Jeremy did and took it to the next level. But Jeremy stayed low on jumps. He pre-jumped. He brought BMX skills into moto. He downsided the jumps perfectly. His technique was amazing, and that was really what it did. Physical fitness was there later on for him, but early on, he basically used technique and starts, pulled away from the field for 10 laps, and then cruised for a win. So, yeah, it was really technique for Jeremy.
From Sean Ireland, who will be the first non-Lawrence to get an overall?
RJ.
Justin Cooper? No? It is shocking to me that Justin Cooper only has 4 250 wins.
I know.
But
400 podiums.
Yeah. It turns out there's a real issue there with executing.
Yeah.
I'd still say Justin Cooper, though.
Okay.
Because, I feel like he can go 2-2 and win an overall.
But I feel like RJ won High Point 2 years ago. Just that's coming up, right?
Who, honestly, who is Hunter's biggest competitor?
Cooper.
Okay.
Hayden Egan.
Yeah, or Hayden. But look at we're going to Altitude this weekend. Star Yamahas. There was one year where even Thrasher and Matt LeBlanc, they were all top 6 or something. 5 out of the 6 guys.
I don't know. Those Husky upgrades seem to be pretty good as well.
Yeah, his starts were great at Hangtown. They were fantastic.
And he got an RPM dash and it didn't seem to work.
No.
From No Bucks Beach. Who knows more about moto but less about real life, Lewis or Weege?
I'd say I know
Lewis
less about real life.
Yeah. I think Lewis.
Weege has lived.
Weege is married. And
he's lived.
Yep.
Can you grill a burger, though?
I've never done that, so no.
From Zach Wisniewski. Would Jet still have 4 moto wins if he was in the 250 class?
No.
Yeah, no.
Tougher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Start 7th. It's harder to come through.
Yeah.
From Lightside for Marks. How's the home life lately? Has the dirt bike made it outside of the garage?
Home life is fine. Yeah, all's good, and the dirt bike is in the garage, and it will likely stay there for the.
What was the last time you rode when you crashed my Blue Crew?
I believe that was the last time I rode. Yes.
The man tried to scrub on like concrete.
No.
Really?
I got too much front brake going in the corner.
Oh, was that it?
Yeah, that was it.
Wait, how long ago was this?
Oh,
July 4th of like 20.
Oh, you remember the date?
Yeah, only because it was July 4th. 21 or 20.
Ate shit on my Blue Crew.
Yeah, it was a good one.
From 671 Mac, Steve, you suggested Wildcat Racing get an actual Bobcat. Can you check with Chicken and see if we can rent his?
Chicken doesn't have a Bobcat. He has some other Wildcat, but we can get some kind of cat.
I honestly think you should inquire about being the Wildcat title sponsor for 1 week. I think you could get it cheap.
I'm going to. But
as your financial advisor, I think that now is the time to make that bid.
But I want them to keep Wildcat name. I'm so torn.
What about if you call it like Wild PulpMX? PulpMX is Wildcats.
Yeah.
That works.
Yeah.
You've got the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Okay. What about my idea on the review pod? Did you listen?
Yeah.
Take the privateer and the lowest scoring privateer and feed him to the Wildcats.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
And it can be handpicked by Boutron.
Yeah.
From Heather's Stopwatch, Lewis, how are you feeling about that Fernandez bet right now?
It's not looking like it's going to go my way.
Did you say he was going to win the title?
No, opposite. I bet Adam Wheeler that Paul's Jonas would be the top scoring Honda rider this year. Therefore, ahead of Fernandez.
What did he get worked on? What happened?
What do you mean worked on?
Jonas.
Oh, what, injury-wise?
Yeah.
Tore a ligament in his thumb.
Oh,
so he's going to be out for 6 to 8 weeks.
Oh, okay.
His thumb looked like
Why did
incredible.
you think he was going to be better than
I believe
Fernandez?
in Paul's.
Okay.
I believe
know he's your buddy, but...
No, I genuinely believe in Paul's.
Okay.
Like, I see there's definitely potential there. It's just he may be like the most unlucky rider.
Dude, it's going on 2 years now.
Yeah, well, probably more.
Yeah.
He just has horrific luck. So I believe that once that... I texted him the other week and said, like, it has to end at some point. And when it does, it will be good. We just don't know when that bad luck will end.
From Pocket Sausage, whose choice was it for Ryder D to not continue with PC? Did they not want him, or did Gas seem more fun?
Yeah, I think PC could have kept him. They had a right to match, and they chose not to. So,
Would he still work with RV at Gas?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess.
I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't do the Alden thing.
No.
Yeah. So.
But then would Ryder D not be under Will Hahn?
I don't know. I think RV. Who knows?
But then what will Will Hahn do? Because he's not with Barsha.
No, but he works with Pierce Brown.
So
and
he would
Colt
just
Nichols.
be
Yeah.
From Renner 153, did Lewis have Ferris passing Vial and beating him on his bingo card?
It's honestly much more shocking than we give it credit for.
Yeah.
7-7 in EMX 250. And Vial on that same day probably went 1-2 in MX2.
Yeah.
So we know the story about how Mark DeRuva was going to sign Fares.
Oh, he was?
Okay. Budds Creek last year was his star debut.
Yeah, right.
That weekend was the French GP, and Fares was meant to go to the French GP to sign an F&H Kawasaki contract.
Okay.
But the deal was done. He was going there just to put pen to paper. And then 2 days before, his agent rung Mark DeRuva and said, yeah, we're not going to make it. We're going to America. Like, the star deal wasn't confirmed for the future at that point.
Yeah.
Mark DeRuva was very confused about how he got a star deal, why he was gone. Like, he couldn't make sense of how it had happened.
How did it happen? Who called
No one
him?
knows.
Oh.
There must have been a hookup somewhere. Like, there must have been the agent must have had a friend who had a friend who... There's no way that Star looked at the results and went,
That's our guy.
Yeah, there's no way.
Right.
And we probably will never know. But Mark DeRuva says that there's more to come.
Okay.
He says that because I texted him at the weekend and said I give you 100% credit for being the first person to realize that Fares could be this good.
Yeah.
And he said he's better than what he's shown so far.
Okay.
So.
All right. Okay. Goddamn.
Yeah. Mark DeRuva, you should get on this show.
I've done a podcast with him.
Yeah, you should just do endless podcasts.
Really?
With him.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. Fares, how's his English?
Good. Fine.
Have you talked to him after the races?
I haven't talked to him after the races, but I've spoken to him during the races.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I need to go interview
obviously, it's not perfect, but it's good enough.
Right. Okay.
From Zach 48 Johnson, Albie Ferrado versus Ben Watson in a 5-lap Supercross race. Whoever's rider wins gets to be the captain of the Sexton ship.
Ooh, I don't know if I like that because there was. I forgot that Ben Watson did Paris.
Third overall, SX2.
Yeah, that fact escaped me.
Third overall,
So
SX2.
I don't like that for Team Ferrado.
And guess who was second on that night? Thomas Doe.
Oh,
just
yeah.
Still there.
Yeah.
Never left.
Yeah, no, yeah, still there.
Yeah, my biggest fear with this Supercross showdown was the fact that our beta was not Supercross ready.
Yeah.
But give it a couple of months,
Yeah.
and we'll have the full package.
If anybody could actually speak to Ferrado, that would be great.
I feel like we compare me and Watson to you and Ferrato, but me and Watson are texting almost daily, and you and Ferrato have never communicated.
No, well, we were on a DM with him. Me and you.
He was so confused.
He didn't know what was going on.
I think I translated into Italian a message that said, "Alberto, don't listen to this crazy man. He roots for Tim Ferry," and I just imagine he must have been. Like, what? Who's Tim Ferry? Why is this man crazy?
Yeah.
Very confused.
Yeah.
From Denny Stevenson for Lewis. As Vial gets up to speed through these previous 4 motos, what do you think has been his biggest struggle coming from MX2? Learning the tracks, one-day format, or the WFO chaos from the drop of the gate?
He is very quick to tell everyone that it is not learning the tracks. He's very quick to remind everyone that he won his first MX2 title in the COVID year, so when GPs had a one-day format and similar practice schedule and stuff. So it's not that. I think I mentioned it earlier. It's just the not the intensity of the opening laps, just the intensity of the entire race and being in a battle from start to finish.
So despite Marvin, Rattray, Roxon, and God knows who else telling me that they had trouble learning the tracks, Vial's beaten all that?
Yeah, he said to me like 4 times through 2 rounds.
Right.
I won the championship in COVID year and it was the same schedule.
Okay.
But then I guess we've had 2 rounds. He's obviously practiced at Parla.
Yeah.
So really, maybe his opinion will change in 2 rounds' time. But yeah, there are people who say that Vial isn't doing good enough. But then, like you say, Roxon, Marvin, Rattray, they didn't come out and win outdoors immediately.
No.
I looked the other day. Roxon won his first moto 10 rounds into his rookie season outdoors.
Yeah.
Like, it's always going to take time.
From Skylar Bassett. How many points does A-Ray score this summer? I say 7.
Ooh. Yeah. 7 to 10?
Over the whole summer.
Well, does he make all the races?
Okay. Harsh, but fair.
Yeah.
I feel like he could be doing a lot better than what he is right now. I feel like he has the potential to be...
He's really just been steady, which A-Ray is.
What, 27th overall?
21 in the second moto.
23, 21, so that's close to points.
Right.
You'll enjoy this. So I spoke to him on the start line on press day, I think.
Yeah.
And he said he was surprised that I turned up because I'm the captain of the ship. But that's beside the point, just a minor detail. And he said, "Who's your guy now?" And I said, "Well, it would be you, but you're a bit of a whore, like you've got the entire media."
Yeah.
And he admitted that, yes, he is indeed a bit of a media
Yeah,
whore.
he is. Yeah.
So.
He is. But I would argue, and I don't, again, I don't put myself out there like you people. I don't proclaim,
where is this even going?
I don't proclaim myself, ahead of things like you people.
Right, okay.
But if it wasn't for Pulp Show, I don't know how big A-Ray would have ever gotten. I mean, I gave him a weekly podcast for a long time.
I would like to...
Him and Cade.
I would like to see that alternative universe where A-Ray never spoke to you.
Right.
Like, would he have the same sponsors? Would he even be racing? Maybe not, because maybe he wouldn't have the same sponsors and he would have given up a long time ago.
I like the guy. I gave him a platform for a long time before anybody else was like, Team A-Ray.
Does it irk you a little bit when you see like swap and jump on? No.
Nah, it's fine. It is what it is. Yeah, it's fine.
I mean,
He's just in my ass.
If you like started doing a weekly pod with Ben Watson, that would irk me.
Okay.
That would really hit me hard.
I did do Saturdays with Sewer once.
And that irks me. It really hit me hard.
Yeah, he knocked his dick loose pretty.
From Lax Defense Coach. Greater potential to drive Steve crazy this summer, the give a factory bike to Masterpool crowd, or the bird at Jason Wygant's house?
The bird.
I have no way, I could not make sense of that.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's actually perfect segue into my Race Tech rant.
Yeah, you never did it.
Race Tech rant. For over nearly 40 years, Race Tech has been supplying the motorcycle industry with high-quality suspension Components made right in the USA from modern or vintage. Racetech is the go-to source for suspension performance. The gold valves provide a plush feel and drastically improve bottoming resistance and increased traction. Pulp 23 is the code to save with Racetech. My Racetech rant is just this. It's exactly that question. Like, Masterpool is killing it. Butron, Lorenzo, I get it. They're doing well. Just, again, stop with the, they need to give this guy a factory bike. Because we're going to start hearing it, Lewis, right?
Yep.
But another round or two?
Yeah.
Then we'll start getting the tweets about give this guy a factory bike, give this guy a factory bike. It's like, yeah, the people with the factory bikes, they know what the deal is. They know that those guys are only getting 6 and 7s because Barsha, Anderson, the World Supercross guys aren't there. So when you see the 7th on the paper, and it's good, I'm not shitting on the 7th. 7th is good, but it's not a give the guy a factory bike time.
Yeah. They're not no one will say that about Butron or Lucurcio. They will say it about Masterpool because he has that X factor that blinds people. I don't know what the X factor is, but
I think they're going to say it about all those guys.
I don't think anyone's going to demand that Butron gets a factory bike.
I bet you I get a tweet.
But like realistically, so Masterpool was 6th, and that's good. Like, applause, but we're not sitting here going, oh my God, that is incredible. Where does this go now?
And there's no team,
because we know.
There's no team managers doing that either. Because he didn't pass any factory guys. He's not in the middle of a bunch of factory guys. He's the first place privateer guy.
Yeah, like, if he finished 4th, which is only 2 spots up from where he was, then we maybe have a conversation.
If he's battling Aaron Plessinger or Cooper Webb, absolutely, give the guy a factory bike. But, again, 7th is good and 6th is good, but the give him a factory bike crowd is going to be very vocal here shortly. And my Racetech rant is just calm down.
In an ideal world without the World Supercross guys missing and the injuries, 6th place for Masterpool would probably be
12th.
I was going to say 14th.
Okay,
but yeah.
Right.
Around there, right? Yeah.
So calm down. That's my Racetech rant. Calm down. You give the guy a factory bike crowd. All right, go ahead.
Ray Atwood wants to know if we have any guesses for Beta's second rider.
They talked to McElrath. They talked to Wilson. But that would be my range of guys, right? Not Dino. He's got a ride for next year. But like McElrath?
Yeah.
No?
I feel like McElrath would want more than what Benny signed for. And I feel like Benny is the number 1 guy. Like, I can see the second... Whoever the next rider is, I can see them getting less than Benny.
So, what level is that?
Harlan? Noren?
Noren? Noren would be Supercross only though, Freddie.
If it pays.
Yeah.
Harlan?
Sure.
Butron?
Why not? Give him a factory bike. All right.
From the voice of the drunken people, blame pie for the first turn pileups. Grades, prep, watering, luck.
No, we're not on greats yet. I'm keeping an eye on that, but we're not there.
The blame pie goes 100% to the fact that we are sending 40 riders into one corner, and sometimes shit will go sideways. And it did.
Okay.
And I feel like the start straight at Hangtown, quite short, I feel. Like, you start... it's a long sweeper, but you start like bending round quite early, I feel, for an outdoor track.
Yeah, probably a little bit early. Yeah, when I think back to some other tracks, sure.
From Atwood 94 for Lewis. What are your best memories or moments you've had since you sailed your ship to the U.S.?
Well, Sexton's championship party was great.
Wow.
No, it's hard to say one like moment, but I will say, I will say that it's gone better than I thought. Like, I tweeted this the other day. I was genuinely stressed out of my mind because I thought it would take me 5 years to get some sort of like, where the riders are like, oh, I know your face. You know, like, I felt like I was going...
5 years?
I felt like I was going very much back to day 1 of MXGP, and I was going to have to graft to get some shred of respect and, like, you know, just like where the riders wouldn't go, who the fuck is... Like, I don't want to talk to you. Like, no, I'm not doing an interview. But the riders have been awesome with me. They've made it much easier than I imagined. So I'm just stoked on that, generally. It's been much quicker process of kind of getting to know guys, being recognized by them than I imagined. But I also had spoken to all of the top guys before.
Yeah, you've been to Supercross for 3 years in a row.
Yeah, it's not like I was turning up out of nowhere.
Right.
From Thunder from Down Under, whose fans are worse, the Deegan YouTube followers or the mad Aussie Lawrence fans?
I think the Deegan ones.
Yeah, I don't feel like the Lawrence fans are really that much.
Yeah.
The Deegan fans are... I don't really understand, because the Deegan fans must be moto fans. So they must have some...
I don't think they are.
Really? What, you think there's people who are tuning into the Hangtown results just because they saw this guy on YouTube?
I think so, Marks. Don't you think so?
I think there's a percentage of them, yes. I don't think it's probably too big, but yeah, there's definitely some.
I don't know. They seem to lack some knowledge of racing, basic knowledge of racing.
I don't understand... Hayden repeatedly references the haters.
I know.
And proving them wrong. And I honestly have never seen media, fans, I've never really seen it.
No, I don't know either. Yeah, whatever you got to have on that chip on your shoulder, I guess.
Yeah.
From Mr. Boompow, he wants to see you guys go at it in rock, paper, scissors match for the captain hat.
That's ridiculous. I mean...
I would not risk my title over a game like that.
My title over something dumb like that. Yeah.
That was very captain of you to just echo exactly what someone else said.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like something a first mate would do.
Stay on my ship.
Great response.
You can stay on my ship. I'm not kicking you off. That's the thing. You're not accepting me, and I'm accepting you. You're showing no tolerance. You're showing no sort of acceptance. And and you're on, like, you're a Sexton guy. I get it. Like, you're welcome on my ship. You can sail beside me, sir, because you have been a supporter and you are there. But you're just not the captain. Whereas you don't seem to have any time for me being a Sexton fan at all.
This has turned very much into...
You want to be just inclusive to all yourself.
I realise what you're doing. You lost the previous argument, so now you're painting yourself as a victim and me as a bully, so I get cancelled, and therefore you are automatically bumped up to captain. So, bravo. I see straight through your strategy. Mm-hmm. The reason for that is I am the captain. I have a ship, so you are coming onto my ship. I can't come onto your ship because it doesn't exist.
No, your ship can come on my ship. It's fine.
I don't think that
That's a very popular drop tonight. Yeah,
I'm just hitting some hot ones.
Right. All right, Marks.
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com. There you go. You have time for voicemails or no?
I don't have to go anywhere. I'm having a great time. We'll keep going if you want to keep going. I'm happy. You're really thinking about this, aren't you? Isn't it like one voicemail?
No, there's a bunch.
Play them.
All right, here's some voicemails.
This one's for Kiefer.
Mathis,
Maybe
what's
not
happening? It's Jay from the north.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, bud, what was I going to say there? Now I remember. Your privateer race. Great thing. Love what you do. You're just a legend in the sport. Don't care what anybody wants to say. Hey, how about the race?
I wonder why that made it in.
I don't know.
Your, whatever those things are. Man, I'm drawing a blank. Wild cards. You have your wild cards put in.
There we go.
Here we go. Why don't you have a pool of your wild cards? Because I know you had X amount of guys that you were thinking about putting in, and you only put certain people in, and it's backfiring on you, seeing as 2 years in a row your wild card has won it. Why wouldn't you do like a pool of 10 riders or something you're trying to decide in between, and then do a lottery for the wild card spot? But judge it off of the rider's number. If he's a 2-digit guy, he gets 2 numbers in the draw. If he's a 3-digit guy, he gets 3 numbers in the draw. I don't know, something like that, because you can't be the guy picking the wild card and catching the heat because you don't deserve it. You put on this race, you're a true G, and that's it. Buddy, have a great day. Bye.
Quickly, I want to mentor you like I've done Jamie.
Okay.
When you design your track for next year, when you do the track map, you need to label a turn Pulp Corner, like write it on the track map. So then on the TV and stuff, they constantly reference that as the Pulp Corner.
Oh, that's a good one.
Because if it's on the track map, they're like Ron Burgundy.
Yeah.
If it's on the track map, they'll read it. Yeah.
I got to work on that, actually, that track. They want me to get something to them. Yeah, I got to work on
Really? What, they do it this early?
Yeah. They're doing it. Huh? Okay.
Hey, Steve. Listening to the archive of show 544, Didn't get a chance to listen live and call in. But I kind of had a thought about Eli Tomac's, whole video of, it's going to be a month or two before I make any decisions. And I get his side of not wanting to rush into any decision or anything like that. But, the sport moves on pretty quickly. And I think, it's Eli Tomac. He's a legend. He's going to go down in the sport. But I think if, come July, August timeframe, when he does make that decision, and if he does retire, it's kind of just going to be like, okay, whatever. We've moved on from the fact of how big of a deal this injury was. I think if I were Eli, you've already kind of been hinting at it, just come out right now and say, I'm retiring, do the whole big announcement, video montage, whatever. When RV broke his ass, it was pretty soon after that where he's like, I'm done. And everybody was like, oh my gosh, what a great career. I just feel like, the importance of this moment will kind of be gone by the time he does make the decision. Also, I had a little idea for the...
All right. I don't know.
Do you think he comes back?
I do now. I didn't
Why
at
now?
first.
Because you've had time to think about it?
Yeah,
or
because
you've
it's not that
heard
serious
something?
of an injury. No, because it's not that serious of an injury.
Is it not?
It's serious, but not that serious. He can come back.
Anstey says he still feels his Achilles now in
Really?
certain... if he I did an interview with Tomac on press day in East Rutherford, and Tomac said that his greatest strength is the way he positions his feet on the pegs. Anstey heard the interview and decided to try it, and putting his feet in that position, he felt his old Achilles injury.
Right.
I think it's quite serious. I just don't... I'm a big subscriber to, the whole thing of, never do one more lap.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like, okay, it sounds great coming back, but what if this happens again?
Do you
obviously
want to
it's
go
always
out
a
like
risk.
that? Is that how you want to go out? And not know that you can come back and race at the highest level again? You really want to get... The last thing you want to do is blow in a Supercross title by riding off the track injured?
Or if you want to not be negative, you could say the last thing he did was clearly on his way to the championship, had the red plate, was leading the race, and was the guy. If you want to spin it, I probably go your way, but you could also... He may be looking at it the other way.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think he comes back, yeah.
But what about the whole star thing with Webb, and how's that worked?
They'll figure it out. Okay. They'll find some money for him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt, this is Wesley Down. Just finished up listening to this week's past show, and I know you started playing voicemails again, and you said, call in, leave voicemail. So first off, I wanted to thank you for the Renthal hard anodized sprocket that I just got in the mail for my little project build Husky 350 that's all complete, and I've got my new rear wheel with the MX-14 mounted up on it in the back seat. But I remember a few weeks ago we were talking about how Weege was really fast getting down to the floor, and you're like, holy cow, how'd he get down for trackside?
Nashville.
Actually, I was at the Detroit Supercross, and I was walking in the stairs, and I looked over, and I saw this guy coming down the other stair set really fast, and I was like, hey, that's Weege. And then he turned up, looked, waved, and was like, all right, hey, guys. Two seconds later, he was down doing a trackside support, and I thought that was hilarious. And just want to say thanks for all your hard work and whatnot. I drive the state for work, so I'm regularly in the car for 15, 20 hours a week. And the content that you provide, it's great. It makes the early part of the week wonderful. And towards the end of the week, I'm like, all right, got to find all the other stuff. But thanks. I appreciate it, Matt. Take care.
All right, there we go.
That's me. I'm the other stuff.
Yeah. Well, listen. There's nothing I like better than just helping fans.
Yeah, clearly.
And
I wonder who vetoed and selected the voice notes.
Listen, man, what do you want me to do? They're just all positive.
Yep. Well, that's the situation, I guess. I look forward to next week's show when the voicemails are all shitting on me.
First thing that comes to your mind.
Yes.
You ready?
Yes.
Motorsport.com.
Tallon.
Wow. Fly Racing.
JT.
Decal Works.
They sponsor my post-race podcast.
Race Tech Suspension and Engines.
It's right in front of me.
X-Brand Goggles.
Bootron.
Renthal.
Paul.
Michelin Motorcycle Tires.
Randy. I mean, it's lame, but it's the first thing that comes to my mind.
It is what it is. A chair beast.
Yeah, I don't know why their gear isn't here. And also, they have done some wacky bikes this year.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
Firepower, batteries, and chains.
I don't know why firepower is one word without the P capitalized, and it really irks me, and I don't know how to get an answer.
Maxima USA.
There was a bottle there.
Yeah.
And I don't know where it went.
Well, because Mav TV gave us a bunch of money, and they're owned by Lucas Oil, and so they asked if the Maxima bottle can come down.
Okay.
And then, honestly, I thought the jerseys looked better anyways.
Yeah.
And then when I went to go tear the can down, it broke in 14 pieces. So, I don't know. I kind of think the jerseys look better, though.
If I get you a Watson jersey, can it go up?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I would. Okay. Pro Filter.
Maxima, aren't they?
Yeah. Renegade Racing Fuels.
Max Anstey.
ORW.
Phil.
Ojo Power Sports.
I really need an Ojo bag, and I've been saying that for years. I'm using Max Anstey's second-hand bag from when he was on Ice One Husqvarna.
Wow.
The name even says Max Anstey.
Do you need like the big one then?
I need everything. I need a backpack. I need a big one. And
Okay.
I need everything.
We'll get that handled. All right.
Please help.
FMF.
Nissan Husqvarna.
Guts Racing.
I feel like their seats are quite good.
Atlas Neck Brace.
I feel like I don't hear as much from Atlas nowadays. But
well, you don't hear much from neck braces,
no,
period, right?
but I've always kind of believed in the Atlas quite a lot.
Right. Works Connection.
Whole shot device.
PulpMX 20 is the code to save at Works Connection, by the way. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com.
I wonder if I'm going to be on there soon.
Mm-hmm. Get Data.
Dan.
WUSA.
Kite.
Ride Engineering.
Your Instagram posts every week, which always make me laugh.
Okay. Wiseco Pistons.
Race winning brands.
EVS.
Pastrana.
Best interview tonight: Dylan Wright, Lars Lindstrom, Little D, or Benny Bloss.
Lars was good. And also, I'm very surprised that Lars knows who I am.
Lars is cool.
I genuinely thought he was being honest or truthful when he
Really?
said, did I do the commentary?
I did too, but...
I just presume that no one knows who I am.
Well, Lars would.
Okay.
All right. Best interview marks?
Lars, just for the sake that he gave you a lot of shit, because I like that.
Okay.
And we also learned something quite good about the bubble. Like, he went to Sweden to see that.
Yeah, to
That's
see
insane.
the bubble. Right. And then he did talk about transmission ratios and primary gears being different.
Yeah, he sent you a cool video that was enjoyable.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what? Just to expand on my answer, I think all of them were actually really good. And I think people are going to sleep on this show just because there's not like huge names, but I think all the interviews were like big name, really good interviews though.
Well, 3 of the guests that came on the night were already lined up for weeks.
Weeks?
Wow. Not
Well, they
all
were
of
kind
them.
of in the waiting room.
Yes, in the waiting room. Benny, Little D, and Dylan.
What?
Yeah.
Because you knew the Benny deal was happening? Or
Yes.
was that just a
Well,
happy...
No, I knew last week.
Okay.
And then Dylan, I wanted to get the Canadian round going.
Yep.
And then Little D asked me. So those 3 were already pre-programmed.
Yeah,
And then I
agree.
tried to get a Lawrence brother and it just didn't work out.
Did you actually try?
No.
Oh, no, I agree though. People will probably look at the guest list and be like, eh.
Yeah.
But I feel like, all 4 were actually quite interesting, good personalities.
Yep.
Yeah.
Best interview, Tallon?
Benny Beta.
Oh, here we go, of course. The beta guy.
There was a lot of Ben Watson mentions in that interview, so I was happy.
All right. Lewis Phillips from Vital MX. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
in.
Yeah, my first time solo.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
For some
Okay.
reason, every time I've come in, which is quite a lot now,
Yep.
I'm always with like a weird, like I'm never with Kiefer or like a regular co-host. I'm always with like random people. Like last time I was with Phil and Kellen, like a random group.
Yeah.
I was with Newth one time. When does Newth come in?
Yeah,
Rarely.
once a year, yeah,
I was with
towards
Randy one time. Once a year, twice a year. Like I always end up with someone who's not regular.
That's never done on purpose. Yeah, it's
yeah.
just the way it works out.
Well, someone theorized that you don't want to risk me being sat here alone.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was. It's been out there.
It's out there. It was out there. Wow.
But no, genuinely, I much enjoy being here by myself. I feel like I'm better without a group because I'm not very good in group conversations.
Okay.
But I've enjoyed myself. This has been very, very good, and I would keep going if you wanted to.
Welcome aboard the ship, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, but I've been here the entire time.
Thank you for your service. Welcome aboard
Thank
the
you.
ship.
Thank you for thanking me, the captain, for my service.
Thank you, Captain, for not
Yes,
being
you
captain.
just
Thank you from our ship. Our ship to your ship.
You really should have rehearsed what you were going to say better, because you've been a hot mess this entire ship debate.
No, not at all. I've got the facts. I got the facts on my side.
I feel like at some point during that discussion, I really had you on the ropes because you were laughing a lot and stalling, and I felt like you did not know where to go.
No, sir. I've been the captain the whole time. I knew what you were going to bring in for your defense. I get it. I have text messages, just like you have people telling you.
I saw your text with Chase, and you text him the ship emojis that I started. I walked, similar to Ben and Benny, I walked so you could run.
Oh, I took the ship emojis right from you. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, okay. I can't sit here and.
Hey, Chase, I'm just as cool as Lewis too. Hey.
No, it's just like, hey, wait a minute, like. I'm the captain here. Like, let's not forget that. I've been promoting you for years.
Oh, you feel like you need to remind Chase. That's interesting, because if you were the captain, he would know.
He's been there for me. He knows.
Quickly.
Yes.
I'm guessing the YouTube chat did not enjoy the ship conversation. I'm guessing there was probably a lot of hatred, a lot of anger.
The main comments that I saw said that it just went long.
Was it long?
No.
I felt 10 minutes?
I don't know.
It probably, well, you guys were probably repeating yourselves quite a bit at probably about minute 4. So
the Spider-Man emoji comes to mind. The Spider-Man gif
we were just in the moment.
Yeah.
Right. But no, it was fine. A lot of good feedback on YouTube tonight.
We've never really settled anything.
I feel as though the case is settled.
I feel like you coming into my house is coming into my ship.
Well, you can think that.
What about coming on his ship?
No, boy. Coming on my ship.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Thanks to the guests for calling in tonight. No. Thanks for the time tonight for those guests.
Thank you to the guests for appearing on the show.
Thank you to the guests that I've prearranged that we were going to call tonight on the show.
Yes.
Does that work better?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Lewis, for coming in.
Thank you.
You saved the show. We had 3 guests, then we had 2, then we just had 1 man.
And well, originally I was the 1 man because you booked me for Hangtown around Seattle. And then 2 weeks later, you were like, "Oh, RV and Weimar want to do that one." So it's been a mess for months. This show has just been a mess.
And Kellen can vouch for that too.
Yes.
It's been a loose program. Thanks everybody for listening. Thanks to Swisscore, Moser, Pookie, Roto as well for everything that they do. Tallon, thank you. Marks, thank you.
Thank you.
And Marks, really good job tonight on the NHL there. Way to go, Knights.
It's nice to see a real hockey team succeed.
And with that, we're out of here. We will see you next week, everybody.
Soak and poke.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho. But I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.